Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Dabi Faked Shouto's Death. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was way too early for this bullshit. The clock literally read 2:46 a.m. and he knew that he needed to sleep because he had patrol in the morning but a test message on his phone, while the burner phone had woken him up. Hot stuff, I am coming over, get the first aid kit ready. He was worried, and not only because he would probably lose his contact to the League if Dabi died. For a villain the man was quite hot and well the rest of it wouldn't really be appropriate. He was only wearing a pair of jogging breeds and a top as he opened the door to his apartment and nearly dropped the kit again. Dabi was not hurt. There was blood on his t-shirt and jacket but he wasn't hurt. The teenager that he was carrying was though. He noticed the dual-colored hair first and then pleaded that this was some kind of prank because Dabi surely wouldn't be that stupid. Are you letting me in or not because it is effing raining out here you chicken, the villain hissed. Hawks blinked once, then picked the first aid kit up again and stepped to the side to let them in. Dabi was carrying Endeavor's FNG son and the teenager was obviously injured but that didn't make the whole situation any less weird. What in the name of the all might had happened? At least the kid was still alive, breathing heavily and unsteady but that needed to be enough for now. Shouto Todoroki had a heavy bleeding wound in his shoulder blade, at least that was from where the blood came, and cuts and bruises seemingly all over his face and arms. The teenager was wearing his school uniform but the jacket was missing. The breeds only covered one of his legs to the knee and his tie was only half-heartedly hanging around his neck. It also seemed like the UA students had a head injury, though the blood there seemed like it had already dried. Dabi carefully, way more careful than he normally was, and Hawks had seen a lot of that, sat the teenager down on Hawks' floor. It would be easier to get the blood off than the couch, and then snapped his fingers a few times in front of Shouto's eyes as if to keep the kid from actually falling unconscious. Because Endeavor's son was still awake, not really, but his eyes rapidly looked around the room even though his head didn't move a mere inch and it seemed like he wouldn't stay conscious for much longer. Shouto's lip was split open and one of his eyebrows was covered in blood. Well, someone looked like he needed a doctor. Hawks was still standing in the doorway like he was the one out of place. The number 2 hero then finally closed the door behind him and locked it. Give me the FNG med kit and help me, or do you want the brat to die? Dabi said. This situation still didn't make any sense. Dabi hated Endeavor and had tried to kill the hero more than once and Hawks still didn't know why. Why would Dabi save Endeavor's son? That was at least what this situation looked like. As evil as it seemed, why wouldn't he just kill the son of his archenemy and made the League praise him for it or something? Or just to hurt Endeavor or make him angry? Birdie, I am talking to you. Heroes are trained in first aid, so get your butt over here or I am going to burn your FNG wings off. Dabi was definitely set off because of something or someone. Hawks walked over to them and knelt down on the floor, his wings pressing against it to make sure that he wouldn't fall over because it was literally 3 in the morning and he was tired, but there was someone in danger and he was a hero and that was Endeavor's kid in front of him. And why did his life continue to go down the rabbit hole? Because he didn't even think about that he could just be hallucinating this or something. He had gotten used to this, partly, or maybe it had something to do with his training. But that wasn't the point of this right now. I need you to hold his head steady. He very likely has a concussion. Mind telling me what exactly happened? Hawks asked as he grabbed a pair of scissors from the kit and began to cut the teenager's shirt open around the bleeding area. Something had pierced his shoulder. None of the bones seemed to be broken, so he disinfected and stitched the wound close. He wasn't really good at this and it would probably scar, but the bleeding would be stopped. And Hawks knew that they were way worse things than a scar at the shoulder, and the teenager's eyes seemed to stare at him for a second while still seeming completely empty, and Shouto's breathing got a bit faster. There didn't seem to be any other bleeding injuries on the torso and Hawks moved on to the head for now. He wasn't a doctor. Yes, he knew on how to fix wounds, but he didn't know for sure if there wasn't any internal bleeding that he didn't notice. It could end in the kid dying. Dabi was still holding the teenager as still as possible, and if he didn't know better then he would even dare to say that the villain seemed worried for some reason. Hawks cleaned the wound on Shouto's forehead. It was a rather small one, which didn't mean that much, but he seemed to still be awake and at least partly conscious. He was worried. Okay, the kid was 16 years old and had been attacked not long ago and he still had no idea what actually had happened. I should really call an ambulance, Hawks said. He put a bandage over the wound. This one didn't look like it required any stitching, but he would check that again later. Shouto's hand tried out to grab or reach something to hold onto, if he would even be able to do so in the first place. Hawks accidentally touched the teenager's torso as he nearly fell over and caught himself with his wings. Shouto hissed in pain, and that was the first time that he had actually heard a sound come from the teenager since he had gotten into the apartment. This was bad. Maybe the teenager had a fractured rib or something. He just cut the shirt open now. It was already fully soaked in blood and dirt and would be thrown into the trash either way. The rib was probably just cracked if even injured in the first place, but the teenager's whole chest was clad in bruises, older bruises. He heard how Dabi growled, or maybe Hawks was just losing his mind. The second one was probably more likely. Hawks took the 2 packs of bandages out of the kit and got to work because this would seriously take some time. Mind telling me what happened and how it happened, because I am seriously confused right now? And where do these bruises come from, because if he was just attacked today then they shouldn't be here, Hawks said. Where do you think they come from? Dabi just shot back. Shouto managed to grasp something. That something was Dabi's jacket, and the villain just let that happen like it didn't bother him at all. I seriously have no idea what you are trying to tell me, hot stuff, but I should really take the kid to a hospital, he replied. No, they'll just him back into that house. Dabi's voice was still barely above a hiss. What? And Hawks was even more confused. Forget what I just said, we can't call an ambulance. They knew that I was there, and you know how fast the police and the media are to jump onto conclusions, and I don't want them to say any bullshit about me because Shigaraki might actually believe it. That's why I brought the brat to you, he explained. The teenager continued to grab onto a part of the villain's jacket, and Hawks fixated the end of the bandages. This should be enough for now. He would still feel better if he took the kid to an hospital, though the older bruises worried him. No one got that kind of stuff from normal training, and there were implications that he didn't like. But he could think about that later, because right now there was an injured teenager on his floor and he still didn't know what had caused this. Okay, calm down, no need to set anything on fire, but we need to move him off the floor, the hero said. Oh, what kind of genius idea, I would have never thought of that. The villain's voice was dripping from sarcasm. Okay, I get it. Just make sure that his concussion doesn't get worse, because it surely seems like he has one. With that, the hero slowly began to lift the barely conscious teen off the floor. To his surprise, Dabi was actual some sort of help right now. A few moments later, Shouto Todoroki was laying on his couch, and Hawks was still really worried about the teen's health. He knew that he had forgotten something. He didn't know if they should keep him awake or just let him sleep, maybe the first one, or maybe it depended on how bad the concussion actually was. What are we supposed to do now? Dabi asked. I don't know. I am not a doctor. Maybe try to keep him awake or something. I don't know anymore. I could be totally wrong and just making it worse. No, I am pretty sure it is a bad one, so it probably isn't a good idea the other way around, or maybe he is just about to pass out from the blood loss. Or maybe I have mixed something up and none of this actually applies to concussions. I don't know anymore. Okay. Just do something productive and get a glass of water or something. We still don't know how bad his head injury actually is. I am not a trained doctor or paramedic, but something is off and I need to know the whole picture to be able to do something, and I need to know to figure out what happened. Hawks knew he was rambling, and he knew that something was off because this wasn't normal. Dabi showing up at his apartment because of something like this was very close to the villain actually trusting him, or would be if he believed Dabi to be able to feel such things. Right now, this was about Endeavor's son not dying, and it had gone surprisingly well. Because no one would ever look at Dabi and be like, oh yes, that is the kind of person that would surely save the son of the current #1 hero. The villain was still standing closer to the couch than Hawks, simply because a certain teenager was still grabbing onto a part of the jacket. Dabi still didn't try to just rip it out of his hands or yell at him. He was standing completely still. It was kind of weird. Another thing that was weird or not normal were Dabi's interactions with Toga. They gave some really strong big brother vibes off, but Dabi actually having a family or younger siblings was just, no, that wasn't possible, and someone who had a family wouldn't just join the League of Villains. But uncovering the arsonist's backstory was not something he would do when he had a still injured teenager in his apartment. I am going to grab a blanket. Just don't set my living room kitchen fusion on fire while I am gone, he said cheerfully. Maybe too cheerfully for the situation at hand. There should be a blanket here. He knew he had a few in his bedroom, but he remembered leaving one here somewhere. Which it turned out he didn't really need to do because Dabi, the villain, a murderer, arsonist and all might knows what, had taken his jacket off and covered the teenager with it, like it was a blanket. This was cute, but he didn't lack enough self-preservation to say that out loud. The teenager's eyes were closed now and he was laying completely still. But he was breathing, so everything should be fine. Hawks might have stared at the villain for way too long, and hey, he was certainly not straight. This is not the right moment for this, Hawks. And Dabi was right because there were more pressing issues at hand. So, we are going to repeat it at some point. He may have sounded way too enthusiastic about this. Dabi just glared at him and walked towards one of the windows, his shirt still covered in blood and his hands were balled into fists. Something was bothering him, and it surely wasn't anything small. Hawks checked the teen's pulse again. It was a bit slow, but that didn't need to have anything to do with the injuries. It could be a normal thing. Hawks sneaked up behind the villain and then hugged him, wrapping his wings around both of them. I am here. What if you just tell me what happened? I am sure that I can help you, and no, I am not going to call the heroes on you. I would never do that, but what if you just tell me what happened? Hawks said. Dabi looked at him for a second. Then stared out the window. His apartment was in the 20th floor of a building and you saw a big part of the city from there. You know, you should probably take that bloody shirt off, the hero remarked. Hawks, not now. I literally just killed somebody, Dabi said. Hawks pouted and then flipped his wings a few times in annoyance. He wasn't mad per se, but making Dabi a bit more angry wasn't per se a bad thing if you didn't overdo it or were some random weirdo on the streets. He also hadn't flirted with him the first time they had met, at least not that obvious. The villain rolled his eyes. What if we just watch some TV? The hero asked. There was still blood on the floor and the first aid kit and the remains of a mostly white shirt. Hawks grabbed the remote from where it was laying and turned the TV on. He may have flapped his wings a bit more than needed right into Dabi's face, but that wasn't the point. What the F did you do? Hawks questioned as he pointed at the screen, because Dabi better had a good explanation for this. Breaking news. Todoroki Shouto killed by the villain Dabi. Well, I didn't kill him, Dabi said as he leant his back against the side of the couch. He seemed to be somewhat between angry and annoyed, and he should probably get the man something to calm down because Hawks knew that they needed to have an actual talk about this. Todoroki was still unconscious or asleep. He wasn't 100% sure about it, but he seemed to be fine, and after what the kid had went through, he seriously needed some goddamn sleep. That much is obvious hot stuff, but I need to know it. What if there is still a villain around that wants to kill him, and I would also like to know why the media thinks that it was you, Hawks replied. The villain groaned, then just stood up again and ripped the remote out of Hawks' hand, throwing it across the room. Well, this was very much like the Dabi he knew, but he hadn't even asked anything personal or inappropriate. He just wanted to know why Dabi of all people had saved Endeavor's son. It just didn't make any goddamn sense, and Dabi had said that he had indeed murdered someone, but it obviously wasn't Shouto, who was still very much alive right now. Geeton tried to kill the kid, okay? Attacked him after school, and for some reason that brat thought it was a good idea to not use his goddamn fire, so Geeton was able to stab him, and well, I kind of burned the ice BSRD to a crisp, ashes actually, probably not even enough to check for DNA, and the brat's uniform was still there bloodied and with his ID in it, and there was ice everywhere, so the media made the wrong assumption, okay. That's it, I am not becoming soft or anything, but killing Endeavor's masterpiece while the old man isn't even there to watch doesn't make any sense, Dabi explained coldly. Oh, so he actually wanted to see the kid dead? Hawks didn't really believe it. If that was the case, then why not just disguise yourself and drop him off in front of it? Hospital. This didn't add up as much as it should. But he waved it off for now. He could find out more about the villain's actual motive later on. The TV was still on and the news reporter was talking about the so-called breaking news. It was better than trying to get Dabi of all people to calm down. Well, there was a way, but he wouldn't do that now. But he had actually missed most of it because the next thing was about some sort of sport. Yes, straight from the murder of a child to sports. That are news, my dear friends. He could just Google it. The internet probably knew more stuff about it either, and it would be funny to see what people thought had happened, because none of this was true. Do you want anything to drink, hot stuff? I got water and coffee and I think some sort of juice if that didn't already expire, he said. Later, I need to make sure that the brat doesn't just stop breathing or anything wouldn't be beneficial for me. But some food would buy great and don't offer me fried chicken because then you are going to be exactly that, Dabi told him. Hawks had asked once why Dabi's skin was partly held together by staples. He had just been able to dodge the flames that were fired at him by a mere millimeter. At least none of the staples had come loose because Hawks had once seen him fix it, and that surely wasn't pretty. Dabi continued to stand, taking a step into some direction every few minutes, and he seemed to not be okay. Hawks pulled his phone, his actual one, out of his pocket and unlocked it. He clicked onto the first article and began the read. Okay, so the police and the media and probably everyone else thought that Dabi had attacked Shouto after the teenager had gotten out of school and separated from his friends and for some reason hadn't been able to defend himself long enough for help to arrive. So now Endeavor had sworn to hunt the villain down and kill him personally because of his son's dead, and one of the UA students had cried and another one had nearly blown up one of the classrooms. The last one sounded a lot like it had something to do with the teenager that Shigaraki had made the league kidnap once, though as far as he knew, because Hawks had watched the sports festival out of pure boredom. Thank you very much. Shouto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo didn't seem to be friends or even get along with each other. The blonde would have probably blown his classmate up if no one had interfered. Endeavor was angry, and it wouldn't be long until the Hero Commission would contact Hawks too, tell him to help in the search for a villain that killed the #1 hero's son. What they didn't know was that this whole thing was nothing more than a witch hunt because the actual attacker was already dead, but maybe they wouldn't care about this too. Because Hawks knew the commission, if they were able to find a scapegoat, then they would make sure that justice was brought that way. It wasn't like Dabi was an innocent person or anything. He was still a murderer and a villain, and All Might knew what. But he hadn't killed Shouto Todoroki, he had saved him. Hawks found that kind of sweet, or maybe that just had something to do with the bird part of his quirk because his bed really looked more like a nest. He also knew that Endeavor and the commission wouldn't happy if they knew how he had gotten some of the information from Dabi. Not that it hadn't been fun or anything, but that wasn't the point. Hawks scrolled further through his phone and began to play some sort of stupid game. Dabi also wasn't in the room anymore, well, in this half of it, which didn't make that much sense after what he had said, but he had probably just left to get some food. Endeavor's kid still seemed fine. The teenager was clutching Dabi's jacket a bit tighter, but he was still asleep and seemed to be dreaming. There was still a bit of blood on the kid's face, but that could be cleaned up later, but all in all everything seemed okay as it could be in this situation. You don't have anything else here, do you? Even Shigaraki and Toga have better eating habits, and one of them literally drinks blood like it's juice. And you have nothing but fried chicken in your apartment. Dabi threw at him from the other side of the room. Hawks turned his head around. The kitchen was only sparingly furnished, and most of the time he didn't even eat at home. Well, we can always order pizza or something else. Any idea what the kid might like? The hero asked. He didn't want to make it obvious, but there needed to be an actual reason for why Shouto Todoroki was still alive and here, but he couldn't make it obvious. That wouldn't end well for his furniture. He went to pick the remote up from where it was laying on the floor and put his phone back into his breed's pocket. I don't fing know that, cold soba maybe, but it's very likely that he won't even wake up until tomorrow, and wasting food is stupid, the villain replied. Or we could just wake him up. He needs to eat and drink something because of the blood he lost. I don't even remember that much, but I think eating should be fine, Hawks said. Maybe he should have just Googled that instead of anything else, but ordering food was literally the only possibility left because he surely wouldn't leave Endeavor's son and Dabi alone in his apartment for even a minute. The kid could wake up and panic, and then fire wouldn't be the only problem. They should probably keep the fact that he was alive under the rug too for now, just because Dabi would need an actual explanation for the league. I am just ordering something. What do you want? Pizza? Fried chicken? Sushi? Soba? The hero asked. Just cold soba. Probably won't taste that good, but everything is better than eating fried chicken with you. Remember the last time you tried to cook? Those couldn't even be called noodles anymore, Dabi answered. Oh yes, that was a thing that had happened once, and he was still very unhappy about that. It had been supposed to be something romantic, but well, he nearly burned his kitchen down without any help from the villain, and really that was kind of pathetic for the #2 hero. Okay, hot stuff. No need to get so defensive. What if I order something and you watch over Endeavor's son for the time being if you want to? Just don't do anything weird while I am on the phone. I don't want to need to explain this for anyone, he said and held his arms out as if to point at the whole room. Dabi rolled his eyes again. muttered something that sounded a bit like a curse and sat down on the floor in front on the couch again. Hawks threw the remote at him and the villain caught it, turning the volume of the television louder. The hero dialed the number of a DLVRY service and waited for someone to pick up. He still kept an eye on Dabi the whole time. But the villain didn't do anything suspicious, he was just coursing quietly and didn't even move except when he switched channels. He seemed to be annoyed by a lot of things and his foot was tapping against the floor every few seconds. After he had ordered the food, which was fried chicken with a lot of spice and 2 portions of cold soba, just in case the teenager actually woke up. So, they wouldn't need to warm anything up, which wouldn't be that hard, but Hawks was pretty sure that he couldn't convince Dabi to act as a living microwave, or rather an oven, because a microwave didn't function like that. He knew that Toga had managed to do that once, but Dabi was already acting like her older brother half of the time, which was really weird, and he had no idea how it happened in the first place. But Dabi had actually done her hair a few times and she didn't normally try to stab him, which could just be a thing that had to do with the league in general, but that still didn't make the whole thing any less weird. Maybe Dabi did have younger siblings at some point, but they were probably all dead, and maybe Endeavor had something to do with that. There needed to be a reason for Dabi's burning hate after all. That couldn't come from nothing, and Hawks could probably do something if he knew the whole story. Probably putting a few members of the league in a mental hospital and not on death row in Tartarus if everything went well. Nothing they could have gone through justified what they had done or was an excuse for it, but it probably made it understandable in a way, and if a lot of those things were caused by trauma, maybe they could be cured, which didn't mean that he wouldn't kill if he needed to. It was his job after all, but maybe because of this whole situation he would soon know who Dabi actually was. It would help the commission a lot, but maybe he would just keep the name under wraps for himself. Hawks was really questioning if hero-fitting title for him. He didn't feel like one anymore. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing, but that was a question for another day. Whatever may justify Dabi's hate towards Endeavor didn't justify him killing innocent people and kidnapping teenagers and committing so much arson that it really began to eat on the money. A shitty childhood didn't justify anything, only the knowledge of it made it possible to keep those things from happening again. But that was a moral dilemma he wasn't going to touch upon just now. Dabi saving Shouto Todoroki didn't make the villain a good or better person. There was more behind this, and he was going to find out what it was. The food should arrive in less than half an hour, and he didn't want to watch TV again. It wasn't even 6 a.m. yet, and he would need to go on patrol in less than 2 hours. Time had flown by quite quickly and was still wearing the clothes he had slept in. So, anything you want to tell me while we are going to wait? Tell me something about your childhood if you want to. I mean, you already know a lot about mine. Hawks asked as he kind of let himself fall right into the villain and managed to knock Dabi over. The villain was hot, okay, who would blame him for that? Dabi just shoved him off and glared at him like he would at someone that he was about to set on fire, but he knew that the villain wouldn't do this right now. At least not yet. You can't just keep your mouth shut for a moment, can you, Birdie? Dabi asked. Well, not really, the hero handed back. I totally regret not reducing you to a pile of ashes the first time we met, the villain hissed. You don't mean that, and even if you did, where would you have taken the kid then? I don't think anyone in the league would patch Endeavor's son up, Hawks said. He was not personally set at anyone, but this whole situation was a lot to take in, and there was still a heavily injured teenager on his couch. He was worried, okay, and maybe he was more bird than he thought, but that was a hurt kid, okay, and he needed to make sure that Shouto didn't die or anything like that. This couldn't be that hard. He knew that he was probably lying to himself here, but better be an optimist than a pessimist, right? Dabi was still glaring at the winged hero. Well, not as much as before, but it was still there. There was a rustling coming from the couch, and the hero turned around. It seemed like they would really need the second portion of cold soba now, and it meant that Todoroki's head wound probably wasn't that bad. Hey Dabi, I think the kid is waking up, Hawks said. Hawks stayed where he was for a second before he grabbed Dabi's arm and pulled the villain of the floor. Okay, he needed to think fast now, and for that to be possible he needed more information. Did he see you? Does the kid know that you saved him? He asked. No, he was already unconscious when I set that fucker on flames, Dabi replied. Oh great, this was just great. If he didn't do something he would have a very confused and scared and probably angry teenager in his apartment who had a quirk that was really dangerous. and that situation would go out of control quite fast, and he didn't want all of his stuff to be reduced to a pile of ashes, and his wings weren't very fireproof. But he could make sure that didn't happen if he just kept the villain out of the student's sight of line. He would need to think of an excuse for all of this, but it was better than having Todoroki's quirk go haywire. Hawks let some of his feather loose and began to push Dabi towards the bathroom. Yeah, this wasn't going to end well for anyone involved, but he didn't have a choice. "What the F are you doing, Birdie?" the villain asked. "Nothing bad, just need to make sure the kid doesn't lose his cool. Probably shouldn't phrase it like that, but he would probably panic if he saw you," he answered. "But I need my dash." Dabi was cut off. "Not right now, hot stuff. I need to play good little hero and comfort a teenager now that is probably going to get PTSD or something from the bullshit that just went down a few hours ago." With that, Hawks literally shoved the villain into his bathroom, grabbed the key, slammed the door close and locked it. "Don't call yourself that, you goddamn idiot." Dabi's voice came muffled from the other side of the door. "Just be still for a few minutes, hot stuff," the hero cheered. He heard a muffled groan. This wasn't the best idea, but he was running out of time quickly, and the hero ran back to the couch. Because he knew that trying to fly in his apartment was everything but a good idea. Dabi was not trying to kick in or burn down the door, so that was good. Shouto was waking up but not quite awake yet, and Hawks turned around again to get a glass and fill it with water. The kid would be thirsty, everyone would actually be after they lost that much blood. He placed the glass on the little table next to the couch and continued to stand there. The teenager moved a bit, and he actually looked like he was anything but healthy, and there was a bird flying by, and Hawks was pretty sure that Dabi would have opened the window and thrown a rock at it. Yeah, he definitely would have. Toga would have tried to eat it, and that was as far as he would go with those things. It couldn't be that hard to keep Endeavor's son in the dark about the whole Dabi rescued him thingy, but he needed a good excuse for the media and police because they knew that Dabi had been there and they would question why he had let Shouto live and not killed him, and he didn't know what to say. Because Hawks himself knew that Dabi had lied about that part. So why was Shouto Todoroki not dead or just in a goddamn hospital? Because getting a disguise wouldn't have been that hard, and there were hospitals that didn't have any cameras. There were 10 million other, way better possibilities, and he needed to know why the villain had chosen this one. The kid's fingers were clutching and graping the fabric a bit tighter. Hawks needed to stay calm and breath and don't panic, and there were also the older bruises, the ones that couldn't come from the villain attack. He had a suspicion, or maybe it was more of a theory, but something was off, very off. Asking the teenager himself about it would seem to be the best course of action. He had a goddamn villain locked up in his bathroom, he was a failure of a hero and for the commission, and that felt surprisingly good. They had trained him since he was a child, and we are going to be a hero team, right? And you are burning up, and don't worry, I'll fix those wounds, and I wish my dad was a hero like yours, and smiles and tears, and Tuya. A dead old friend. Hawks shook his head. This didn't matter anymore. Tuya had died years ago, and he had never actually met one of his friend's siblings back then, which may give him a bit more of a reason to not want Tuya's youngest brother to die on his couch. Great, Hawks. Just think about a dead Todoroki while you patch an injured one up and hope that he didn't have any internal bleeding that no one noticed. Endeavor had already lost a son and thought the same had happened again. He also would need to keep this under everyone's radar, or Dabi might actually murder someone under his watch, and he would not let that happen. There were already enough dead people for the day. He had lost a friend a long time ago, and it still hurt because he never really had gotten a chance to say goodbye. But why was he thinking about Tuya now? That had been nearly 10 goddamn years ago. He was totally over it. No, he wasn't. That was a stupid childhood crush, and now he was, well, he was sleeping with a villain whose flames had the same coloration as Tuya's, and well, that was enough to show that he definitely wasn't over this whole thing. Blue flames were dangerous and pretty, and they meant something to him, and it was better if Dabi never got to know about this, and hey, the guy hated Endeavor more than anyone. Maybe Hawks was stupid and reckless, but hey, there were way worse things in life, and maybe Dabi compared him to Icarus way more often than would be considered normal, and he should probably worry about his wings a bit, but that was not the point. He had promised Tuya something once, and his friend had wanted to tell him a secret in return, but he had never gotten to do so because 3 hours after that Shouto Todoroki had been dead, killed by his own FANG quirk. The winged hero took a deep breath and wrapped his wings around himself for a few moments, just to calm his mind and catch his composure again. He was fine, and he was going to be fine, and there were way more important things to deal with at the moment, like the teenager that was still laying on his couch. He felt like he was missing something, something that was right in front of his eyes and should be obvious, but he really didn't know what it could be. Hawks leant back and supported himself on his wings. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes now until the kid actually woke up. The first thing that happened was the teenager loosening his grip on the jacket, and his eyelids fluttered open shortly after. Dual-colored eyes looked around the room and focused on him. Shouto was seemingly pressing his teeth together in pain and grabbed his shoulder. He still didn't seem fully there, and the heterochromic eyes seemed a little bit clouded. "Hi," Hawks said and waved at him. The teenager nearly fell over as he tried to sit up but managed to catch himself again. There were bandages covering most of his torso, and he just continued to stare at Hawks. Shouto opened his mouth to say something but then closed it again. Yeah, he surely wasn't the only person who was confused right now. Hawks smiled a bit and handed the kid the glass of water, which luckily didn't get spilled anywhere. "You are probably wondering why I am here and why you are here or how you got here, but we can talk about that later, okay? Just tell me if anything hurts," the hero stated. Shouto took a sip of the water and then held the glass in both of his hands. The jacket had slipped down to his lap, and I had forgotten that. If the teenager didn't notice anything, then it would be fine. He just needed to get his focus away from that thing. Shouto liked his lips once, the grip of his finger tightening around the glass. "Everything," he said, his voice barely above a pained whisper. "What?" Hawks asked. The hero blinked once, kind of confused, and then nearly fell onto the flood because he had moved his wings a bit too much and lost balance. Dabi was not doing anything suspicious as far as he was able to hear, and that would be a good thing. "Everything hurts. I think someone tried to kill me," Shouto spoke. "Yeah, this one ice villain guy as far as I know, Geeton I think, but don't worry, you are fine, but please tell me if the pain gets worse or the ground moves, or you don't feel any of your limbs because I am for sure no doctor," the hero replied. The teenager nodded, staring at the glass and tipping his fingernails against the glass before he drank some more. Shouto was leaning against the couch now, a little slumped, and it seemed like there was no strength in his body left. "No, I feel fine. My head and my shoulder hurt the most, but it should be fine." The teenager was biting his lip while he talked. "Okay, so is training at UA a bit rougher than I thought, or where do the older bruises come from?" Hawks asked. "Yeah, this probably wasn't the best idea in the world, but better ask it directly than try to talk around the whole issue. It wasn't like there couldn't be an easy explanation for it. Maybe Endeavor had decided to take his son with him on missions or something like that. There were thousands of possibilities. After All Might had retired, Hawks had gotten a lot of more work dropped onto his shoulders, and he didn't want to think about how much the number one hero had to deal with. Shouto dropped the glass and it rolled onto the floor as the water spilled all over. His face was one of shock, and his hands were slightly shaking, and his eyes were wider than before. The teen seemed to catch himself a moment later. "I'm sorry, it's nothing you have to worry about, Hawks. Everything is fine, just training and all that," he explained. Normally he would have believed the kid, but something about this seemed off, more though the reaction he had received as he had asked about it, that wasn't normal at all. Hawks knelt down and placed a hand on the teenager's still shaking shoulder, the unharmed one obviously. "Is anyone hurting you?" the hero asked. He didn't get an answer this time. Shouto just shook his head rapidly and then stared right at him with tears in his eyes, and Hawks hugged him. "Okay, every normal person would have done the same." So, someone was hurting him, maybe one of the teachers or another student or a family member. He needed to know things before he could make assumptions of any kind. "I got you, okay? You are going to be fine. Can stay here for as long as you want, but the couch would need to be enough because I don't really have a guest room, you know, small apartment and all that," Hawks said. He loosened the hug a bit, and Shouto was still looking at him, more sniffing than crying. Right now, it looked like he had gone through hell and back, but he needed to know more about this, and this was something he would deal with without alerting the Hero Commission. The bird part of his brain was worse than that, telling him to just take the kid in forever because hey, that was Tuya's brother after all, and someone was hurting him. But that wouldn't be anything he could do. The kid still had family and they would search for him, and no, they wouldn't, because everyone thought that Shouto Todoroki was dead, which meant that he technically could keep the kid here if the teen wanted to stay, and hey, what better way to protect a child from the person that was hurting them than letting that person believe the kid was dead? Well, there were better ways, but he needed to make the best out of what he had access to. You are the number 2 hero, Hawks. You have enough money to buy an actual house. The teen chuckled a bit. I don't need all that, this is great for me if only just because of the view. You can see most of the city from here and it is quite easy to get to any place. Flying is way better than walking. I just love it, the hero mentioned as he slightly turned to the left and pointed at the floor-deep windows. This was one of the reasons for why he had chosen this apartment and no any other. The view was simply breathtaking and he could fly very fast after all. The teenager blinked a few times again. It seemed like his mind was clearing up a bit more and he moved a bit further away from the winged hero. Does my father know that I am here? He asked. Hawks shook his head and scratched the back of it a bit. Well, no, the boy's father actually thought that he was dead, but that would be news for later. The kid had gone through a lot already, he needed to catch a goddamn break. No, he doesn't. But I didn't really have any time to call him. You were hurt very badly and I needed to make sure that your brain was fine and all that, Hawks answered. Shouto nodded, brushed a hand through his dual-colored hair and looked at the sky through the window. The sun was just beginning to rise and the sky was completely cloudless. He was definitely going to fly today. Such great weather couldn't be wasted. One of Shouto's hand curled into a fist and took a hold of the jacket that was still laying in his lap. The teenager raised one of his eyebrows and looked down. Hawks, is there any reason for why I seemingly used a villain's jacket as a blanket? The Shouto asked. Well, used is not the right word, you are still kind of doing it, Hawks replied. That's not the point, this is literally Dabi's jacket. I am not stupid. I have a lot of questions, Mr. Number 2 Hero, Shouto said. His posture had changed, he was trying to sit up as straight as possible and to not show anyone that he wasn't fine. Was the teenager scared of him? Well, it was kind of understandable, but he didn't need to be scared of Hawks. He wouldn't hurt an innocent kid. A very likely abused innocent kid if the evidence was pointing into the right direction. It didn't come out of nowhere because Dabi's jacket had a very distinctive design. It had its uses, but it was no wonder that the teenager recognized it for what it was. You are taking this in way better than I thought you would. There is no easy explanation for it, but hey, you are not dead, which you could very well be, and I am certainly not good at comforting people. So do you want something to eat? We have dash? Hawks was interrupted. If you have Dabi's jacket, then this means that you know him, which in conclusion means that you know other members of the League too, and his jacket surely wouldn't be here if he had been arrested. That only leaves one possibility open. You are a traitor, you betrayed Hero Society and now you want something from my father, the teenager told him. That was wrong, like partly wrong. He was a spy, not a traitor, at least still now, and he didn't want anything from Endeavor except maybe an autograph. Dabi had tried to tell him about the jacket, but he had been stupid enough to ignore it, and now Hawks had to deal with this. The teenager wouldn't trust him anymore, but he needed to trust if he wanted to get to the bottom of this. Someone was hurting a kid and he was a hero. Standing by and watching wasn't a possibility, would never be one. There were enough kids that died every day. He wasn't going to even add one to that number. Why do you think I want anything from you, father, kid? He asked. Shouto looked at him again and there was ice forming on his right hand. No, the kid was not going to overexert himself. Hawks grabbed the teenager's arm and slightly pushed it towards the side. I don't want to hurt you, I am a hero, Shouto, okay? Calm down. You are just going to injure yourself even more if you try to use your quirk now. I am not going to hurt you. If you want me to, I can call Endeavor now and he can pick you up, the hero suggested. Maybe this would help. And maybe he could explain the whole thing to the number 1 and convince him to push it under the rug and never talk about it again. Who was he kidding? He wouldn't actually do that. He was a goddamn liar. He was even lying to Tuya's youngest brother. What he had done got the opposite of the reaction he had expected. Shouto pushed him away like he was made out of acid and curled more into himself. He was clutching the jacket. Hawks had only mentioned his father, Endeavor, the number 1 hero. Why would Shouto be so scared of going back home? Oh shit, this was bad, this was really bad. It was Endeavor, why hadn't he thought about it before? Endeavor was hurting his children, someone surely wasn't his childhood hero anymore, and he was kind of happy in hindsight about the fact that Dabi had set the merch he had owned up on fire the first time the villain had stepped into his apartment. At the time he had been angry, but now he was kind of grateful for it, not that Dabi knew what Endeavor was doing. The teenager seemed to catch himself again for the second time in a few minutes and let finally go off the jacket. It fell to the floor but luckily not into the puddle of water that was still there from when Shouto had dropped the glass, because Dabi would have probably tried to burn Hawks if anything happened to his jacket. He should really get a better taste in partners, even if they really weren't that far in any sort of relationship. If you wouldn't need anything from my father, I wouldn't be alive anymore. This one weird ice guy tried to kill me. If he isn't working with you, then none of this makes any sense, Shouto said. Firstly, there are other villains who have nothing to do with anything that I am doing, and Geeton was only trying to kill you, but he is dead, so that doesn't really matter anymore. I saw the bruises, so now I am not sending you back to Endeavor. My consciousness doesn't let me. For once he didn't lie. My father will search for me and he will find me. No one messes with the #1 hero and gets out of it alive. If his jacket is here, then where is your boyfriend? The teen asked, a disgusted look on his face. If Hawks had drank something, he would have chalked on it. That was not really the right word for it. Dabi would get angry if he heard this. He didn't even know if the villain knew what they were talking about. At least he wasn't seemingly trying to wreck Hawks' apartment, so it couldn't be that bad. Hawks took a deep breath. He is not my boyfriend. And I really don't see a problem with the fact that I am gay, the hero said. This has nothing to do with your homosexuality. I would the last person to judge you for that, but you are very obviously FNG a villain. That is not okay. Why would you think that is okay? Do you know how many people that man killed? You need to, because you are the #2 hero. Does that mean you were a traitor from the beginning? Are you stupid or anything? Do you know how dangerous this is? The teenager asked. He was trying to stand up now but fell right back onto the couch because his legs gave in. Shouto hissed in pain and seemingly decided to just kind of hanging there was enough for now. You need to breath. You are still injured and I know that you are probably scared and angry, but no one is going to hurt you while you are here. I swear that. What if I just get something to clean this up? He pointed at the puddle of water that was still there. And then we can eat something and you can tell me what exactly your father is doing that causes that many bruises. Todoroki didn't say anything this time. He just glared and then shifted his eyes away from Hawks and looked at a wall. An empty wall, because there had been a poster on it that was only ashes in his trash by now, and he hadn't had any time to buy anything new. The TV was still on. Hawks had completely forgotten to turn it off, but there was some sort of documentation on that no person would watch if they had anything better to do. That was the moment the doorbell rang. Yeah, he had ordered food. What if you lay down for a sec? You are very easy to recognize and you don't really want your father to know where you are, right? Hawks smiled at the teenager. Maybe his bird instincts were taking over a bit, but it was possible to emotionally adopt a teenager, right? Not as parent or anything. Hawks was 24 after all, but like a sibling. Not that he was trying to be a replacement for Tuya for anything, he would never, but the kid seemed to need more people that would actually back him up. He knew that Natsuo Todoroki was going to college under his mother's maiden name. It was rare that he ever visited. He had talked with Endeavor once or twice over the years and had actually managed to somehow convince the man to tell him something about his kids, even if he had needed to play the I was a friend of Tuya card. Shouto's sister seemed like a good person, but she was still living with Endeavor, so he couldn't really call her and tell her what he knew. Miruko did have the woman's number though. Hawks thought he knew what was going on there, and it was quite cute. Shouto Todoroki needed someone that wasn't close to Endeavor to kind of, Hawks didn't really know the word for it, but he would it. Bird instincts and all that. Sometimes they were really annoying. The teen growled, then nodded and moved to lay down on the couch for real this time. He couldn't be seen like this from the door. The hero walked over to the apartment door and unlocked it. He paid, gave the Dielvoi woman an autograph and took the food from her. He kicked the door closed with his feet and managed to lock it again with his elbow. The smell of fried chicken hit him in the nose. Maybe he was addicted to this stuff, but it tasted great, okay, and there were way worse things to eat on a daily basis. He pressed the box with his chicken between his upper arm and side and handed one of the soba portions to the teen. The other was placed on the kitchen counter. One of his smaller feathers lifted the glass from the floor and dropped it into the sink. He called it back to him after that. His quirk was very helpful if he wanted to clean something or fix some things. Not that he really did that often. Shouto looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Why cold soba? The teen asked. Is there anything wrong with? Are you allergic or something? Hawks hoped not. Not at all, it's my favorite actually. The kid was smiling a bit. Okay, yeah, he wasn't going to give that back to Endeavor. Never. Not a possibility. The number one hero could continue to believe that his youngest son was dead. Maybe he could convince Tokoyami too, no, one at a time. The priority was the kid who definitely had an abusive father, and he would still need to convince Dabi to actually tell him why he saved the teen, but that was a question for later. Lucky coincidence, or maybe I can read minds, just kidding. What would you say about watching something, a documentation about snails? That sounds interesting, right? He questioned. This is more boring than needing to listen to Aizawa-sensei trying to teach English because present Mike is sick, Shouto answered. Hawks knew that he probably should be more careful. He didn't really know how to deal with a child that had been abused, very likely over a longer period of time, and he just prayed that he wasn't doing anything too wrong. His own childhood had been bad but surely not abusive in any way. The Hero Commission had just trained him to be better hero, and no, he wasn't going to think further about it. You know, I think it's obvious that what your father does isn't right. As I said before, you can stay here as long as you want to. No one should hurt their child like this and get away with it. We can call the police if you want to, or the Hero Commission. He knew this wasn't much more than an empty promise, but the kid needed to feel better somehow. Okay. Endeavor had just turned out to be a giant a-hole. The teenager shook his head. Would be useless. No one did anything, not even when he killed my brother, Shouto said offhandedly as if it wasn't anything important. He opened the box and began to poke at his food, only eating a bit from time to time, and it was obvious that he was still in pain, physically and very likely also mentally. Hawks was stunned, not by that of course, but by the words that had been said. Killed his brother? Killed, not anything else. There was no mistaking the word killed for anything. He killed your brother? Hawks asked. He wasn't trying to make it sound like a question, but he needed to know if it was true, because then it would mean that Endeavor had killed his best friend, the only friend he had possessed at that time. But maybe it could have still been an accident in some way, and Shouto was just phrasing it weirdly. Though he highly doubted that, Endeavor was clearly hurting his youngest child, killing another sadly wasn't that far out of reach. Yes, I don't remember it, but Natsuo and Fuyumi told me he pushed Tuya past his limits every time they trained, and in the end, it was just too far. My eldest brother was killed by his own flames, and I don't have any memories of him. If we didn't have any pictures, I wouldn't even know what he looked like. The teenager explained. Endeavor killed Tuya. Endeavor killed Tuya. Okay, Hawks needed to breath. He needed to stay calm and breath. Because losing his cold right now would only get people hurt that didn't have anything to do with the actual situation. This meant that it hadn't been a training accident. This meant that his best friend could still be alive. Shouto could have another brother. He didn't know how close the teen and Natsuo were, but Tuya had talked hours about his siblings, and even if Shouto didn't really remember it, he and Tuya had been close as siblings could be. All of this was Endeavor's fault. I'll make sure he doesn't hurt you again, okay? The hero smiles. Shouto's face seemed to darken a bit, and lowered the chopsticks a bit, as his grip tightened on them. Something seemed to bother him, and Hawks couldn't really be mad about that, but there seemed to be more to it than just the whole Endeavor issue. I can't trust you, Shouto stated. Hawks blinked a few times and then actually considered the situation again, and well, the teenager did have a point, but Hawks wouldn't hurt him. You are sleeping with a villain that tried to murder me, the teenager added. That is not factually true, Dabi called out from the other side of the bathroom door. Shouto looked around the room and then back to the winged hero before he sat the food down on his lap, pressed his palms together. Please don't tell me there is a locked-up villain in your bathroom. Hawks just smiled. Hawks, I am really beginning to question your intelligence here, the teenager said. Shouto was shooting glances towards the still-closed bathroom door, and he still didn't look any better than before. The kid had gone through hell, and he actually seemed to be mostly okay, which was pretty close to a wonder. There was still one rather large issue on the room. Hawks wasn't 100% sure that Dabi wouldn't hurt the kid. He hoped so, but there was no insurance in case anything went totally haywire. He didn't actually know that much about Endeavor's youngest son. He knew what the kid's quirk was and what he looked like, but that was it. If the now number one hero had systematically and repeatedly abused his children, then there would be mental scarring, some sort of issues, health problems, all that, or behavior that otherwise wouldn't really be considered normal. Though all those things could have other reasons, Todoroki could have also been really lucky, but for a teenager he was really kind of cold, not as much as possible, but in Hawk's eyes it looked the kid was burying his emotions deep down and never letting them out. Except maybe once because he had watched the UA Sports Festival out of pure boredom, and that had been something. I am going to let you out in second, hot stuff. I just didn't want the kid to freak out as soon as he wakes up, the hero called out. Don't overexert yourself, I picked the lock 5 minutes ago, the villain replied. Then why are you still in the bathroom? Hawks asked. Like you said, I don't want the brat to set me on fire or ice my feet to the ground because he thinks I am going to kill him, which again would be stupid if his father isn't there to watch, Dabi answered. This sounds like I should be worried about my health, the teenager added. Shut your mouth, brat, the adults are talking, the villain spoke. Shouto rolled his eyes again and then picked the chopsticks up again, probably to continue eating. Well, this was easier than he had expected it to be. Now that the teenager was occupied with something again, he and Dabi could have a very mature talk about some important things. Maybe it wasn't that bad that Shouto was kind of cold. Wait, take a step back, he wasn't going to think like that, it would be like justifying Endeavor's abuse or something. He wouldn't and couldn't do that. Hawks was just about to stand up and tell Dabi to get out of that effing bathroom as he heard something. He turned his head slightly to the side. Shouto Todoroki was slurping his soba, not like one would do on accident, he was doing it on purpose and very loudly. That couldn't mean anything good, and it probably had something to do with the fact that the teen still didn't know what actually had happened. He was probably scared, and now he was trying to get on Hawk's nerves for some reason. Well, it wasn't just some reason, there were a lot of things that come to mind when he thought about it for longer than the blink of an eye, but he had still saved the kid, patched him up. Dabi had done most of the actual saving. Hawks buried his face in his hands as he sighed loudly. He wasn't going to throw the teenager out because of this, but it was annoying. It was something a normal teenager would do. That was great. Hey, you goddamn chicken, why are you smiling like an idiot? Dabi asked as he stepped out of the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Shouto grabbed the chopsticks a bit tighter and he moved a bit to the left, bringing more space between him and the villain. He's smiling, Hawks squelched, and there was that bird part again. That kid was his responsibility now, and he was not going to F this up, because he was a mature adult who lived mostly off of fried chicken, but he could change that, it wouldn't be such an issue. This was some sort of kidnapping. Well, that was what the logical part of his brain was trying to convince him to do. He bird part though, for that it clear that he had grown attached to a teenager, actually to two, and he had planned to meet up with Tokoyami tomorrow, but if push came to shove he could change that. Because that kid had a loving family and more importantly a father that cared and didn't beat his son up for whatever reason, because that didn't matter, because there was no reason. Okay, people smile all the time and I think your bird instincts are taking over again. Very likely he is going to do something stupid in less than 15 minutes, Dabi said coldly. He picked his jacket back up from the floor and put it on again. The villain was still wearing a bloody shirt and was now reaching into one of the pockets. He pulled a pack of cigarettes out. Hawks slapped it out of the other man's hand. No smoking, there is injured child here. You can continue to destroy your lungs when there is grass over the whole situation, because right now every hero in the city is searching for you and most of them don't want to catch you alive, the hero hissed. Wow, man, calm down, the brat isn't 5 anymore, no need to act like a mother hen. Something about Dabi's voice seemed off. It didn't sound as set as it normally would, and something about this whole situation was off too, because none of fit together right. I am not a mother hen and no smoking inside of my apartment, got that? Your food is on the counter if you want to eat something, Hawks said. Todoroki had stopped slurping for now at least and was staring at his food again, like it was more important than anything else. Hawks left the villain where he was and walked over to the teenager again. Hawks sat down on the other side of the couch and finally took a bit out of his fried chicken. He was seriously hungry. The hero hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. Let's talk about something else. So how is school going? He asked. Why should I tell you that? It's none of your business, Shouto answered. Well, you are going to stay here for some time and I don't think you want to spend it in silence. I am not letting you go back to Endeavor, not gonna happen, kid. No one should hurt their children, Hawks tried to explain. He won't let you do this, and also this is considered kidnapping. I didn't agree to any of this. You cannot keep me here against my will. You are supposed to be a hero. No, that wasn't really a good argument. It's not like any heroes actually follow those. My father is the prime example for that, Endeavor's son told him. They are not going to search for you if you think that, and do you really want to go back to a man that is abusing you? I have seen the injuries. This isn't okay. The hero said there was some sort of dread in his voice. Because what if? Because what if the kid would actually want to stay with an abusive parent because some did? He wouldn't be able to lock him up here forever. There was also the teen's quirk. Even if Hawks tried, he wouldn't be able to contain it, and he didn't want to harm him any further. He is my father, and it's better than before. He doesn't even neglect Fuyumi that much. It also happened way often before. It's okay, I can live with it. I don't need your help. You are just endangering yourself if you help me, and I still don't understand what he is doing here. Shouto pointed at Dabi, who was trying to seemingly stab his soba with chopsticks and stared at it like the food was his worst enemy. He was the one who had requested the food. Why would he order something that he didn't even like? That too was something he could think about later. Right now, he needed to convince a teenager that his father abusing him was not okay. Even if he could live with it. Hawks bit into another piece of chicken. This was difficult. He hadn't thought about this before, and now he was just worried that the kid would run out the door and to the next police station to reveal that he was actually not deceased. Hawks could maybe knock him out, but he wouldn't do that, and Shouto had already suffered a head injury a few hours ago. He wasn't going to risk anything. But he didn't want to seem overbearing either. That wouldn't help anyone, and Shouto looked like he needed help. Professional help if there was more. That endeavor messed up than met the eyes, and the problem, and good thing it depended on how you looked at it, was that everyone thought he was dead. He also didn't want to invade the teenager's personal space like before, even if his instincts were telling him to do exactly that. Because right now it didn't look like he would want a hug. Shouto would get it wrong, and that could end in a catastrophe if the teenager actually thought they were going to hurt him, or maybe the kid didn't care anymore, and that would be way worse. Don't you have work to do or something? Patrols, investigations, whatever pro heroes do? Dabi asked. Hawks shot a glance towards the TV. Now it showed a superhero movie from a time before quirks existed, and the teenagers seemed to be partly watching it. He then decided to just look at his phone. No, I got a few hours before I need to go anywhere. But when I leave, can I trust the two of you to not wreck my apartment? Some of the things here are rather important to me, Hawks replied. I'm not going to wreck anything. I am just saying that I need to go home because my father will search for me and he will find me. If he sees you with a villain, he might figure out that you aren't exactly a hero as much as you claim to be one. Hawks. Not that he is either, Shouto said. Okay, brat. Your father isn't going to search for you because everyone thinks that you are dead. Dabi didn't really need to say it like that. It wasn't nice. The teenager's expression hardly changed, and he just shrugged at that, like it wasn't a big deal. Which it was, because accidentally faking your death wasn't a thing that a lot of people did, and he should be at least kind of bothered by it. Shrugging is not a justified reaction to any of this. Hawks took a deep breath. Getting angry at nothing wasn't going to help anyone either. He needed to stay calm and be the adult in the room because Shouto was still a teenager, and Dabi was Dabi. Not one of the most trustworthy people in the world, but someone who, even though it didn't look like it right now, did care about Endeavor's youngest son. Maybe he would actually get to know the man's backstory soon. It was surely going to be an interesting one. Hawks knew that the villain who didn't tell anyone his real name valued honesty more than anything, and he knew that he was a liar and a spy. All of this was going to badly, but he needed it at the same time. Hawks hadn't fallen in love per se, maybe a bit, but he had gotten slightly attached. You don't care that people think you are dead? The villain asked. It's not like he is going to hurt Fuyumi or Natsuo. For him they are more than just worthless, Shouto said. Well, someone was going to punch Endeavor in the face the next time he saw him, and that person surely was neither a villain nor a hero student. Hawks was not fuming with rage, but he was very close to it, because how could someone know that what was happening to them was clearly wrong and just accept it at the same time? Shouto needed some therapy, not that he was able to get it right now. It was also clear that Hawks couldn't just go to the police or the Hero Commission and tell them everything he knew, except the whole Dabi thing, of course, and they would arrest Endeavor. That wouldn't happen in 1,000 years because the #1 hero was way too important for the public. They couldn't let the people lose another symbol of peace just because of this, and Hawks wouldn't be able to do anything on his own. They would stop him. He wasn't scared or anything, just worried about the kid's safety, that was all. So, what are you going to do? Kill me? You know that you can't keep me here forever. And the kid was making some assumptions again. The problem was that none of them were really that wrong, at least the thought he based them off, but at the same time he was so wrong. No one wanted to kill him or even harm him. Hawks hoped so. Not like the hero would let him do anything like that. Okay, Let's get something straight because I think that no one in this room no one here has any intentions of killing you, the hero said. He literally tried to do so not that long ago. I am not going to just forget that happened, Shouto defended himself. How often do I have to say this? I didn't try to kill you, Dabi shot back. Oh, this could end badly, would probably end very badly because Hawks knew how to fight a villain, but how was he supposed to deal with this? This wasn't anything to Commission had trained him for. There were actually lots of things that they hadn't trained him for. Like compassion or trying to understand the motives of a villain or all those things which were actually really important. You shot your very hot flames and me and my friends. What other reason would there have been for that? The teenager asked. Firstly, I was not targeting you or anything. Secondly, the flames wouldn't have been able to harm you even if I wanted to. The villain got to his feet. Sure, because flames that are hotter than my own wouldn't burn through my skin or anything like that, Shouto snarled. Dabi rushed over and just grabbed the teenager's arm. Hawks was kind of mentally frozen right now. This wouldn't end well. Then the villain activated his quirk. Hawks just stared, not because there were any wounds or burned skin, but because there was nothing. The flames were there, yes, and they were touching Shouto's skin but didn't do anything except that. That is a revelation, as most people would call it, Hawks chirped. He was still staring at them and had no idea how this would be possible or how to explain it. But genetic mutations did exist, and quirks seemed to get stronger in every generation that passed, at least generally. So, he really shouldn't be that surprised, but it was still weird. He wasn't used to seeing Dabi's flames when they weren't reducing something or someone to ashes. Shouto seemed to be as stunned as the hero, but he just took a step back and Dabi let his arm go. Well, that is something. It probably has something to do with both of my parents' quirks, the teenager said. Dabi blinked twice, then he shook his head and turned around. Had he been trying to communicate something across? Hawks wasn't sure, or maybe the villain thought the teenager would stop being scared if he proved that he was kind of incapable of hurting him, at least with his quirk. Which was a good thing, like a really good one. He didn't need to worry about that part at least. I am going to take a nap. Both of you are stupid, Dabi hissed as he slammed the door of the Hawks' bedroom shut. Well, someone wasn't in a really good mood. Hawks looked at his phone again. He still had an hour left before he would need to start his patrol. Maybe he should go visit the Todorokis and pay them his condolences for the death of their brother, or in Endeavor's case, son, even though he knew that the teen wasn't actually that dead. He seemed to be fine, very likely still had a concussion, but at least he wasn't passing out at random times or did anything weird. He was the number 2 hero after all, and it would be good PR. The Commission would definitely want him to do so without question. How do you feel, kid? Hawks asked. Everything still hurts. It's not like it changed in just a few minutes, but I won't die from it. Don't worry, Hawks, Shouto answered. He was worried about more than the kid dying, which would be terribly obviously, but he also didn't want a teenager to be in any more pain than necessary, and he was still worried. Okay. Hawks wasn't a doctor, and he was already way too attached to a kid he hadn't known for more than a day. Not just because the teenager was Tuya's youngest brother, but also because villains going around trying to kill teenagers shouldn't be a thing. Teenagers playing heroes in the first place shouldn't be a thing. They were way too young, and most of them didn't even know what they were getting into. They didn't know that they were risking their life, and villains didn't care if their opponent was still a child. Hawks wasn't going to let anyone hurt that teenager again, PRD. That was not really supposed to be his job as far as the Commission was concerned, but his instincts and his heart, mind, morality, and everything else was telling him that he should do something about this. I can give you some painkillers if you want, but I am not sure they are going to help much. Is there anything that you might want me to get before I come back? I could buy clothes or some other food, maybe try to get a bit of the stuff you are going through in UA, and maybe homework too. I am pretty sure that your school bag is still in some dark alleyway or police station as evidence. I think maybe I could get it, but people would ask questions and that could end badly. I don't think I'll be able to get any of your personal items though, the hero told him. I have gone through way worse without anything. I don't need any painkillers, Hawks. New clothes would be nice, but I don't think you'll be able to convince Aizawa-sensei to give you lesson plans or something without him asking questions. There isn't really anything else. I don't really own personal stuff. My father thought it would be distraction from his goals for me. Maybe some comics or notebooks. I don't even know, but if you really don't want to get into trouble for this, don't do anything suspicious because Endeavor will pick up on that. I am still not sure that you don't want to hurt me and think it would be better if you just called my father and made something up, and I would also really like to know what actually happened, but right now that is not the point. Just don't endanger yourself, Hawks. I don't think that you are a bad person, Shouto said. Ah, you are definitely going to stay here, kid. Could you maybe make sure that Dabi doesn't break anything while I am gone? I need to go on patrol and I might visit your family to pay them my condolences. You don't really have a phone anymore, so I should probably buy one. But that's my problem, so I am going to fly out the window, otherwise I won't be able to do anything before patrol. Last chance, kid. Is there really nothing else you want me to get you? Hawks asked. Shouto stayed silent and the hero turned around and walked towards one of the windows. He knew that he could just use the stairs or the elevator like a normal person, but flying was freedom and probably the only time he could actually feel that way, and he wouldn't give it away for anything in the world. His hands opened one of the windows. Well, he could only open the upper part because this apartment wasn't made for him and you could fall down from this height and die. Wait, the teen spoke up again. A friend of you gave me a hoodie as a nice gesture. It's hidden beneath the floorboards under my futon and no one in my family knows that it is there. Could you get it for me? It means a lot to me. No problem, kid. I'll get you your boyfriend's hoodie. Hawks smiled and pointed his thumbs up. He is not my boyfriend. Shouto defended himself, but Hawks was already out the window. He hadn't managed to visit the Todoroki family before his patrol. There had been a major villain attack in another part of the city and they had needed backup. So, he was doing that now while he held a bag with a few clothes, some food and a notebook in his left hand. He was tired and his wings were aching and he might have ripped a bit of muscle there and there. Not a lot of the higher-up pros had been there even if someone had called them in. He was worried about it a bit, but everyone was probably just trying to hunt the league down. It wasn't okay. Heroes should focus on all people, and even if the death of Endeavor's son was surely tragic, they still needed to protect everyone else, and yes, catching the league was important, but other villains were dangerous too. He rang the doorbell and waited. It wasn't very likely that Endeavor was at home. It was still very early, only 3 p.m., and he had switched his night shift to a few days from now on. He still needed to make sure that the people that lived with him didn't end up killing each other even without Dabi using his quirk. Not it was very likely, but he was still worried and his bird instincts were telling him to get back home and, well, yeah, give out hugs in a way. The hero stepped from one foot to the other. He had been here once, but he was way younger and he had only been in an entry hall for 5 minutes tops because Tuya had wanted to grab something. He hadn't met any one of his best friend's siblings back then and he didn't really know how the house looked from the inside. But that wasn't the point of his visit. He was still wearing his hero suit and had tried to make his hair look a bit more presentable because one of the villains did have a certain strong quirk. Tuya had always been kind and protective, and he knew that the eldest had often spent time with his youngest brother even if there was nearly a 10-year-ago difference between them. He had still spent more time with his other siblings though, but now since Hawks knew about the whole thing there might have been another reason for this. Hawks placed a smile on his face and rang the doorbell once again. Fuyumi should be home because most people didn't go to work a day after their parents died. Endeavor didn't really count. Then the front door finally opened. Tuya's twin sister was looking at him. She seemed to have cried very recently and was wearing a black dress. She was mourning, and for a second, he thought about actually telling her what had really happened, but he knew that he couldn't. Because then Endeavor would know and that would just throw the kid back into a hellhole or something even worse. "Hey," Hawks said. He was smiling but trying to not be cocky or anything. This was still someone who believed that they had lost a beloved person less than 24 hours ago. "Hawks, what are you doing here?" "My father isn't home," Fuyumi said. "Not why I am here. Can I come inside? You don't look that good," he replied. "Sure, but it isn't very tidy right now. I need to clean, but right now I just can't." "Do you want some tea or anything?" she asked as she opened the door further. The hero stepped through the door. He didn't see what she was talking about. There wasn't any dirt or dust. Everything looked clean, well, cleaner than his apartment. He didn't place the bag down. He would need it later. Shouto had asked him to get a hoodie and he would do so. "It would be nice. I am actually here to pay my condolences for your brother's death," he told her. Fuyumi grabbed the fabric of her dress with one of her hands and bit her lip. She looked like she was about to cry, and a lot of people would do so if they had lost a brother for the second time. As far as she knew, there were only her and Natsuo left, only 2 out of 4. "Is everything okay? Do you need anything? He questioned. She just shook her head and went past him, walking to a different part of the house. Hawks followed her, not that there was much else he could do, and maybe he would stumble upon Shouto's room, so grabbing the hoodie would be a lot easier. She wasn't anything like Tuya. They were very close to polar opposites because Fuyumi was calm most of the time, which would probably turn out to not be a good thing if he actually snapped, but Tuya had been really angry, not always but more often than anyone else he had known. But Tuya had eaten most of his anger up, and maybe that was another reason for why he was dead, even though he knew that it was Endeavor's fault. But if he had been a better friend, maybe Tuya would still live and he wouldn't even live in this house anymore, and he and Dabi could probably have just sent the kid to him if Shouto would have wanted that. But he shouldn't think about this. Not like any of this was important, it was impossible, and that was the end of it. Fuyumi had broken down crying in the living room. She was kneeling on the floor and cried. Do you want me to get you a glass of water, or a blanket, or anything? You look like you might need it? Hawks asked. Her sobs got a bit louder before she nodded once and then buried her head in her hands again, and he was beginning to get really worried, but there wasn't much that he could do. Now he would need to find the kitchen, or should try to. Maybe he could go on a quick search for Shouto's hoodie while Fuyumi thought that he was getting something. Not that he didn't care about her, but he wouldn't get such an opportunity a second time. I'll be back in a second, he said. Hawks left the living room again. This mansion was large and he should have really asked Shouto for a map or something. From what it sounded like, Endeavor had tried to separate his son from everything and everyone, which meant that the room wouldn't be that close to the other parts of the house that were used often. The first thing he stumbled upon was a bathroom, then something that looked like it was used for storage, and after around 10 minutes, when he was very close to giving up, he found it. At first, he didn't even recognize it as Shouto's. He thought it was some sort of empty guest room, but there was a book laying on one of the drawers and it looked like one from UA. The room didn't have any personal touches to it, and for a second, he thought about taking the book too, but that would be too obvious and someone would probably notice that it was missing. He placed the bag down as he pushed the futon to the side. One of the floorboards under it was loose and Hawks was able to move it away. There was a hoodie. Well, a hoodie in a plastic bag to keep the dust away from it, but he had found what Shouto had asked him to bring, so that was good. The hoodie was black with a design that looked like an orange X on the front, and he thought he had seen something like this before, but he didn't know from where. He hid the hoodie in the back and put everything else back to its original place. Then he returned to Fuyumi, still clutching the bag in one of his hands. He also made a short trip to the kitchen to actually get the woman a glass of water. Fuyumi had calmed down a bit as he handed her the glass. Thank you, she said. No problem, I don't even want to imagine what it feels like to lose one of your siblings, he replied. It's okay, not the first time we went through this. Let's just hope that Shouto gets to see his older brother again, right? She was still crying a little. They were very close when Shouto was 5. We found something out. An accident happened and Tuya's flames were so much hotter than father's, and they still weren't able to hurt Shouto. Wait, what? He had left the Todoroki estate after that and went straight back home. A certain someone had a lot of explaining to do, and he was going to get the answers he needed because this was fed up sheet right there. This was in good and close to a goddamn wonder, and he wasn't sure that he would be able to actually breath anymore, and just what the F was going on. Why couldn't he think straight for a FING minute? Maybe because Fuyumi had just made him realize something. It certainly explained why Dabi had saved Endeavor's son, but why hadn't he told Hawks? He wasn't the one with scars and colored hair. He was easily recognizable. Hot stuff, we need to talk about something, he said as he climbed back into his apartment through the window. Shouto wasn't anywhere to be seen, and the villain was scrolling through channels on the television. He had exchanged the white blood-covered shirt for a new one, and Hawks remembered that he had left the villain's store a few of his things here. In case something happened to the League's hideout and Dabi would need to disappear for a few weeks to get of the hero's radar, which partly was the case at the moment. Now that he knew it, he could not see it. How could he have not noticed it before if you just ignored the scars and that the hair was black? Now it was obvious. Could he have been so stupid? At least it explained further why he had been attracted to a villain in the first place, and kind of made him at himself, because he might have mentioned a few things after their meetings that a normal person wouldn't have known what to do with, but Tuya on the other hand certainly knew what they implied. Hawks was an idiot. What's the problem, villain? Cut your wings or something? Dabi asked. Hawks just shook his head. No, not that he would let that happen ever, but it wasn't the point right now. The point of this was that a certain someone he had slept with was the same person he had fantasized about while they had been doing it. Hawks and his stupid teen crushes, it was embarrassing and he hadn't even recognized him. It explained why Dabi had called him stupid and dumb more than once. But hey, it could have happened to anyone, at least he hoped so. No, I visited the Todoroki mansion and a short talk with his sister. She said something very interesting about her twin brother's quirk, he said. Oh, so you noticed that you are a fing idiot. Because even though the brat didn't get the whole thing, he still has no idea who I actually am. His theories are that we are cousins or that Endeavor cheated on his mom. Both of you are idiots but in different ways, the villain replied. Yes, I just thought you were dead, okay? Everyone did, and there was like a hot anonymous villain with blue flames, and I thought that maybe I could forget about Tuya if I got a distraction. For the record, you were a very good distraction. Yes, Hawks should maybe tune it down a little, but he was still kind of confused, okay? He needed to do this. So, to get that straight, you used me to distract you from me. Well, that clearly didn't work out, Birdie, Dabi told him, but he sounded less malicious than before. Which could only be a good thing, and then they might actually be able to tell Shouto what are the facts. He just hoped that the kid wouldn't freak out too much because it would be very difficult to explain why half of his apartment was on fire and the other covered in. Noticed that too, but why didn't you tell me? You must have recognized me. There aren't that many people with red wings. I only knew that your quirk were flames that burned blue. I didn't know that they couldn't hurt your youngest brother. It's so sweet. Brought the kid some stuff and I found the hoodie he asked for. Where exactly is your brother? You didn't kill him, right? The question wasn't really one as far as he knew Dabi and had known Tuya hurting one of his siblings was the worst thing that someone could do. It wouldn't be a death wish, it would a death sentence. Geeton was the not anymore living proof of that. Hawks placed the bag he had still been holding down next to the couch as he sat down and swiftly swung his legs up so that they were lying on the villain's lap. He was tired, okay. He had been hunting villains down all day and then found out that one of the people he was supposed to spy on was his supposedly dead friend and first crush. Still, he wasn't as shocked as he thought he should be. No, I didn't. I woke up a few hours ago and the kid had managed to get a few papers and a pen and made a goddamn presentation about how All Might and Eraserhead both had an illegitimate love child on their own. He talked about that for 3 hours, and I know that he is my brother, but that kid does have some problems. I am pretty sure that the brainwasher, who is the son of a guy that worked with All for One before he was caught, is not the kid of Eraserhead. I am also sure that the brat Shigaraki wants to kill is not related to All Might, though I know where he could have gotten that idea from. So, after annoying me for a few hours, I might have burned the papers down until there were nothing but ashes left, and the brat stormed off after that. Found him a few minutes later curled in your bed and crying, and I am pretty sure he hates me now, Dabi sighed. He looked tired, but not like someone would when they were exhausted. He sounded like he had done something he regretted, which was true, but Hawks didn't know how to really deal with this either because he didn't know how to help a teenager. He knew how to make kids laugh, but now he didn't know what to do. He would still try to comfort the kid later on, but now it was not the time for that. He doesn't hate you, will even less when he finds out who you are, but you still apologize. Hot stuff. You probably destroyed something he spent hours working on, Hawks said. He moved a bit and brushed his fingers through Dabi's hair. It wasn't really soft, but he needed to do something, and it normally calmed people down if they didn't feel well. Dabi was Tuya, and that was something that wasn't as surprising as it should be. His childhood friend had turned into a villain, a quite hot one, but that wasn't the point right now, and Hawks was still in love. This might have been more than a stupid teenage crush from the beginning, and if anyone was going to hurt his lover, that should be the correct term for it. Then he was going to get angry, and an angry Hawks would be nothing that anyone would like to see simply because his instincts could take over, and that wouldn't be pretty. I apologized, okay, told the brat that I am sorry, but he just created some ice and threw it at me, which was followed by one of the pillows. My brother hates me. Well, someone was overreacting right now, and it wasn't the guy that partly had animal instincts. Okay, now get your sheet together because that seems like normal behavior for siblings. Secondly, he doesn't even know who you actually are, and thirdly, he is a teenager and no one. I am not going to let you get angry at yourself for this. Yes, you effed up and shouldn't have done anything like that, but if he is really trying to forgive his father for some reason, then you aren't off to such a bad start. He probably doesn't even know how to deal with an apology. What if you give him this as a peace offering? Hawks said. The hero nearly fell off the couch as he reached into the bag and pulled the hoodie out. He knew this design but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Hawks handed the piece of clothing to the other man. Dabi ruffled his nose. "This smells like caramel," the villain mentioned. And yet did, clothes weren't supposed to do that, but maybe it was comforting to the kid or something. Not that it really mattered because Shouto had wanted it and it wasn't like anyone would miss the thing. "Just give it to the kid, I am going to make sure that no one tried something stupid but you won't see me," and he was acting like a spy again. Dabi rolled his eyes and then stood up, which did make Hawks fall off the couch because he had still been partly laying on the villain. His feathers ruffled a bit and he got to his feet again. Tuya was still alive but maybe not at the same time because Dabi and he were different and still the same. It was weird and Hawks didn't know how he would be able to explain it to anyone. Dabi wanted to see Endeavor dead, and if anyone else stood in his way he wouldn't hesitate. That was the biggest difference between him and the Tuya he had known. When they had been teenagers, Tuya would have never hurt an innocent person, and now there were only a few people left that he did care about, and Hawks thought that he might be one of them, or maybe Keigo was. The situation still confused him a bit if he was honest, but his heart simply ignored it. Dabi and Tuya were the same person. That was the end of the argument, no matter how much his brain begged to differ. Dabi was holding the sweater in one of his hands, and Hawks was hiding behind the corner because it would be better if Shouto didn't see him right now, as the villain knocked onto the door. It opened, but not more than an inch. Shouto looked out through the gap and he was definitely glaring. "What do you want?" the teen asked. "Hawks told me to give this to you and I am here to apologize for setting your stuff on fire." Dabi was trying to force himself to smile, but it looked threatening than comforting. Shouto's eyes focused on the hoodie and he just snatched it from the villain's hands before he slammed the door close again. Well, that hadn't worked out now, had it? Dabi turned around on his heel and faced the hero. "I think you are not really good at placing yourself in the shoes of teenager as you thought you were, because that obviously didn't work out at all," he said. Hawks shrugged, then let himself fall back onto the couch. He was still tired, okay, and every single muscle he had was hurting. He would also need to take a shower later, and if he was lucky not alone, but maybe he should really not think about this for now. There was still a teenager in his apartment and he didn't want to scar the kid mentally even more than he already had been by his father. "I tried my best, okay? He just needs some time to cool down. We should leave him alone for now," Hawks replied. "I understand that I did something bad, but he didn't even listen to me and I know the story behind it, but still. He is my brother, okay? I am just worried," Dabi told him. "No one is going to blame you for that. Just take a deep breath and don't set my apartment on fire, okay? I would be very grateful for that." Hawks was smiling again. Maybe it was his hero persona pushing itself to the surface or his bird instincts, but there were worse things and he would really like to know more about the whole Tuya becoming a villain thing, or rather why Dabi hadn't told him who he really was. "Why didn't you tell me?" the hero asked. Dabi looked at him for a second, his eyes filled with something akin to confusion as he took a few steps further into the living space. It seemed like he really didn't know what Hawks was talking about. "Why didn't you tell me that you were Tuya?" he repeated. "It wasn't important, it doesn't change anything, you are still a hero and I am still a villain, and I am pretty sure the commission made you do things that you didn't want to do. For them you are nothing more than a puppet, Keigo, just a pawn that they can use for whatever they needed to get done. If you would have approached anyone else then they would have killed you immediately. You were lucky that I was the one that decided to meet you. The League wouldn't trust you a bit if I hadn't told them that it might be a good idea. You are endangering yourself for them. This is not something you do for society. There are other less dangerous ways to take the League down. They just want to test you again, your loyalty, want to make sure that you would still fight and die for them." Dabi's voice was a low hiss. He was cupping Hawk's cheek with one of his hands and he looked melancholiac, maybe even kind of sad. The hero placed his hand on top of the villain's. He knew what Dabi was talking about, he knew it exactly. But it wasn't like he could just leave if he wanted to. The commission wanted him to infiltrate the League of Villains, so he would do that. The commission wanted him to kill someone, he would do it without asking questions. He knew that he was just a tool for them, but he wasn't doing it for them, at least not most of it. He was a hero for the people, not for the commission, and if that still meant doing what they wanted him to do, then so be it. He was good as his job. He was the number 2 hero for someone's sake. "I know, Tuya, I am not blind, but the people need someone to protect them, someone that isn't like your father. Someone that isn't just a villain hiding behind the mask of hero, and I know that that someone isn't me either," Hawks said. Now he noticed that they weren't alone. Shouto was standing in the open hallway and he was looking at them. The kid had heard everything. "Hey kid, is everything alright? What did you hear?" Hawks asked. He was trying to stay positive, trying to not think about the worst possible outcome to this situation. Shouto was wearing the hoodie and he had his hands tucked into its pockets. The teen still stared at them and there was a glint in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He looked like he was about to cry and something inside of Hawks was telling him to just hug the kid, but he wasn't sure if Shouto would appreciate the sentiment. "Tuya," the teen breathed out. Dabi pressed his fingernails into the palm of his hand. The villain stepped from one foot to the other. He wasn't happy about this at all and it seemed like he was trying to push the thoughts out of his brain as much as possible. Hawks was pretty sure that there would have been a better way to reveal all of this to the teenager, one that wouldn't have involved crying and screaming and someone probably getting hurt. "Shouto," Dabi said. He wasn't smiling. No one was right now in the brothers because that was what they were, stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the room began to change, and not in a good way. It seemed to get colder and hotter at the same time, and Hawks took a step back. He wasn't going to get involved into any family drama if the situation didn't go haywire. Not like he would be much of a help either way. His feathers were not fireproof and Tuya had accidentally burned them once when they had been training. He really didn't want to go through the pain of them regrowing again. It hadn't been pleasant and Tuya had apologized 1,000 times after it had happened. Hawks hadn't been mad, not for a second. Shouto balled his hands to fists. Ice formed under his right foot and he looked angry, not relieved that his oldest brother was not quite dead. The teenager looked sad, to be honest, and Hawks could kind of understand it, but he wasn't really sure if Dabi would be able to. He still cared about his youngest brother, that much was obvious, but to what level exactly was something that Hawks didn't know. "You left us there," Shouto said. "It wasn't like I had a choice. I wasn't even 15 back then. There was nothing I could have done. Everyone thought that I was dead. If I came back the old man would have just gotten angrier," Dabi replied. He was trying to stay calm, but he didn't really look like it was going to stay like this for long. The villain took a step towards the teenager and Shouto took one back in return. "That's not what I'm talking about." Fuyumi was crying for weeks and Natsuo nearly threw himself off a building a few years later, and you never called, never sent us any signals that you were still alive. I didn't even know what was going on and we mourned for you. Weeks turned into months and months turned into years, and then you come back as a villain and you try to kill me and my classmates and you kidnap my friend and you try to kill us again and you murdered so many people that, what you have done cannot be justified by what Endeavor has done to you. I had a shitty childhood too, but I didn't turn into a FANG monster. You have no right to want to kill anyone but Endeavor," the teenager yelled. "You don't understand it. I didn't expect you to. But I need to do this. It's the only way to get rid of him and everyone like him. I am going to be the one to kill Endeavor and I will reduce him to nothing but a pile of ashes, and I will do the same to everyone that stands in my way," Dabi replied. "Is that so? What about Fuyumi? I am pretty sure that she won't just stand by and let you kill Dad. Maybe Natsuo would even try to stop you. This implies that you would kill me too, so why didn't you? If I am such a thorn in your side because I do exactly what Dad wants, even though I don't really have a choice in that matter. You would kill me too if I try to stop you from killing Endeavor? So why don't you do it now and just get over it, because I surely would stand in your way," Shouto screamed. Hawks prepared himself for more yelling, maybe even a slap or something, because this must have surely changed something. He had prepared himself for the worst, but that didn't come. "You are so blind, so gullible, Shouto. You don't even know half of it. I wouldn't hurt your or our sibling if you worry about that. It's my job to protect you and them, and the only way to do so is by killing the old man. That's the end of it. I am doing all of this for you and them." Whose idea do you think the name Dabi was? The silly idea of a little child, a nickname given to an oldest brother that wouldn't be remembered in just a few months, and well, that was that. I was right because no one remembered it. Not even you, the villain said calmly. Like nothing was wrong, like Shouto hadn't just yelled at him a minute ago and Hawks was trying to force himself to relax because this was good. It meant that no one would get hurt, right? Hawks didn't really agree with Dabi, but he knew how rotten society was, and he knew that the house of cards the commission had built would soon collapse. And he would stand by and watch it burn. Hawks shook his head. He didn't know where that thought had come from. He wasn't really turning into a villain, he was just a spy and a puppet. Nothing more and nothing less. He had been trained to be exactly what he was now, a little perfect hero for the hero commission, someone who would do all the dirty work without asking questions, and it made him angry, but Hawks knew that he couldn't change that. No matter how much something deep inside of him wanted to watch how everything rotten about this world went up in hopefully blue flames and someone running fingers through his hair and feathers while it happened. The hero closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. He needed to stay calm and not think about things that weren't ever going to happen. Shouto didn't say anything this time. He just took a few more steps back until he was standing with his back pressed against the wall and he was slightly shivering. There was more ice on his leg, but he was not using his flames. Hawks had watched the sports festival. He knew that the teenager probably didn't hate them so much anymore, but he highly suspected that it might have something to do with the hoodie. The hoodie that had been the only thing the teenager had asked him to get, not some hidden family pictures or something that he shared memories with his siblings with. No, only the hoodie, and maybe Shouto was terrified of accidentally setting it on fire. But overall the teen seemed to be scared, which made some sense and was logical in every way because Dabi was still a villain and Hawks was beginning to question on which side he actually stood. Obviously, he was a hero, he had been trained to be one, he could never be anything else, it simply wasn't possible. But you tried to kill me before, the teenager stated carefully, as if he was testing out the waters. I fired my flames at a group of students that you just happened to be a part of. We both know that I wouldn't have been able to hurt you that way even if I had wanted to. You don't remember it, but I nearly had a heart attack when we were children and you just straight up tried to touch the blue flames. Fuyumi yelled at me for 2 hours even though nothing happened, and in the end she froze the freezer, and then Endeavor got angry and burned it, and then Natsuo mourned ice cream. Now that I actually say it out loud, it had been pretty weird, Dabi replied. Wait, take a step back. Natsuo mourned ice cream? Shouto asked. Oh, the teenager was curious, and maybe that was what Dabi had been playing at and it seemed to be working, partly at least, and if it continued to go well and nothing too bad happened, he could maybe actually make them watch a movie and there were his bird instincts again. He had questioned when they would act up. Yes, it wasn't edible anymore after the whole thing, and Endeavor refused to buy new for over a week, and Natsuo was sad at everyone the whole time, and Fuyumi was trying to keep him from making Endeavor any angrier, and let's just say that didn't work out at all, Dabi explained. Shouto was still standing very close to the wall, but he wasn't pressed against it anymore. Dabi and Tuyo were the same person, and at the same time they weren't. Hawks knew that deep down, but he focused on the things that were the same, and there were so many. The eyes were the same and the voice and so many other things that it would take hours to list them all. Did Fuyumi tell you that you were practically attached to my leg when you were 4? It made the old man so angry, and it was so funny to see him fuming like this because this one time he couldn't hurt me because you hadn't gotten your quirk yet, and he didn't want to hurt his potential masterpiece on accident. The distaste in the villain's voice was obvious. Hawks looked around the room again. Those were 2 brothers in front of him, and maybe he had noticed that they had kind of similar fighting styles before, but he had never thought about it, because Dabi and Endeavor's son couldn't have possibly been related. In hindsight, that had been kind of stupid and oh so wrong and so blind. He hadn't recognized Tuya for crying out loud, the person he had pined over for more than a year before his best friend had died and he was still in love. Okay, there was no denying this. Hawks stepped towards Dabi. Not much though, and he didn't really know why, but it just felt right. But he still hurt you, that's the only thing I remember from back then, the screams, Shouto said. Hawks felt bile rise up in his throat, and no, he didn't know how he could have been so blind back then, and now he just felt bad for both of them. No child deserved to go through this, and the way Shouto had said it made it even worse. His voice had been monotone as if what had happened was normal for him, something he was used to. Which it was, and no one had noticed a thing. Not any other pro-hero, not a doctor and not a teacher. Just because Endeavor was such a great hero, he would never be able to hurt anyone. It was disgusting, and Hawks balled his hands to fists and he wanted to scream. But this wasn't his fight, none of this had happened to him, they were the ones that had been hurt and abused for years and no one had done anything about it, and all he could do was stand by and watch. The endless screams that were there every single night. It's funny because I don't actually remember anything about Tuya. Only screams that always sounded like someone was dying. The teenager continued, and by now he was just staring into the air. Like he wasn't even there anymore. The ice that was still partly covering his leg and the floor began to thaw, but there were still no flames and Shouto seemed to grab the fabric of the hoodie a bit tighter. It seemed like he wanted to disappear in it. Hawks didn't know why, but he felt like he needed to say something, even if it really wouldn't comfort the teenager, but he feared that there might be some underlying psychological issues there. Years of abuse wouldn't just fly over someone like they were nothing. Every time he had seen the teenager, he had always seemed too cold, as if he lacked any emotion at all, and the look in the kid's eyes, way too empty for someone his age, as if he had seen way more than he should have. This could have something to do with PTSD, but I am not a psychologist, and if you wouldn't be legally dead you should probably go and see one. All of this couldn't have been healthy, and I am worried about you and your siblings for that matter. I still don't know where the kid got his scar from, but I don't think that's a happy story either. Endeavor once spoke to me and mentioned that his wife was in a hospital in passing, but I am pretty sure it had something to do with him, though if she did something to any of you it still isn't right, but if this is anything like I suspect it to be then it would be Endeavor's fault more than anyone else's. He wasn't sure what he was trying to get across, but he just hoped that he wasn't making everything worse by accident. The BSTRD raped her, literally used her just to create the exact quirk that he wanted. He broke her down for years before she snapped, and I still don't understand why it didn't happen to me. I looked way more like that a-hole than Shouto. I don't think any of us actually blame her for it. She tried to help as soon as she noticed what she had done. Our mother is nothing like Endeavor. He was the one that destroyed her, Dabi hissed. He looked angry and Hawks placed a hand on the villain's shoulder. He was trying to comfort him, okay, and he knew that he wasn't good at it. But at least he tried. But Keigo is right about most of it, he added. Hawks froze for a moment. Keigo, it had been so long since someone had called him that, he kind of liked the sound of it. I am not going to help you take him down, Shouto said after. He had been silent for what seemed like a long time. I would never ask you to, the villain replied. Shouto was weary. Well, not that those were news or anything, but Hawks hadn't slept in his bed in 3 days because the teenager thought it was a good idea to hide in the room most of the time. He knew it could be worse, way worse, but he literally handed the kid pizza through the door yesterday, so yeah, maybe someone was overreacting a bit in this situation. Shouto wasn't trying to kill anyone, but he was definitely not ready to talk to his brother about literally anything. Adding to that the fact that Dabi was actually kind of trying to be a brother was something else, but he couldn't be mad at the kid. Dabi was still a villain and a murderer even if he was Tuya in a way. Hawks was making some coffee, and the villain was standing at the open window and smoking, which Hawks had allowed him to do some time ago because either of the brothers leaving the apartment right now could end really badly. It was 9 in the morning and a Saturday. Every available hero was still hunting down the League of Villains, and it had been a few days since Shouto Todoroki had died. Kid, it's time for breakfast, Hawks called out. He didn't get an answer, but that was something he had already gotten used to. The teenager was not really cooperative, and though it was totally understandable, it was kind of annoying. Hawks had bought a new futon though and placed it in the living room because one could only sleep so many nights on a couch. Dabi, would you please put that thing away? I don't want you to ruin your lungs any further, the hero said. You're not my mom, Keigo, and I need this. Shigaraki tried to call me like 500 times, and I think the rest of the league wouldn't be that happy to see me either. Dabi replied as he simply threw the still-burning cigarette out the window. But they don't know you killed Geeton, right? They still think that you killed Endeavor's son, like everyone else. They have no reason to mistrust you. Hawks raised an eyebrow. Yes, but I didn't come back with alcohol or something to celebrate the whole thing, and I kind of disappeared after it, so yes, they are starting to ask questions and I am pretty close to just destroying the phone. Dabi just shrugged. Then why don't you? Hawks asked. I might just need their help for something later, so I need a way to contact them, but don't worry, I already turned it off. They won't be able to track me down. I think Shigaraki is pretty sad, the villain said as he closed the window. Shouto still hadn't left the room he had kind of stolen, and Hawks began to sip at his cup of coffee. He didn't even like the taste of it that much, but it kept him awake, and that was all he needed for now. He had ordered 2 new phones from an old friend, that was as close as it could possibly get, and these would be as untraceable and hackable as possible. The kid's phone had been destroyed, and Dabi kind of needed one too. Normally I would say that no one should trust villains, but that really doesn't make a lot of sense right now, the hero said. Good, because I was scared that you might forget that I am untrue Keigo. I still don't understand why you think putting your trust in me is a good idea, Dabi spoke. Right now, he was standing only a few steps away from him. Hawks smelled brimstone, though it could very well be something else. His apartment had gotten a lot brighter in the last few days, and right now he wasn't able to judge if it was a good or a bad thing. He leaned more towards the good side. He was everything but alone now. It still felt weird whenever Dabi called him Keigo, like there it was less pressed than Hawks. Though he could just be imagining this. Whenever the villain called him Keigo, it just felt more personal, and Hawks really didn't mind it, and he wasn't sure that he ever could. The two of them were standing even closer to each other right now, their noses nearly touching. "Am I interrupting anything?" someone asked. Well, Shouto to be precise, but he only noticed that after he had turned around. The teenager was standing in the kitchen and was looking at them, like he had seen something that he hadn't wanted to witness. The kid was wearing no shoes or socks, gray sweatpants, and a bright yellow t-shirt that was definitely All Might merch. Funny enough, Dabi didn't seem to mind that. Seemed like the villain really only had a grudge against Endeavor and literally anyone else, but not All Might, or maybe it didn't matter anymore because the guy was retired. Shouto's hair, on the other hand, looked like it hadn't seen a brush in days, which was very likely correct. "No, nothing at all. But breakfast is already getting cold, and I don't want either of you to try and heat it back up. I don't want to explain why my apartment has caught on fire," Hawks explained as he lifted himself up and sat down on the kitchen counter. "Keigo, you are the only person who is eating fried chicken for breakfast, and I don't really understand why you are doing this. It isn't healthy either and kind of cannibalism," Dabi said. "I wouldn't say it like that, and the food is great, okay? Chew on your lousy cereal as much as you want, but my food is way better," the hero grinned. "We could just make pancakes," Shouto suggested. "You know how to make pancakes?" Dabi asked. "Yes, Tuya. Fuyumi showed me how to. She got the recipe from Rumi," the teen replied. "Wait, you aren't talking about Miruko, right? Because that would be really weird," Hawks said. "Why would it be weird? They are already dating for 2 months or so." Shouto spoke. He sounded kind of confused. Hawks chalked on his fried chicken, and Dabi just blinked a few times. Miruko was dating who now? Well, he knew that she did have a girlfriend, and he knew that the relationship was kind of fresh, but why hadn't she told him? This was like really cool. "My twin sister is dating who now?" Dabi asked. "Miruko, Rabbit Hero, number 5 hero, thought you were a villain, you know. Should be obvious who I am talking about," Shouto said. "I have a question. Are there more things about your other siblings that I should know? Natsuo isn't dating a pro her too, right?" Hawks asked. Shouto shook his head before he walked over to the kitchen counter and grabbed one apple from the bowl. The teen bit into it once as he turned back to the hero. "No, he is dating a news reporter, but Dad doesn't even know that. Wouldn't like it either. I mean, Natsuo is practically quirkless and his girlfriend is actually quirkless, so the old man surely wouldn't agree even if he doesn't care about my brother at all," Shouto explained. Dabi started laughingly and seemed like he nearly wasn't able to stand up straight, and he kind of had the right to do so, but still it was kind of weird to watch. "At least it doesn't look like he'll get any grandchildren that he can abuse," the villain said. "If he'll ever get any in the first place. But that's not the point right now, you know. You can't just let me stay here forever. Someone is going to ask questions or notice something," the teen tried to make clear. "Kid, everyone thinks you are dead. They might suspect something. It surely isn't going to have to do anything with you. So just relax and enjoy your holiday." With that, Hawks spread his arms and nearly let himself fall back. "Hawks, I do not know what your definition of a holiday is, but this surely isn't one, and Endeavor won't be still until they have any actual proof of my death, even if there wouldn't possibly be any DNA to find. Because of the flames. You two know that it is very possible that Endeavor is aware of who Dabi used to be, right? He could have just not informed anyone else about it, and if my father knows who you are, well then, he also knows that everything that the news and police is saying can't possibly be true. We don't even know what the guys Hawks work for are doing right now. It's stupid to assume that everyone thinks I am indeed not living anymore. This could backfire really badly, that's all I am saying," Shouto added. "But messing around with evidence now would be an even worse idea. They don't know that I am in on this. But they might if I come in with some faux DNA samples or God knows what. Maybe someone suspected that you are alive, but they have no idea where you are hiding, and barely anyone would suspect the number 2 hero that is always playing buddy cop with Endeavor," Hawks said. "Please don't phrase it like that. It sounds like you are making out with our old man, which I hope you never did, because that is kind of, you just don't do that. I don't want to imagine that." Not the point of this talk though. You are right, we can't just mess with the evidence that the police has or fake new one. That wouldn't work out, but maybe we could, I don't know, make the brat a bit less recognizable. I mean, that hair is a dead giveaway. Maybe an undercut probably would look good, and we could make the red half white or black. Maybe an eye patch too or something like that, because the scar is also very obvious, Dabi told them. I am sorry, but I don't really trust either of you enough to cut my hair, the teen replied. But I am Hero and he is your brother, Hawks raised an eyebrow. No, you are traitor and he is a villain, that I kind of more important, Shouto hissed at him. Well, the teenager wasn't wrong, but it wasn't like they would actually hurt him. It wouldn't do anyone any good. But Shouto still had every right to be suspicious, and it wasn't like Hawks would be mad or anything, but Dabi was right. Making the kid more unrecognizable would be a good thing. Right now, neither the kid nor Dabi were able to leave this apartment, and Hawks was kind of tired because he needed to do the shopping for everyone. Or rather, that he was buying so much more that alone would be enough to raise suspicion from certain people. If this was also going to be as hopeful as possible, and if this was going to be as permanent as he hoped it would, then he kind of needed to find a bigger apartment, or at least one with 2 separate bedrooms. Because the kid and he and Dabi surely needed some more privacy. He liked the cuddling, but he wanted his nest back, and Dabi seemed to be the only person that didn't mind the situation that much. Okay, what if everyone just calms down? We need to think straight, Hawks said. He was taking a deep breath and trying to not panic, because if someone found out or managed to put together what had actually happened, then he would be fed, figuratively only. He had asked another hero to take over his patrol for today because he wanted to spend some time with his flatmates. No, that wasn't right. Keigo, no one in this room can think straight, Dabi said. I think you shouldn't say something like this every few seconds. It's really getting annoying. We are aware that no one in this room is straight, though that also doesn't mean that everyone in this room is gay, Hawks added. I am just happy that no one asked me if I have a crush on anyone, Shouto muttered quietly. The hero's head snapped around. He had heard that right, hadn't he? Did that mean the teenager was crushing on someone? It was kind of cute, teen crushes and all that, as long as the person you were crushing on didn't fake their death and turned into a villain. It could actually work out, and even if all that happened, it still kind of could. He really didn't know how to describe him and Dabi right now. Relationship was maybe a too strong word, but he wasn't sure. The next time I'll go out, I'm going to buy some hair dye. We can really only hope that the police and everyone continue to think that the kid is dead. What if we just watch a few movies today and eat some snacks, because I don't have any work? Well, the people that work for me take care of all the paperwork. I should really give them a few more days of hour, buy them something nice, the hero said. Movies actually sounds good, but you are sitting next to the villain, Shouto replied. The teen was still eating something and had his feet placed on the kitchen counter while he leant back in one of the bar chairs. The hero shook his head. Shouto was obviously trying to be annoying, and it wasn't going to work out because Hawks wasn't stupid. I still don't understand why you are trying to make it seem like everything is fine, because we know it isn't, Keigo, Dabi added. I know, but come on, we all need just some time where no one is worried about anyone killing anyone and or someone finding out that the teen here isn't quite as dead as everyone thinks he is. I am fully aware of the situation that we are in, hot stuff, completely, but come on, you two clearly need some brother bonding time, Hawks cheered. He really wasn't good at this and probably made the situation just 10 times weirder. He needed to stay calm and take a deep breath and not panic about anything that would probably never happen. No, we don't, Shouto said. You really don't need to be that pressed about it. One of us had to become a villain, Dabi replied. That's just not true. The teen sounded even more annoyed. Hawk's phone rang and he picked it up with a sigh, because these two looked like they were about to argue once again, but the news he got was something else to say at least. Wait, are you trying to tell me that the League of Villains was arrested and no one bothered to call me in? Dabi and Shouto just exchanged a glance before they turned back to stare at Hawks, who was still on the phone and trying to convince the person on the other end that it had been stupid to arrest them without him being there. Even if it worked out in the end, it had just made the situation way more dangerous. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. He wouldn't scream or yell at someone that was just doing their job. It hadn't been their fault that any of this had went down the way it did. Hawks hung up a few minutes later. He wasn't going to get any useful information from this. Dabi was still looking at him, and there was a really uncomfortable silence in the room. So, looks like the League doesn't really exist anymore. Well, they're in police confinement now, so I don't really know what'll happen to them now, Hawks said. Tartarus or death, there are no other possibilities and you know it, but it's not like we can do anything about it, Birdie. You wouldn't help me rescue anyone and every pro would kill me on sight if they spotted me. We can't do shit about this. No one can, Dabi replied. I mean, they are villains, they killed people, you killed people, Shouto added. Hawks knew that the kid was right, but he had talked to those people and worked with them, and well, maybe he really shouldn't judge anyone because he had built a friendship up with most of them, and that probably hadn't been such a good idea because he had been a spy from the very start. He had known that he was going to betray them and he had still gotten emotionally attached to a few members and now he was paying the price for that. Maybe that was also why Shigaraki had been trying to reach Dabi, but worrying about that now was just useless and stupid. It wouldn't change anything. Maybe he could at least get them a fair trial because yes, he knew what they did wasn't right and no matter how effed up their childhoods had been, it wasn't an excuse for any of this, but come on, some of them really needed a therapist just to make sure that the problems that could be dealt with were, or that some of them got the help they needed, because it was obvious that a lot of things had gone very wrong in the past. To make something like this even possible, but that wasn't his decision to make. Maybe he could help, yes, he was the number 2 hero, he had some influence, but he wasn't going to use it like Endeavor obviously had done and still did, because that was just bad and evil and not okay. He had covered child abuse, spouse abuse and murder up, and those were only the things Hawks knew about. Don't talk about people you don't know like that, kid, Dabi said. They tried to kill my classmates and me and kidnapped my dash. Well, he is not really me friend, but you kidnapped Bakugo and I don't even know how often you tried to kill us and our teachers and a lot of heroes, and I don't really want to know how many people you actually murdered. Shouto defended himself. A lot of them, but heroes do the same thing, they aren't any better than villains. Someone here just doesn't want to believe it, the villain hissed. You're just mad that I still have some faith left, that I still trust in heroes to a certain degree. I heard what you guys are saying and it simply isn't true. Not all heroes are fake, the teenager said. Tell me the name of one that isn't, and don't come at me with all might because the guy is retired, he doesn't count anymore. Tell me the name of one hero that doesn't do it for the fame or the money, that isn't corrupt or a bad person. I am waiting, Shouto. It shouldn't take that long to find one, should it? Dabi crossed his arms in front of his chest. Well, there is, and Shouto blinked a few times then just closed his mouth again. Yeah, Dabi kind of did have a point with the whole thing and Hawks didn't want to agree, but he himself couldn't remember a hero that was, well, the actual definition of a true hero. At least not in the top 500 as far as he knew. The teenager then began to grin and took a step towards Dabi before literally jabbing a finger at him. Hawks wanted to laugh because the picture was so funny. Eraserhead, Shouto said. Oh, he hadn't even thought about that, but it looked like it could fit. Class 1 as homeroom teacher, stone set on protecting his students. There was nothing unheroic about that. But Dabi knew stuff that he probably shouldn't know, and Hawks suspected that All for One had been behind way more stuff than anyone ever suspected. So, he just hoped that Dabi didn't have anything more up his sleeve because Shouto seemed to actually trust an adult for once, and destroying that would just be evil. But wasn't that what a villain was supposed to be? The hero was worried, okay, and he had every right to be. You are aware that the man is just doing that to keep himself from breaking down, right? Because he blames himself for the death of one of his friends that happened in high school and he still thinks about it every single day. Your teacher is just projecting onto all of his students. It's kind of selfish, I think, Dabi replied. I don't really care that much about anything you say to ya, but never think it is okay to insult my homeroom teacher. The teacher that nearly died more than twice trying to protect us, Shouto hissed. Okay, calm down, kid. You don't need to look at me like you want to murder me or anything, Dabi said. I just might, the teenager threw at him. Great, because that is exactly the spirit that we need. Okay, now both of them were just acting like idiots. Hawks wanted to disappear right now and just leave them to sort out their issues, but he knew that it might not be the smartest idea because both them had a fire quirk or half a fire quirk, and that could end father badly for this whole apartment complex. You want me to kill you? Shouto asked. That's not the point. The point is that you realize that you are all right with heroes murdering people in the name of something. But as soon as villains do it, it's a terrible crime and needs to be punished. I don't think you know how many people our father murdered in the name of the greater good, and a lot of them were innocent or had committed crimes you normally wouldn't even call a pro in for, the villain explained. You are the ones that are trying to kill people. Sometimes the only way for heroes to stop you is with violence, and sometimes a villain dies in the process, but a lot of innocent people don't. It's not that I like the situation or anything, but this is real life, not some TV show. Sometimes situation can't be resolved peacefully. That's just life, Shouto replied. Both of them were right, and Hawks really didn't like that. This situation was just too much for him to handle right now, because how was he supposed to react to it? He couldn't take a side, he wouldn't take a side, and it seemed like no one expected him to do so. Dabi and the teenager were glaring right at each other, and he was today years old when he noticed that Dabi wasn't that much taller. The villain always seemed to loom over people, but he actually didn't. Shouto and him had the same goddamn height, and he felt kind of stupid for not noticing that before. When Hawks said the exact same height, he meant the exact same, around 5'9", which would equal 176 meters. How had he not noticed that before? Dabi wasn't even that tall. Well, still an inch taller than Hawks, but that wasn't the point right now. A 16-year-old was taller than him too, which was completely okay. But what kind of made him want to laugh was the fact that Dabi was the oldest of the siblings, and he had the same height as his youngest brother. It was funny, okay, but he wasn't going to say it out loud. You still believe in heroism even though it isn't a thing that actually ever existed in the first place, Dabi said. It does, and it will always do, because yes, there are corrupt and evil heroes, but do you want the whole world to go down in chaos? Because that would have happened if you won. I am just happy that it's all over now. With that, Shouto turned around and let himself fall down onto the couch again. It's far from over. This is just the beginning, and I can promise you that it will get way worse before all of the pillars this corrupt society had been built on will crumble. Maybe the League of Villains will not be the ones doing it, but someone will, and even before that I am going to reduce Endeavor to a pile of ashes to make sure that he pays for what he did and will never do it to anyone again. The villain spoke. He's trying to change. He doesn't act like Fuyumi and Natsuo are nothing but air anymore, and he tries to spend time with them, and it's better than before, okay? I know that it's not right what he does, but I am able to deal with it. I did for years. It's fine to ya. And right now Shouto sounded different, his voice was just not right. What the teenager had said was just disturbing in a way, and Hawks wanted to punch something, but that wouldn't help anyone. The teenager looked like he was miserable again, and that just wasn't supposed to be a thing. No, it's not. I don't know what it'll take, but I am going to put an end to that man. Don't blame yourself for anything he did. It isn't. Okay, and you can't just deal with that. It's not healthy, and this isn't what a parent is supposed to do in the first place. It is not okay. So, stop saying that, brat, Dabi said. Why though? I am not lying or anything. I know you think that you can kill Endeavor, but I don't think that would be a good idea. Every hero is already out there trying to kill you, and murdering Dad now would just make that way worse. Not like you weren't already a murderer, but they are going to hunt you down even more, and you'll never even have a minute to sit down and catch a breath. The heroes aren't going to stop hunting you down soon, and if you kill Endeavor then they'll never will, Shouto stated. Maybe the heroes would stop at some point, but the commission wouldn't. Hawks knew them too well to hope for anything else. For a few weeks I actually thought that he would become a better person, but then the training started all over again. In the beginning it wasn't even that bad, just normal training like at UA, and then it got worse again, and I couldn't tell Fuyumi and Natsuo anything because they finally had something akin to a father, and I couldn't take that away from them. The worst part is that I still care about my father, and I don't want him to die. It's just stupid. Maybe nothing of this would have happened if I had better control of my quirk, the teenager added. Dabi's posture changed, and suddenly he was acting so much more like Tuya again. The villain kind of charged towards the teenager, then grabbed Shouto's arms and pulled him into a sitting position. Dabi looked something between worried and annoyed, but mostly worried. Don't ever that. None of this is your fault, it only happened because of the old man. Never forget that, Shouto. If he wouldn't be, none of this would have happened. Blood means nothing in a case like this. Absolutely nothing. If our father wouldn't be a monster, I probably wouldn't have turned into one either, Dabi said. Shouto just looked at the man for a second and then hugged him. Hawks forced himself to not squeal because this was kind of cute in a way, and these brothers needed some serious time to deal with family issues, and they had a lot of those. Dabi Tuya looked stunned and didn't move for a moment before he actually hugged his youngest brother back. It was deadly quiet in the room, and Hawks was not going to make this weird or anything, so he kept his distance. But it was something because right now they weren't arguing or yelling at each other. He heard something that sounded like quiet crying, and it took Hawks a moment to notice that it was coming from the teenager. Hawks was not going to do something about this no matter what his instincts were telling himself to do. This was something he had nothing to do with. But maybe he could snap a picture, only after the teenager had stopped crying. Then there was a sound and Hawks turned his head around as he noticed what it actually was. Someone was continuously hammering against the door of his apartment. "Keigo, did you order something again?" Dabi said. The villain was still holding a sobbing teenager in his arms, which definitely made him look a lot less threatening than he actually was. Hawks was too smart to fall for that, but other people might not be. "No, I didn't. The last time I did was yesterday and we got the food," Hawks answered. The hammering was still there and it got louder. He was sure that it wasn't another hero or someone from the commission, and it also was very unlikely that someone had figured out what exactly he was doing here. If so, then they wouldn't have bothered to knock. "Come on, brat, we are going to hide, and if you let someone know that we are here I am going to set this whole building ablaze." "Keigo," Dabi told him. The villain helped the kid back to his feet, grabbed his jacket, and less than 30 seconds later a door shut behind them. Well, maybe this wouldn't be so bad. These two could deal with their issues while he tried to get whoever was standing in front of the door to go away again. Hawks fixed his hair a bit before he opened the door. "Hawks, we need to you talk about something because I know that you have spied on the League of Villains, so you are going to tell me if you know where the Dabi is?" "Hey, Rumi. It's been such a long time, how are you doing?" Hawks asked. He leant against the doorway as he tried to keep himself from flinching. Because this was bad, like really bad. Miruko shouldn't be here. She shouldn't even know that he had been spying on the League. This was bad, as in really bad, and if she knew anything more than that he was Fed. "It has only been a week, Hawks. I only called your agency because you missed on of the patrols we were supposed to do together. I was beginning to get worried, but then the Hero Commission got into contact with me and told me what kind of role you actually played in the arrest of the League of Villains. You infiltrated them and got a lot of information from Dabi. I know what kind of person you are, and you must have gotten something in return. Your friend murdered Endeavor's son, and I need to know if you have any idea on where he could be right now," she replied. "We were never friends, and I really don't know where he is," the hero lied. He and Dabi were way more than friends, and he knew exactly where the man was. But Miruko couldn't know that, wasn't allowed to know that. She wouldn't react well and would probably just call other heroes or try to do something herself. Which wouldn't end well. There was just one closed door separating Miruko from the villain she was searching for, the villain everyone was searching for, and he would keep it that way. Because if Dabi got caught and prosecuted, it would only lead to one thing: execution, death row. Whatever one might want to call it, there was no way any judge would just give him a lifelong sentence or actually give the guy the help that he needed. Hawks couldn't let that happen. It wasn't right. There were heroes that had done worse things and no one was judging them for it. After all, Dabi hadn't even killed Endeavor's son. He had done the right thing and saved his youngest brother, but it wasn't likely that anyone would believe him that. Only if he dragged Shouto into this and revealed him to still be alive, and no, he wouldn't let Endeavor touch the kid ever again. The problem was that he knew that Dabi thought the same. If it came down to this, he would just let these people execute him without even telling them the whole truth. Yes, Dabi would definitely reveal who his actually was and drag Endeavor's name through the mud as much as he could, but he wouldn't tell them that Shouto was still alive. Dabi would probably go on a rant about how he actually saved his youngest brother by killing him or something akin to it, and then he would let them kill him. Not like any of this was going to happen. Really, you slept with him and you don't know any of his hiding places. That doesn't sound very convincing, Hawks. You need to meet up somewhere to do that after all. I am pretty sure it didn't happen at the League's hideout, Rumi said. Hawks just forced himself to laugh at that. It didn't happen there, she was right about that. But it wasn't like Dabi had any secret hideouts. He had done something very stupid the second time they had met. The information he had gotten out of it was great. The commission had been proud of him for once. Which was a good thing. Maybe they wouldn't put him down if he wasn't able to be a hero. Anymore. Hawks, please don't tell me that you took him to your apartment, she sighed. Okay, then I don't tell you, Hawks replied. That's not the FING point. Do you know in how much danger you are? Dabi could come after you, and we both know what fire can do to your wings. What if you don't get out fast enough? What if help doesn't arrive quick enough? What if he kills you? Miruko was looking at him, and she seemed to be more worried than he had originally anticipated. He didn't feel good lying to her like this, but he didn't have a choice. She couldn't know what was really going on, no one could. I know. Don't worry about me, I am fine, but thank you about worrying, I guess. I'm going to be fine, Rumi. I honestly think that Dabi has better things to do than killing me in my own home. I can't really invite you over for dinner, don't have any carrots? Hawk smiled. I eat more than just carrots and you know that. Don't worry, I am going out with my girlfriend, booked a desk in one of the best restaurants in the city. I suspect that she might have borrowed her father's credit card, but that really doesn't matter. She is just so no, this is not the right time for this. I want you to call me if you see or hear anything weird. I don't want to turn my TV on in the morning and see that you have been slaughtered by your villain boy toy, Rumi told him. I told you already, you don't need to worry about me, Hawks repeated. I know that, but Dabi is dangerous. He is a bad chic crazy arsonist that kills people for fun and is probably out to murder my girlfriend, her brother, or their father now. If you know anything about his whereabouts, you need to tell the others, she said. Hawks stopped the reply that was already trying to come out of his mouth. He had an idea. It was probably not a good one and it was risky, but if everything went well it could help them a bit. Miruko was his friend, though he didn't know how loyal she was to others, but it wasn't like he was going to tell her that Dabi and Shouto were in his apartment. He knew a different approach, one that wouldn't make her ask any more questions. I talked to Dabi a few times after it didn't seem like he had a grudge against anyone in the Todoroki family, but Endeavor. He tried. He literally murdered Todoroki Shouto, a literal teenager, for no reason whatsoever. Whatever he told you was probably a lie. Villains lie, Hawks, that's just how it is, and I know that you might feel bad about it, but that's okay. I just don't want you to get hurt, she told him. I won't, I am a 120% sure of that. Just stay calm, Dabi will not murder me, I am quite certain about that. But there is another thing that I don't think makes that much sense. I want to hear what you would say about it, Hawks said. No, he was more than just certain. Dabi wouldn't kill him, that was a fact, or at least something he treated like a fact. Tuya would have never killed Keigo, but the situation they were in right now was different. Did you notice anything that we missed? Something that might lead us to the killer? She asked. Hawks took a deep breath and prepared himself for the worst, because what he was going to say could very well lead to that. But he needed to at least try. If it went haywire, he could still try to stop her and give the brothers a possibility to get out of here. He was not going to hurt his friend, but he also wasn't going to let her arrest Dabi. Well, not exactly. I think it might be possible that something isn't quite as it seems, but it would take some time to explain the whole thing to you. It's everything but simple, he told her. This was a bad idea. It was going to end badly, but right now he couldn't act like he hadn't said anything. It was too late for that. Hawks was, well, he was kind of stuck in this situation. Okay, then tell me what you know. We need every last bit of information that we can get, Rumi said as she walked past him. It felt weird having someone in his apartment that wasn't Dabi or Shouto, and if it hadn't been someone he knew rather well, it would have felt like someone was invading his personal space. Which wasn't the case, but his bird instincts begged to differ. Rumi looked around for a second before she sat down on Hawk's couch and waited for him. He didn't plan to tell her everything, just the basics and a few things about his childhood. But not everything, far from everything. Because everyone still thought that the Hero Commission was good. Hawks knew that what they were doing was good most of the time, but how they did it was the problem. When he had been around 6 to 7 years old, they had told him something: if he ever irreparably lost his wings or quirk, they wouldn't have a use for him anymore, they would dash, he would die. Okay, that was the whole point. He let himself fall down onto the couch next to her and stretched his wings out. He detached one of his smaller feathers and let it flew towards his hand. This one was incredibly small. If he didn't put it back, the next one growing in its place would probably be bigger. He could make a necklace out of it, or maybe an earring. Hawks, didn't you want to tell me something? Miruko asked. Hawks blinked once and then turned towards her. The feather was still in his hand. He had forgotten that she was there for a moment. It was embarrassing. Hawks took a deep breath and closed his hand around the feather, turning it into a fist before he pressed it against the area his heart was in. It felt good, and he was going to gift this feather to someone, very likely Dabi, and very likely as a necklace or pendant. Okay, but this is not going to be easy stuff, okay? I want you to know this before I begin, he stated. Miruko nodded and crossed her legs while she leaned back. Now or never, he just needed to keep out the things that she definitely didn't need to know. Things the commission did to him when he had been younger, but that wasn't the point of this talk. You know that the commission took me in when I was a child. I wasn't the only kid that they trained. But none of them really wanted to be friends with me. I was around 10 when they brought in a new kid. His father had tried to train him at home, but that hadn't turned out very well, so he brought him to the Hero Commission. Though he was the only one that went home regularly and later on only visited once or twice a week for training. I was allowed to visit him sometimes, but I need to backstop for that to make more sense. I annoyed him on his first day there, might have accidentally poked him in the face with my wings once or twice. He got a bit angry and then didn't talk to me for a week. Then he slowly started to warm up to me. He was really nice and we are actually the same age. I thought he was younger because at the time he was just so short. We became friends, and he told me his actual name a month later. I told him mine. His name was Tuya and he was the sweetest person I've ever met. Well, he talked a lot about his siblings, but that was okay for me. So, that went on for a few days. I even got to meet his youngest brother once. That kid had been like 3 at the time and you should have seen it. He just held onto his brother's breathed leg like it was a lifeline. A few years after that, Tuya died in a quirk assistant. Hawks began. Okay, I'm sorry for your friend's death, but I don't know what this has to do with everything, Miruko asked. I am getting to that, so I go to my friend's funeral and all that, and I try to not think about him every day. Because I kind of noticed that I was not straight around that time and well, I had a crush on him, a really big one. Tuya had a fire quirk. The flames burned hotter than everything I had ever seen before. They could eat through metal and steel and I think everything. He nearly set me on fire once when I picked him up and flew a few feet into the air. He apologized for weeks after the incident. I thought he died in a quirk accident for years. Turns out it wasn't an accident. His father murdered him because he deemed him useless and a failure and because Tuya tried to protect his siblings. He didn't deserve any of that, Hawks said. I'm sorry, Hawks. I'm really sorry that this happened and I am sure your friend didn't deserve any of it and I hope his father went to prison. But this has nothing to do with the Dabi killing Endeavor's son. Absolutely nothing. We are searching for a murderer and you tell me a very sad story about your childhood. I am happy that you trust me enough to tell me, but there are more important matters at hand, Hawks, Rumi told him. No, I am not finished yet. I still haven't gotten over him, very likely never will, but now comes the interesting thing. Shouto Todoroki was Endeavor's oldest son. He was Shouto's brother and he isn't quite as dead as everything thinks. I slept more than 10 times with him without noticing who exactly he is, but well, that's also not the point right now. I just hope that you understand what I am trying to tell you. Hawks closed his mouth after that. Miruko stared at him, then seemed to take a deep breath and got back to her feet. A hand wrapped around his collar and lifted him off the floor. You slept with a FING villain. A villain that killed his own brother. She didn't quite yell, but it was very close to it. Someone was angry at him, very angry, and he was still holding one of his feathers in his fist. He could let go of it and attack her, but he didn't. Okay, if anyone accuses me of killing Shouto again, I am going to burn this whole building down, Dabi yelled as he kicked the door in. The door that hadn't been locked in the first place. The villain was glaring at Miruko. Hello, Shouto simply stated as he stepped out of the room after him. They were sitting on the couch and Miruko had decided that it was the best course of action to open Hawk's last bottle of wine, after punching him in the face. It was understandable that she needed a drink, but there was a kid here, okay? Maybe Hawks was overthinking it, because it wasn't like Shouto was 10 years old. The kid was a teenager and it wasn't like he was drinking any of it. So, let's check if I got everything right. Dabi, who is Shouto Todoroki, a person everyone believes to be dead, saved his youngest brother from being killed by the ice villain Giton. Then brought him here for you to patch the kid up, instead of bringing him to a hospital. Since then you let them stay here and didn't bother to tell anyone that the teenager is still alive, because his father is abusive and killed Shouto Todoroki. You are aware of how much you messed this up, right? She asked. I think he is completely aware of that, Shouto said. Yes, I am, but it's not like I had a choice. Endeavor turned out to be an a-hole. I can't let the kid go back to him, Hawks replied. I'm not going to call the heroes for now. But this is not a permanent solution. Someone will find out about it sooner or later. Do you have any plans? Rumi continued. Well, not really. We kind of need to get Endeavor out of the way until then keep the Hero Commission or anyone from figuring out that Dabi is here and Todoroki Shouto is still alive. No, we don't really have a plan, Rumi. We are just trying to borrow time and wait till the situation has cooled down a bit, the hero answered. You are aware of the fact that people will notice if you buy more food and your water bill gets higher. Someone will catch even a hint of all of this and then the whole card house you build will collapse, she shot back. Shouto was sitting pretty close to the villain and the teenager was grabbing at the hem of his hoodie. The kid needed hugs and therapy and a healthy home life or family for that matter. Hawks knew that he hadn't thought this through, but he had no time to do so at any time. He had been trying to comfort a traumatized kid, okay, and keep an arsonist from setting everything on fire. Because that was still very likely to happen because Dabi wasn't really the sanest person he had ever met. Though there were worse ones, way worse. The League of Villains had been arrested, which didn't mean that this was over, no, far from it. Dabi sighed as he lit a cigarette up again and Shouto grabbed it without hesitance and threw it out of the window that Hawks had opened 5 minutes ago. They should really stop doing that, someone could get hit on the head or worse. The villain didn't even seem to mind it. Brother thing, or something like that? Miruko. I know all of that. I didn't have a choice, okay, I told you. He showed up around 3 a.m. and was carrying an injured teenager. What was I supposed to do? Call the commission and be like, hey, you want guess what just happened? That wouldn't work, he said. I know, but he still has school. UA probably already took him off their student list because he is dead. But the kid still needs to learn. You can't keep him from doing so. If you think this will be over at some point, you know he needs to return to school, right? She asked. Yes, but it's not like I can just go to UA and ask them to give me the stuff that they were doing in the classes and homework and all that. They wouldn't give it to me without a reason, Hawks replied. You could just say that you want to help Tokoyami, Shouto said. That could actually work, could it? UA wouldn't be that surprised about it, at least. He was mentoring the kid, like a baby bird. His instincts were messing with his mind sometimes, but they never had harmed anyone. Eraserhead wouldn't question it, and that was way more important, because the guy was very good at figuring things out and finding people that didn't want to be found. Underground heroes seem to be like that quite often. Hawks, why is a 16-year-old smarter than you? Miruko questioned. He isn't smarter, he just had one good idea. I might actually do that, kid. But if we ignore the school stuff for now because that isn't really that important, we still need to get Endeavor arrested, the hero said. He needs to die, Dabi disagreed. Now is not the moment for that hot stuff. It is way easier to prove that something is off than for you to just hunt Endeavor down and hope for the best, Hawks told him. It isn't like anyone would lock him up even if we had proof. He is the #1 hero now, he is untouchable by anyone. The Hero Commission won't do anything, and if the police decides that they will investigate, it would be shut down immediately, the villain replied. No, we are not going to the police, we are also not going to my handlers, we are going to get proof and then we go to the people that might actually want to help us, even if it's just to get a great story on the first page or on TV. Even if Endeavor tries to do something the public would already know, and let's just say that it will be impossible for him to do anything without seeming even more suspicious, Keigo explained. Maybe he should stick to calling himself that, it felt right in a way. He still remembered Tuya calling him by it, and really that wasn't something he would ever be able to forget. Mirko was staring at him. Dabi was looking quite intrigued and Shouto seemed as emotionless as always. Though there was a spark in the kid's eyes that hadn't been there before. You want to tell the press, Rumi finally said out loud. He clicked his tongue before he stood up, opening his wings further and hitting Dabi involuntarily in the face with a few feathers. At least he didn't try to set him on fire this time. Exactly, 100 points to Miruko. Because some of the news channels don't really care about facts that much. Which normally isn't a good thing at all. But we could use it to our advantage. These people would fight themselves over who would get this kind of dirt on Endeavor. They wouldn't talk about anything else for at least 24 hours. We don't even need to drag Dabi into this, or reveal that Shouto is alive at first. We just need some sort of documents or literally anything that implies that Endeavor is an abuser. If we have that, we are safe, he explained. You know that my father has very good lawyers. He would still be able to shut all of the commotion down, Shouto said. The kid looked like he was certain that it wouldn't work, that nothing would work. He had voiced his complaints quite often, told them that it would be safer to just send him home. Because at least then they wouldn't hunt Dabi down for killing Endeavor's son. Hawks wouldn't let him go back to that place, never. If that involved kidnapping and harboring a wanted criminal, then so what? Other heroes were doing way worse things. Did he need to remind the commission that they once covered up the murder of an innocent woman because she had just happened to be married to a villain? Oh, and he would like to add that she had no idea what her husband had been doing with his quirk. They had nearly killed a fing kid, because the boy had possessed a quirk similar to his father's. Luckily someone had arrived at the scene and stopped them from doing so. The hero probably hadn't known that he had saved a life. He had taken 1 or 2 documents about that with him. Not that it would protect him from the commission, but maybe someone else. Or maybe he just wasn't as loyal to them as he had been trained to be. Keigo didn't know why anyone would see that as a bad thing. He wasn't a good person, but it also didn't feel right to call himself a bad one. In this world there was just a lot of gray. He didn't even know who the kid was that they had tried to murder, but he knew who the villain was, not the man's actual name though. He still couldn't comprehend what they thought was so bad about a brainwashing quirk. But that was a little bit of information that he would keep from everyone for now. It wouldn't even be that helpful if he didn't find the actual kid first. Yes, but the public would already know. Lawyers aren't going to change the mind of people. There would be commotion and that could lead to good things, or at least a bit of time for us to breathe. But for that we would need a little bit of proof, documents, pictures, anything, Keigo stated. I had some pictures on my phone, Shouto mumbled. All heads turned to him. That couldn't be true, right? They couldn't be that lucky? It would be so easy to prove all of this if they had some pictures of the injuries. I knew that it wouldn't help, but I wanted to check how often these things happen, or if there is a pattern, so that I could prepare myself better. I also wanted to know if there were any injuries that happened to often in the exact same place. But the problem is that I lost my phone the night Geeton tried to kill me, and since the police wouldn't check it, my things are probably at Endeavor's hero agency, maybe his office. He wouldn't find them. Midoriya helped me create a locked folder. My father isn't able to see or delete the pictures. I don't even think he cares anymore. He is just mad that his masterpiece is dead, the teenager explained. I am also pretty sure that by now Endeavor knows exactly who I used to be, or he suspects something, Dabi added. This means we just need to get into Endeavor's hero agency, but I don't think we can just scroll in and steal it right from under his nose. He would notice it missing and someone would probably tell him that Hawks or I were there. We could break in, but I don't think that we really have any stealth on this team. They would catch us immediately, and we also don't know if his phone even works. It could have just been destroyed by the ice or the fire that was there. Risking our lives for that would just be stupid and not help anyone, Rumi voiced her concerns. Yes, Hawks had thought it had been destroyed or at least broken beyond repair, but he didn't know for sure, and if there was a chance that it wasn't, then they wouldn't just ignore that. My phone is ice and fireproof. Endeavor didn't want to buy a new one every week because I destroyed them on purpose. I also threw my school bag away very early in the fight. I don't think it got hit by anything. The police or one of my father's sidekicks must have found it, the teenager said. Dabi just pointed 2 thumbs up and smiled, which was supposed to look reassuring, but it surely didn't do the trick. That still leaves the whole, how do we got in there without anyone or the cameras noticing? Rumi sighed. She had been right when she said that there was no one in this group that was good at sneaking or hiding. Hawks could be very quiet. But his quirk didn't help a lot when he was in closed buildings and trying to hide from cameras. He was fast, yes, but not fast enough for them to not catch him. Dabi was very good at burning people down, but he was very recognizable and everyone was hunting him down currently, so he was a big no-no. Maruko very likely didn't have any time to do it, and there was still the problem with the cameras. Someone would need to turn them off. She had a lot of patrols at night when it would be the easiest to act because less people were in the building. Shouto couldn't do it for obvious reasons. This didn't look good at all. The teenager was sketching something on a piece of paper now, and Maruko drank more of the wine straight from the bottle. Really not a good example for the kid. "What are you drawing, brat?" Dabi asked as he looked over his brother's shoulder. "A map of Endeavor's hero agency. He wanted me to learn the floor plan because I was supposed to take over at some point. I need more paper and different colors, but I think this should be enough for you to get in and out. You still would need someone that is good at, sneaking into buildings without setting them on fire, yelling around, or taking pictures with everyone. Someone with experience, that is all I am saying," the teen said. Shouto grabbed another piece of paper and continued. Endeavor had dug his own grave. Keigo was proud. "I still think that all of this is a stupid idea and I need someone else to write things down. Whoever you call in might recognize my handwriting and I don't want more people than necessary to know that I am not dead," Shouto added. "Maybe Eraserhead, but then it would be a hero-only coup. I don't want a teacher to try and kill me. You could just tell him that Endeavor might have some dirt on his vest. Pretty sure the guy is going to help. Just leave the parts out that he doesn't need to know," Dabi said. "I am on the villain's side this time." "That's a decent idea," Rumi agreed. "So that's decided. You can be lucky that I have the guy's number because Tokoyami was my intern," Keigo replied. Maruko was checking her phone and Shouto was still making a map that they would use to break into the number 1 hero's hero agency. Keigo felt good. Maybe it was just the adrenaline, but he felt good. He dialed a number on his phone as he closed the door behind him. "Hey Eraserhead. I need your help." "Wait, listen man. It has something to do with your dead student." Cold, harsh wind hit him in the face as he flew through the city. It was night and Maruko had decided to leave a few hours ago because she wanted none of this being traced back to her if they got caught. Eraserhead had been enthusiastic about the whole thing. Maybe Hawks should worry about that, but it wasn't like that was making the situation for him worse or anything. Dabi was very likely smoking again, and he just hoped that no one would do anything that made the situation way worse. Though that was already pretty difficult. As long as no one left the apartment, everything should be fine. He couldn't leave them alone longer than a few hours. He was talking about Dabi and Shouto here. It was pure luck that these two did got along okay and not tried to tear each other's throats out. It would be good if these two got along a bit better because as it stood now, every normal conversation they tried to have ended in an argument or just yelling. Introducing Tuya and Shouto Todoroki, two brothers that really shouldn't be left alone for the health of everyone around them. Burns and frost burns were dangerous. Hawks wasn't really their babysitter and he still had a job, and now he was also going to break into Endeavor's agency. Which was not legal, which was why he had called help in. His feet touched the ground on one of the near buildings and waited. Eraserhead had said that they would meet here. It was very likely that he would be yelled at by the underground hero. Because all in all this probably wasn't a good idea. He didn't have a choice though. Dabi would laugh at him and tell him to think before he acts. He probably should take that into consideration. But he had more important things to do. He played around with one of his feathers and let it flow a bit through the air. He couldn't wait that much longer. Though it would be hard to notice Eraserhead before the hero revealed himself. He shouldn't worry that much. Maruko would cover for him and no one knew what he had actually been trying to do even if they caught him. Hawks was pretty sure that he could come up with a good excuse. The hero commission was a different issue though. They were still checking up on him from time to time. Checking up probably wasn't the right word. They were keeping him in check. Making sure that he did nothing that would paint them in a bad light and followed their orders. He was a puppet on strings, not even a real hero. But maybe that would change now. Not that that was the reason for his actions. He wouldn't send an abused child to back the abuser. He would fight Endeavor if it came to that, which it hopefully didn't. The winged hero took a deep breath. "Hawks," a voice behind him said. Keigo turned around. Eraserhead was standing behind him, in full hero costume, goggles on. But the teacher wasn't alone. "I didn't know you have a kid, Eraserhead," Hawks replied. The teenager looked at him and shook his head. The kid was around Shouto's age and had purple hair. But he and Eraserhead still looked incredibly similar. The kid even had his own capture scarf and something that looked like a breathing mask. Maybe it had something to do with a quirk. "I am not his kid, we are not related," the teenager stated. "Hawks, this is Shinso Hitoshi, not my biological son, got that? Now what exactly is the plan?" Aizawa asked. Not biological? Does that mean you are trying to adopt? That's actually a great thing. I think more heroes should try to do that. Hawks was not being completely serious here. But it was fun and he could really use that, because it was actually not that easy to keep his boyfriend. What the F was his and Dabi's relationship in the first place? And a teenager from burning his place to the ground. Never let Dabi cook. He always tried to use his quirk for that and it never worked out. Because a fire quirk is not an adequate way to make food, even Hawks knew that. Dabi's was even worse because these flames were so hot that they cremates everything, except a certain teenager, Hawks' poor chicken. Shouto hadn't done anything but laugh at them. No one in his apartment was able to actually cook, so they should probably start ordering healthier meals. Just shut up, we met up here to do something, not to chat. So, I hope you do have a plan, Eraserhead said. Not really. I know that we need to get into Endeavor's office and we need to disable the security system and the cameras. I have the layout of the building though, Hawks answered. Well, at least that's something. Why exactly are we even breaking into a hero agency? Couldn't you just ask if you needed something? The Shinso kid asked. I didn't tell you because I thought someone would be better at explaining it, but as it turns out that isn't the case. Endeavor might have been, or still is, a child abuser. Todoroki's phone is in there and he had some proof of that on it. That's why we are going to break in, because he wouldn't just hand something like that over even if he doesn't know what is on the phone, Aizawa explained. That's why you asked me to come with me. Because of my quirk, in case we get caught by someone, the student stated. Yes, you can still turn back and go home if you want to. I am not going to force you to come with us. If something goes horribly wrong, you could lose your chance to become a hero forever. I want you to be fully aware of that, Shinso. Eraserhead sounded like a parent. He seemed like a dad to the kid, and it wasn't like this was the first time he actually saw, a normal parent interacting with their kid normally. It was kind of wholesome. The teen rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. I know, but we could reveal the number one hero to be an abuser. I am up for that. Wouldn't miss it for anything else. This is going to be great and so much fun. I can make sure that no one knows that we were there. So, calm down, Aizawa-sensei, I am going to be fine, he said, though the teenager's voice was shaking slightly. He was lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. Hawks had no idea what the kid's quirk was. Maybe he should have watched the UA Sports Festival. But he had been on a mission and it wasn't like he had missed that much. He knew who the winner had been. That was enough, or he had thought so. Okay, but we try to not make it come to that. Hawks, could you give me the map, or whatever you have? Aizawa asked. Hawks pulled his phone out and turned it on. He turned the screen towards them. He had scanned the map in that Shouto had drawn him, if only to make sure that no one recognized the kid's sketching or writing. Eraserhead looked at it for a few seconds before he nodded and grabbed his weapon and seemed to stare at the building that they could very clearly see from here. Hawks, could you take him with you? We need to do this quickly, the underground hero said. Keigo pointed 2 thumbs upwards and then took a few steps across the roof. Shinso didn't really seem to like that. Well, Tokoyami had been annoyed at first. But flying was great, there was no reason to hate it. Expect if you had motion sickness, trying to show Dabi the city from the sky had turned out not to be such a great idea. I don't need help. I can do this alone, Aizawa-sensei. I am not a little kid dash. The teen was cut off as hoisted him up from under the elbows and shot up into the sky. Shinso didn't scream, but he rammed his fingernails into Keigo's arms. Eraserhead was already running over the roofs towards Endeavor's hero agency. Hawks flew over the roofs and landed at the side of the building, the only side that didn't have any cameras on it. He let the teen go again and Shinso grabbed onto the mask as he quickly stepped away from the hero. Eraserhead arrived not much later, which was quite surprising because Hawks had nearly flown at top speed. But it hadn't been that much of a distance, so it wasn't like he had been able to actually build up on that. So, are we going to just break one of the windows or what? Shinso asked. We don't need to do that. I have the passcodes for the back door, but there are still the cameras. We need to enable them first, Hawks replied. I am going to do this, but I really hope what you are saying is legit, because otherwise you are going to regret a lot of things, Hawks. Aizawa's voice was kind of cold. But the underground hero was kind of right, and in the end, it didn't take that long to get rid of these things. Eraserhead had let himself down from pipes closer to the roof and had just pulled the wires out. He wasn't stupid enough to leave fingerprints though. Hawks had been able to unlock the door and put the codes in to deactivate the cameras and heat sensors on the inside of the building. They just needed to be quick. The building was, well, he had seen a part of it before, but it was bare. There were no personal touches which were normally very usual to have. They were there to represent the hero and what they stood for. Endeavors didn't have any of it. His feet made nearly no sound as he walked through the hallways, Eraserhead a few steps behind him and Shinso following them, even though the teen was mostly just looking around. There were security guards, but luckily, they hadn't encountered any of them yet. Which didn't mean that they should stop looking out. Getting caught just wouldn't help anyone. It also wasn't difficult to find Endeavor's office. It turned out that for that they wouldn't even have needed a map. There were signs pointing towards it in the hallways. Endeavor really was an a-hole. Shinso closed the door of the office behind them. Hawks immediately went to the desk and started opening the drawers under it. Eraserhead began to search through the cupboards. Shinso stayed by the door. "Here is nothing," Aizawa said a few minutes later. Hawks knew that it needed to be here. Endeavor wouldn't hide it anywhere else. There would be a way higher risk of someone finding it, or rather finding something on it. He reached into one of the drawers again and found something. It wasn't laying in there, it had been taped onto the inner top of the drawer. Keigo ripped it out. It was a plastic bag with a phone in it, a slightly bloody phone. This was definitely Shouto's. Hawks tried to turn it on. The screen lit up and well, someone seemed to be a fan of All Might. He didn't have the teen's fingerprint and he didn't know the password, so unlocking it would be impossible. He would just give it to Shouto. There was also such a thing as privacy, and it surely still mattered because the kid was still alive and Dabi was Tuya, but that wasn't anything Eraserhead needed to know yet. "Found it," Hawks cheered. Eraserhead seemed to sigh in relief, but Shinso just jumped away from the door. The teen looked like he had heard something and it didn't look like he was happy about it. "There are heavy steps. I think someone might have noticed that something is off," Shinso said. "Sheet, this was bad. They probably wouldn't be able to leave through the door." He needed to come up with something, and that quick. He didn't want the kid to use his quirk just because he made bad life decision. "Hawks, can you carry 2 people?" Aizawa asked. The hero nodded. Shinso whined before he walked closer to them and pulled the mask up so that it covered the lower half of his face. Maybe the kid's quirk had something to do with voice. It seemed like that. Hawks let a few of his sharper feathers loose and shot them against the glass of the window. It shattered into a million pieces. He heard the steps now too. Someone with heavy boots was running towards the office, and he was sure that it was not just one person. Keigo put the plastic bag into a hidden pocket on the inside of his jacket. "Jump," he said. "What?" Shinso stared at him like he had just lost his mind. "Just jump, kid, I'll catch you," Hawks repeated. The door handle got pushed down and Hawks knew that he couldn't wait anymore, so he just pushed the underground hero and the students out through the broken window. Shinso ended up screaming this time, but Hawks was able to catch them with his feathers, but in the end, they somehow still ended up tangled up in 1 or 2 capture weapons between 2 street lights and the fire ladder of a building. "I should have just stayed at home and helped Dad with his radio show," Shinso muttered. Aizawa pulled at one end of the fabric and they fell to the ground. Hawks caught himself with his wings and landed a few seconds later. Shinso got up again and glared at him as he picked his weapon back up. Great, he clearly hadn't made a friend today. "I am sorry, okay, but we got what we came for," he said smilingly and held the plastic bag up again. "Okay, Hawks, just give it to me. Present Mike and I will hack it and look for any date that might back up your claims." Eraserhead held his hand out. "No, I know someone. I can deal with this way quicker." "I don't want to bother you anymore," Hawks replied. "Hawks, I didn't ask where you had the map from or how you know the passcodes, but you are keeping some information from me and I am not sure that I can trust you," Aizawa told him. "I am sorry, Shinso." "Don't overreact, Sensei, I am sure it is nothing." "Hawks, could I get an autograph for a friend I mean?" Shinso asked as he scratched the back of his head. "Sure, kid, who is Dash?" Keigo couldn't finish his sentence. He couldn't even move his body. What the F was going on? This was scary. He didn't have a heart attack or something, right? This surely wasn't something psychological. Tell me what you have kept from us that we would need to know to understand the whole situation, the teen continued. Dabi is Tuya Todoroki and Shouto Todoroki is still alive, Hawks answered like a robot. The teen's quirk was brainwashing. That was so cool. The fallout had been better than what Hawks had expected. Aizawa had been really angry and demanded that Keigo would take him to where they were hiding the teenager. Shinso had left to go visit Present Mike at her hero's radio station, but Hawks had handed him an autograph either way and told the kid how great his quirk was. The kid hadn't said anything, but he had been grateful in a way. Hawks wasn't blind. They were walking, not flying, and Hawks didn't know how he would explain any of this to Dabi. The villain wouldn't be happy about it. Shouto's reaction would probably not be that clear, and Hawks could only hope that his apartment would survive it. I still can't comprehend how stupid you are, Hawks, Eraserhead said. I am not stupid. I just didn't have a choice. I couldn't just bring the kid to a hospital or anything else. Dabi just turned up at my door. What was I supposed to do? Keigo asked. They turned into an alleyway and Hawks took a deep breath. Aizawa knew it. Hawks had said it out loud because of a quirk, and the teacher surely wasn't happy about anything that had happened. Hawks played around with the apartment keys in his jacket's pocket and tried to keep himself calm. It wasn't like Aizawa would hurt him or the kid either. I don't know. But you should have probably told someone. I still don't know what is actually going on here or what happened because you have yet to explain it to me. But there is enough time for that talk later. Now I want to see my student, the underground hero told him. Yes, we are on the way to my apartment. Maybe calm down a little, the kid isn't hurt. Well, he kind of was, but we didn't hurt him, Hawks said. He already missed Tuya, and maybe this wasn't the right time to feel like this, but his quirk had some downsides to it, and this was one of them. He had turned the small feather he had found a few hours ago into a necklace and had given it to Dabi. The villain had glared at him, hissed something under his breath, and then snatched it out of the hero's hands. Dabi hadn't taken it off since then. It was supposed to be a lucky charm, and even though he didn't believe into those things, he was still able to sense the feather. It made him feel a bit calmer. Aizawa was still looking at him from time to time, and his hands were stuffed into the pockets of his jumpsuit. The goggles were loosely hanging around his neck, and the tiny scar right under the underground hero's eyes was visible in the light of the moon and street lamps. The USJ incident, Hawks had heard about it, but he didn't really know what had happened. But he knew that Dabi hadn't been a part of the attack. The arsonist had joined after the stain incident, not before. You called in a lot of heroes when the training camp was attacked. Could I ask why no one tried to call me in? Hawks asked. He didn't really care that much, but making some conversation would be better than walking around in silence. Aizawa turned his head around and then raised an eyebrow. The older her just shrugged. No one thought about it, we had enough stuff to deal with. If I remember correctly, someone even tried to contact you, but the commission said you were on an important mission. I have been told that one of my students is dead, something I swore to let never happen again after Dash. Aizawa shook his head and stopped. It doesn't matter. I thought one of my students died. I thought that I failed as a hero. You were hiding a kid and pretending that he was dead. Do you know what will happen if his family finds out about this? And I'm not talking about the fact that my student is the brother of a goddamn villain, an extremely dangerous one. If I might add that. I am not going to leave till you explain it to me, and I want to know every single detail. Are you sure you want to know all of them? Eraserhead, they might not be child-friendly, Hawks asked. I am not a child and I really don't care, but if you slept with a villain, please leave that out though. It isn't of importance to the situation, Aizawa replied. A few minutes later they arrived in front of the apartment complex. Eraserhead was looking around like he was scared that someone might follow them. Which could happen but wasn't very likely. Hawks unlocked the door and stepped into the building. Eraserhead followed him. Could you please try to stay calm? I don't want Dabi to cremate anything because he thinks you are going to sell him out to Endeavor, Keigo said. I won't do anything if he doesn't hurt Todoroki, Aizawa stated. There are many things Dabi would do and a lot of them are bad and illegal and villainous, but there is one thing I know he would never do. Dabi wouldn't hurt any of his siblings, least of them your student. So just calm down and maybe don't use your quirk if he doesn't try to attack you, Hawks told him. Eraserhead just glared at him as they walked up the stairs, and Hawks would have rather gotten his feet off the ground again, but that would be kind of unfair right now. He prayed that Dabi would let him talk before the villain acted on his own and attacked the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Shouto surely wouldn't like it, and he didn't want these two to argue again. Because they couldn't solve their problems quickly, it always took hours. But they were talking to each other. Hawks placed his ear against the apartment door before he tightened his grip on the keys. "I am not going to do anything," Aizawa said. Keigo nodded once before he unlocked this door too. The winged hero stopped in the middle of the doorway. One of the walls was fully covered in papers and red string that was connecting some of them. He wasn't aware that he owned string. Shouto was standing in front of the wall and was seemingly trying to explain something to Dabi. Dabi, on the other hand, was slumped over the couch with an arm covering his eyes, and he definitely seemed to be done with the situation altogether. "Hey, I am back," Keigo announced cheerfully. Dabi lifted his arm up and turned towards the hero before the villain jumped up and pushed the teenager behind him. Yes, Eraserhead was still standing behind him. Shouto's face had the same expression as always. The teenager was still holding a pencil and blinked a few times. Dabi seemed to be fuming, and there were blue sparks forming in his hands before they just disappeared. Eraserhead pushed Hawks out of the way and stepped into the apartment. The teacher put his goggles on but still continued to stare at Dabi, erasing the villain's quirk. "You are FNG traitor Hawks," Dabi hissed. "Hot stuff, please listen to me, okay? This isn't how you think. Can everyone just calm down and not try to murder each other?" Keigo asked. He got no answer, and the teacher and villain were still glaring at each other, and both of them seemed to ready to attack. Dabi looked around, and Keigo really didn't like the glint that appeared in his childhood friend's eyes. He was planning something, and Keigo knew that glint. It was the same that always had appeared in Tuya's eyes, and before they had done something that had gotten them into trouble. Like that one time when they had climbed onto the roof and Tuya had nearly fallen off and nearly had died. Or that one time he had flown them to the top of a bridge and Tuya had nearly died again. There had actually been a lot of times where Tuya had nearly died. Maybe not all of the incidents of him nearly falling to his death had been accidental. "That's my teacher, so would you mind not murdering him? That would be nice," Shouto said. Keigo was pretty sure that Eraserhead had blinked once by now, but he hadn't seen it, so he wasn't sure. He didn't know how to de-escalate the situation. Dabi thought he was a traitor, which wasn't true in this case. He was still kind of working for the Hero Commission, but the Eraserhead situation had nothing to do with this. "Tuya, he probably already knows. Could you just calm down and not threaten to set someone on fire?" the teenager said. Shouto was still standing behind the villain, and Hawks wasn't even going to let his eyes wander towards the paper-covered wall because he had no idea what the teen had written of them. He didn't want to know. Shouto's theories were something, but listening to him explaining them took hours and simply made him tired. "Dabi, he didn't really betray you. Shinso used his quirk on him. I just want to talk to my student," Aizawa said calmly. Dabi didn't even budge. It was kind of cute that he was trying to protect his youngest brother, but at the same time Hawks didn't want the whole situation to escalate, which looked like it was going to happen soon, since the villain's feet figuratively frozen to the floor. He was still glaring at the underground hero and giving Keigo the cold shoulder. There was something very wrong, and he had a bad feeling about this. He looked around the room, if just to calm him down a little, and noticed that one of the knives was missing. "How is Shinso doing, if I am allowed to ask?" Shouto questioned. "He is fine, Todoroki. If everything goes well, he will be transferred into the hero course by the end of the school year," Aizawa answered. "I don't care what you are talking about, but I can't trust a hero to keep his mouth shut," Dabi hissed. "Hey," Keigo protested. "Shut up, birdie. You are a puppet soldier, not a hero," the villain simply said. Shouto was trying to take a step forwards, but Dabi held him back. Keigo knew that not everything was okay in Tuya's mind, which wasn't that unordinary because most members of the League needed a therapist and a psychiatric hospital more than a prison cell on death row, where they just waited for their execution. He couldn't let that happen to him, or to anyone else for that matter. Shouto bit his lip before he lifted his right hand up and slowly placed it on his brother's shoulder. The teen was trying to calm him down, and it seemed to be working to a certain degree. Dabi looked to the side and lowered his arm a little. Eraserhead didn't move for the moment, and the hero's hands slowly moved to grab onto the capture weapon. Keigo shook his head a bit and hoped that the other hero would listen to him. If Aizawa acted now, he would just make the situation way worse. Tuya, it's going to be fine, okay? I know Aizawa-sensei, he isn't going to hurt you and he isn't going to hurt me either. Don't set my teacher on fire, I don't think that would be good for my grades. You were right, I am still not good at making jokes. But I am not going back to Endeavor again, I promise, the teenager said calmly. Keigo knew that Shouto couldn't promise all of that, and even though he didn't like it. If the commission found out about all of this, then they would send the teenager back to Endeavor and probably make it possible for the #1 hero to train his father without sending the kid back to UA ever again. From what Hawks had heard of Endeavor, Shouto would just get hurt way more. Eraserhead shifted on his feet and it looked like he was ready to attack. He didn't see it, but Keigo would swear that the hero activated his quirk right before he charged at the villain. Stop, he has a knife, Hawks yelled as he tried to grab the underground hero by the arm. He wasn't really scared about Aizawa's safety, the teacher would be able to dodge a knife with his hands tied behind his back. But Dabi didn't go after Eraserhead. The villain muttered something incomprehensible under his breath before grabbing Shouto's shoulder and pulling the teenager in front of him and pressing the knife against the kid's throat. Aizawa stopped in his tracks but kept his face turned towards the villain. Hey, Tuya, what are you doing? Keigo asked. He was holding his hands up and slowly took one step forwards. This was exactly what he had tried to prevent from happening, and he needed to keep the kid from getting hurt. That was his priority. You have no right to call me that, Hawks. Dabi spat the name out like it was poisonous. Eraserhead pushed Hawks a few steps backwards as he took them himself. Aizawa was glaring at him and there was a frown forming on the teacher's face. So much about he would never hurt his brother, the hero hissed at him. I don't know, okay? Just treat this like a normal hostage situation for now. I try to get through to him, Hawks whispered back. Shouto was standing incredibly still, the kid probably wasn't even breathing right now. Dabi, what if you just let the kid go and we talk about this normally? Keigo said. For now, he didn't get an answer, the villain just stared at him and took a step back. He was still pressing a knife against his brother's throat, and right now Keigo wasn't sure how much of this was just an empty threat and how much wasn't. Dabi was Tuya, but more often he wasn't, and Dabi was someone that still cared about his brother, but he didn't know how far the man would go. He looked at Hawks for a moment before he tightened his grip around the kid's shoulder. Dabi was looking at Hawks right now, cerulean eyes staring into his golden ones. They had the exact same shade as the flames, and he didn't know why he hadn't noticed it before. Eraserhead seemed to still be keeping the villain from using his quirk, or maybe Dabi didn't want to use it at the moment. This could end badly, very badly. Tuya? Shouto asked, and this time his voice was barely above a whisper. Dabi blinked once before he looked down slowly and dropped the knife like it was burning him. The villain's legs seemed to give in and he pulled the teenager with him to the floor. Aizawa pulled his goggles off and stared. Dabi was kneeling on the floor, hugging a still pretty freaked out teenager, and looked like he wanted to cry but wasn't able to. Shouto was still shaking, Hawks could see that clearly, but he didn't dare to take a step closer. He wasn't sure what Dabi would do. No one was, and honestly no one wanted to accidentally make the situation any worse than it actually already was. Right now, the villain wasn't doing anything but holding onto the kid and hugging him, so this should be fine. Dabi was mumbling something that sounded a lot like sorry over and over again. Eraserhead looked like he was uncertain on how to deal with the situation. The teenager was barely moving, probably barely breathing. But there wasn't much he could do. Hawks knew what had happened and he knew that it had been his fault, but that was no excuse for Dabi to act like that and take a teenager hostage, even if it had just been for a few minutes. The villain was still mumbling things under his breath. He was hugging the teenager and glaring at both of the heroes like they were the plague personified. Keigo didn't know if he could use his quirk, but he preferred that, at least for the moment. They could only see the back of Shouto's head and he really tried to evade Dabi's eyes. Just because of what the man was capable of, what he had done. Dabi wasn't an innocent kid anymore, it was a long time since he had been. His childhood friend had turned into a murderer, probably a monster, that was only focused on killing the #1 hero. The man still cared about his siblings, or at least his youngest brother, but there was no telling how far he would go to protect him. He didn't know how many pieces Tuya's mind had needed to lay there in scrambles for Dabi to even exist in the first place. Hawks knew that he shouldn't be thinking of them as different people because they weren't, but he wasn't able to accept that Tuya could have turned into this. Keigo should probably be helping, but he didn't know how. Hawks, would you be so kind and explain to me what just happened? Eraserhead asked. Nope, I know as much as you do. Maybe we should leave them alone for a bit. I don't know. Don't want to make this any worse, Keigo replied. Neither of you is going to leave. You'll just call someone and I won't let you take him back to Endeavor. Not even over my cold dead body, Dabi pressed out between his teeth. The villain was running his fingers through his brother's hair and still managed to look extremely threatening. That was an achievement. Hawks could make a joke about mother hens, but that really wouldn't be good for the very existence of his wings. He wouldn't put all of his faith into Eraserhead. Keigo was smarter than that. No one is going to take your brother away from you. Now I would really like someone to actually explain the whole thing to me. That would be nice, Aizawa said. You can't promise me anything, hero. I am completely aware of that, but I can still try to cremate you, Dabi hissed. How can I even be sure that you don't just want to gain his trust to kill him or do God knows what? You are a villain and no one has given me a reason to distrust Endeavor yet. Eraserhead put more emphasis on the yet. Hawks hadn't talked about the whole Enji Todoroki is a child abuser and very likely way worse than that. But the streets hadn't really been a place to talk about that kind of thing. No one could fault Hawks for that. Dabi should also probably buy new hair dye soon, but there were more important things to deal with. Like keeping Dabi and Eraserhead from trying to tear each other's throats out. Tuya was still glaring daggers at Eraserhead, and Keigo knew that it also kind of wasn't his place to explain any of this. Do I also need to remind you that till now you really didn't seem to care about your brother at all? Why now out of all times? Or are you just using him to get closer to Endeavor? Aizawa asked. Hawks prayed that the man would just shut up after this because quirk or no quirk, he didn't want to deal with an enraged Tuya, which for the record was worse than an enraged Dabi. Keigo knew that first-handedly. Shouto slightly turned his head to the left side to look at them, but Dabi carefully turned it back so that the kid didn't make eye contact with either of the heroes. It's fine, you don't need to be scared, just stay calm. You are good at that, brat, I know you are good at that, Dabi said to the teenager, and this time it was actually audible. Eraserhead and Hawks exchanged a look. This situation wasn't getting worse, but on the other hand it also wasn't getting better. Keigo still didn't know to what degree he could actually trust the villain. Shouto began to hug the man back, and Dabi just tightened his hold a little. Older siblings were usually a tad bit protective, but if he remembered it correctly, then Tuya had kind of blown that out of proportion. One wrong word about his brothers or sister and you would be pinned against the wall with a flaming fist dangerously close to your head. There are many things I would do, but hurting my brother isn't one of them, Dabi simply said. I don't think I can believe that. Do I need to remind you of what happened at the training camp? You set the whole forest on fire. You could have very well murdered the person you supposedly care for, Aizawa shot back. Keigo shook his head. Now he could only hope that no one ended up dead. He knew the basics of the time the League of Villains kidnapped an UA student, but he really didn't know what exactly had happened. Dabi hadn't been sharing information, not even while they had shared a bed, not that it had been the only thing they had done. Eraserhead took his job as a teacher incredible serious, which wasn't a bad thing per se, but if the man thought Dabi was going to hurt Shouto, then he wouldn't hold back, and Hawks knew that every single hero was capable of murder and most of them ended up killing at least one villain in their life. Dabi had looked at the hero like he was the dirt of the villain's shoe. This wouldn't end well, and Keigo knew that, but he still prayed to, well, no one in particular, but he could still hope because even though it was quite small, he really liked this apartment. Shouto was still mostly as still as a statue, but he seemed to not be in something akin to shock anymore. Hawks really couldn't complain about that. Dabi was still combing his fingers through dual-colored hair, and the teen seemed to relax a bit more. Or maybe Keigo was just imagining the last part. He just needed to get these two to actually talk to each other, which wasn't going to be easy. No one of importance even knew that the kid was still alive. Maybe Hawks could blackmail someone, but he would rather not do that for obvious reasons. Hawks reached out mentally and he felt the feather that was still attached to the necklace the villain was wearing. Dabi hadn't taken it off. Not that he really would have had the time to do so after he had learned of what he probably still thought to be Keigo's betrayal. But knowing it was still there made him feel a bit better, safer. He knew that it didn't make any sense. But he could have that little bit of peace even if it was only there for just a few seconds. Keigo knew that there was a pretty easy explanation for all of this. Tuya's flames weren't able to harm Shouto. That was it. But it wasn't Keigo's place to say that. The whole thing was personal, and because of that he would keep his mouth shut. If nothing had gone wrong, he would be sitting here eating some food with the brothers and planning on how to exactly get the pictures and a note to the media. He was sure that the reporters would jump on it like lions on a piece of fresh meat. They loved getting dirt on heroes, even if some of these stories were very likely fake. But most of them weren't, and that was the point. Endeavor would have been exposed one way or another. But none of this had happened because Eraserhead and another UA student knew the truth now. They could still stick to their original plan, but there would need to be some minor changes. Because of the whole Eraserhead new thing. "You are wrong, Sensei, he didn't want to hurt me," the teenager said. He still wasn't looking at them. Shouto's voice was shacking and he seemed to be grabbing onto Dabi's shirt, which his brother didn't seem to mind because a certain someone had turned this into a hostage situation, only for a few minutes, but it had certainly been one. "Todoroki, I'm sure that you aren't knowingly giving me wrong information, but he set a whole forest on fire. He could have reduced you to a piece of ashes and you can't ignore that. Even if he is your brother," Aizawa told him. "No, you don't understand. He couldn't hurt me like that, it's literally not possible. You need to believe me, I wouldn't lie about any of that. Tuya wouldn't hurt me." It sounded like the kid wasn't that sure about the last sentence. Which wasn't that surprising after what had just happened. But Shouto still trusted Dabi, even though the man had literally taken him as a hostage. Dabi had seemed like it had taken him a few seconds to actually notice what he had been doing, and he had seemed shocked by his own actions. Sadly, that didn't mean much. "He is a mass murderer, he could burn you to a crisp in less than a minute," Eraserhead said. "No, I couldn't," Dabi replied. He looked at the teen for a second before Shouto nodded. Hawks was pretty sure that he knew what they were going to do. Aizawa wouldn't be happy about it. Dabi activated his quirk and Aizawa seemed like he wanted to erase it, but Hawks grabbed the older man and shoved him. It still didn't take the teacher long to react, but it gave Dabi the time he needed to press his still burning hand against his brother's arm. Absolutely nothing happened. The flames died quickly after that. Dabi rolled his eyes but let go of the teen but still stayed on the ground. Shouto finally turned towards them. The teen still kept his hands buried in his lap. Eraserhead blinked. "Okay, now what exactly did Endeavor do?" "Because it might help with the report I am trying to file," Aizawa just said. "File a report for what?" Shouto asked. "Child abuse. Do you believe me to be blind, Todoroki? Why do you think I agreed to even help Hawks break into Endeavor's agency?" Eraserhead replied as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Are you trying to tell me you knew that something was going on? But you didn't say anything." Keigo knew that he sounded kind of confused. "Yes, because I didn't exactly know what you were planning and I still don't. But I think I know what this is about. That's why I am going to help you. You would also kind of get Mix radio show, well partly. It really depends on what Hizashi thinks about this," Shouto's teacher explained. "You looked into the whole stuff and were like, something is off here and actually investigated further than that. It seems like I might actually not be going to kill you after all, Eraserhead, maybe?" Dabi spoke. Shouto still looked really uncomfortable because of the whole goddamn situation that was going on right now. Hawks should probably get some food, maybe fried chicken. The teenager was playing around with the hem of his shirt and he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Well, the only exception would probably be Endeavor's house or a police station. "You are still a villain and you will be put on trial for your crimes, but getting Endeavor taken down is more important, so I am not going to call anyone in until the whole thing is dealt with. You still injured and tried to kill my students, and I won't just forget that because you are the brother of one of them," Aizawa said. Keigo knew that the underground hero had a pretty good point. He just hoped that Dabi would see it the same way. The teenager got back to his feet and walked over to the couch before plummeting down onto it. Shouto grabbed a pillow and pressed it against his torso. Leaving the kid alone might be helpful, but if the teen had wanted that, he would have probably left the room. Though he wasn't sure if the teen would actually do that, even if it was what he needed and wanted to do. Endeavor was probably pretty good at making his kids believe that what he did was right and made them act like things that he could just control whenever they wanted. It didn't seem to have worked that well with Shouto, but the team may have still been influenced by it. Dabi wasn't sitting on the floor anymore and the villain was handing the teenager his jacket again. Shouto actually took it and wrapped it around his shoulders like a blanket before he lay down again. To Keigo it didn't make that much sense but he didn't have any siblings so he wasn't able to judge that. It was also kind of adorable. Aizawa just seemed to be getting more and more confused. I know that, and if what you said isn't one big lie, I am going to work with you until Endeavor is taken down. Then we can go back to trying to kill each other, Dabi replied. I don't want to kill you but I will do so if I must, Eraserhead said. Dabi stayed silent. Shouto still didn't look particularly good and sat down on the couch next to the teenager. The kid let his brother hug him again. I need the whole story to actually be able to help you, the teacher explained. Hawks turned around on his heel as he made his way towards the kitchen. Maybe he could cook for once. He had bought some supplies 2 days ago. You should probably sit down, Eraser, because this is going to take some time, Hawks said. I am this close to leaving right now and beating up your father Todoroki. Not even Hisashi would be able to stop me, Aizawa said. The teacher's fingers were nearly touching. The only thing that could have probably fit between the tips was a single hair. Hawks thought this was a good sign. It seemed like on at least. Shouto had fallen asleep some time ago, maybe to not hear the story of all his trauma over and over again. Dabi was back to acting exactly like Tuya, which wasn't a thing that needed to be said because the two were the same person. The villain was letting the teenager lean onto his shoulder but already seemed like he regretted talking about it with them. Endeavor was a villain that disguised himself a hero, but calling it a disguise didn't really fit because if someone looked into it, they would notice what was going on behind closed doors. But no one who knew was doing anything and they never would. Hawks knew how this society worked. It was a wonder that the people hadn't already started to riot. I think all of us would love to do that but it's not like we actually can, Hawks spoke. Oh, we could but neither of you would like the consequences, Dabi interrupted him. That's not the point right now, hot stuff. We need a plan if we want to take the #1 hero out, Keigo replied. We should try to do it in a way that is at least partly legal. Everyone is already out for one of you and I don't want that to multiply. If you want to keep Shouto safe then keep him out of your plans. Someone would get the wrong idea and I don't want one of my students to be labeled a traitor, Aizawa said. Yeah, I mean they aren't in your class, Dabi added. Wait, what? There actually was a traitor in UA? Hawks thought that it had been a stupid joke or something. But that was certainly something a lot of people would be interested in. Hawks shook his head. They had more important things to deal with. Dabi was looking at him again but Hawks decided to not return the glance. Aizawa took one look at the wall that was still covered in papers and string and then looked away again. Shinso is not my biological son, the teacher said. No one said that. My brother just likes to create conspiracy theories it seems. But I don't think that you would understand that. He is wrong most of the time, Dabi replied. Hawks began to read through the papers again and really this teenager did have some problems. There were a lot of things there that didn't make a lot of sense and Shigaraki surely wasn't related to the one for all user before All Might. He didn't remember her name right now. Nana something? He probably should have listened to his handlers when they had been talking to him about things that didn't have anything directly to do being a hero. Was there anything he was right about? Aizawa asked. I don't think so. He really does like to theories that people are related when they obviously aren't and he oversees it when it actually is the case. Not that I am mad about it or anything. I just think that Hawks needs to buy new paper pretty soon, Dabi said. Shouto snuggled himself a bit more into the jacket. Someone would very likely need a haircut soon. It was getting quite long. But at least it seemed like Dabi didn't need to buy any new hair dye that soon. The strands were still all black, not a hint of red anywhere. Hawks didn't really know what they should be doing. Take Endeavor down and hopefully the commission too, but how? He didn't have enough information to just blackmail everyone and the Hero Commission would shut every investigation that would be opened against Endeavor down immediately. Their plan was to go to the press, which they could still do but Hawks didn't know if it would help. If the commission caught wind of it, they would force everyone to keep quiet about it if not worse. People had died a lot of time because they had known too much. Hawks himself didn't have a white vest. It had killed. Probably everyone in this room except Shouto had. He feared that the teenager might not find it to be as repelling as he should. They had Shouto's phone, but it wouldn't help them much. Hawks should probably bury his hopes somewhere in a graveyard. He had hoped so much, for no reason whatsoever. They couldn't do anything. They were effed. Hey birdie. Is everything fine? Dabi asked. Yes, we need to make a plan. We can't just call and endeavor and be like, we have some information that might interest you. Hawks forced himself to smile. Everyone had gone through so much he didn't want to bother them with his problems on top of that. He was content with his life, he had accepted it a long time ago. No matter how much he wanted to be free, it would never happen. Dabi burning down this thing everyone dared to call a society was just a dream that would never come true. He was locked in a cage and the key had been lost long ago. Dabi sighed loudly before he shuffled a bit towards the middle of the couch and patted the cushion beside him. The part that wasn't already occupied by a sleeping teenager. Hawks just gave him a confused look. Come here, Keigo, you look like you need a hug. I can't believe I am doing this. The last sentence was muttered, but Hawks was still able to hear it. He flapped his wings a few times, the bird parts of his quirk were acting up again, and ended up just throwing himself onto the couch next to the villain. Keep your feathers out of my face, birdie, it hurts, the villain hissed. Hawks moved his wings so that they were behind them and wrapped them a bit around him, Dabi and Shouto. The teenager cuddled himself a bit more against his brother. This was so adorable. The villain lifted the arm that Hawks wasn't clinging to a bit but then lowered it again. He was looking at his brother. Hawks laid his head on top of the villain's shoulder, might have purred, but that was up for debate. You stupid bird, Dabi mumbled. Right now, he was so much like Tuya, nearly identical, and he was so soft. Not that Hawks would ever dare to say that out loud. You know, I think there are worse siblings than you out there, hot stuff, Hawks said. Shouto was sleeping incredibly quiet and the teenager was still holding onto his brother's jacket. His eyes were moving behind closed eyelids and Hawks couldn't shake the feeling off that something wasn't right. Maybe a nightmare, not that he could help with that. I mean, really, there are people who literally try to kill their siblings, and I don't agree with how you are doing it, but at last you try to protect them. We both know that there are heroes that are way worse, Keigo said. Hawks, shut your mouth, Dabi whispered. Don't be so mean now. I am just telling you the truth, the hero added. Hawks, Dabi repeated. I am just trying to flatter you, there is no need to be that defensive ha stuff, he replied. Do you need some privacy? Should I come back later? Aizawa asked. Hawks was stupid, he was incredibly stupid. He had completely forgotten about that. There was a literal teacher in the room and he had seen how the number 2 hero had acted like a lovesick teenager. Keigo felt blood rush towards his cheeks and he hid his face in Dabi's shoulder. He was an idiot and he didn't deserve to be a hero. Dab awkwardly patted his head. Eraserhead blinked at them and tugged his hands in the pocket of his jumpsuit. The capture weapon was wrapped around his shoulders like a scarf. Don't worry, I have seen weirder things in my life. I am a teacher. Do you have a plan except just sending the pictures to the press? Aizawa asked. Hawks scratched the back of his head. They really didn't and would have just hoped for the best. In hindsight, that had been incredibly stupid and oblivious, but they had needed to think fast and it wasn't like they had already messed up the whole thing. He still felt bad about it though, and Eraserhead had dragged another kid into this. Why was everything going haywire? Okay, we need to plan this through if it should work. We could send a copy of these things to the press, it would be a first step, but we need a valid reason for why we have the pictures, and I think I have exactly that, the underground hero explained. Because you are his teacher, Dabi said, and there was what looked like a grin spreading over his face. Since you are his teacher, you can just tell them that he gave the pictures to you in case anything bad happens and that he didn't want you to act because the world still needs their number 1 hero or something like that. Tuya was right, this made a lot of sense. People would buy it, and Endeavor's reputation would fall into a bottomless pit. Maybe even further than that. Keigo was a little bit proud. The teacher took a step forwards before he stopped. Hawks, could you please hand me the phone? I need to see the pictures for myself, the teacher said. Hawks reached his hand into his jacket and grabbed the plastic back to hand it over, but Dabi stopped him. The villain was glaring at him and the teacher. He freed his arm from Keigo's grip and pressed it against the hero's chest. Don't, you are not going to invade my brother's privacy like that. We can look at them when he wakes up. This is not up for a discussion, Tuya said. This was a lot like the friend he had known back then. He was acting like a brother, maybe a tad protective, but Hawks feared that he probably might try throw hands with Eraserhead if the hero continued to try and get the phone. The teacher luckily didn't do anything stupid and walked over to the kitchen area to grab himself a chair. Hawks didn't really own a big couch. After he had continued to look at the teacher for a few minutes like he wanted to rip his head off or set him on fire, he began to run his finger carefully through Shouto's hair. I want to make clear that none of this means that I am trusting you, maybe partly with my students' safety, but that is all. You still attacked my class and kidnapped another child. That you are protecting your siblings doesn't make you less of a villain and murderer, it probably just makes you less of an a-hole. But I highly suspect that Endeavor isn't much better. From what you told me, there are a lot of things that he should be charged for. I said it before and now I am saying it again. I am going to help you take Endeavor and the Hero Commission down, but I am not going to a part in anything that comes after that and has nothing to do with protecting my students and family, Eraserhead made clear. You are a goddamn hero. I didn't expect anything else. I probably won't kill you the next time we meet, which doesn't mean that I am not going to attack you or anything like that, Dabi mumbled. Hawks just lifted his head up and looked around a bit. They were kind of getting along. Which was great to be sure, but there were dangers, and if someone found out what was going on here, then they would all get a one-way ticket to Tartarus. Except Shouto, who they would send back to Endeavor. Which Dabi wouldn't let happen. Hawks didn't want to think about this further. It could end way worse. So much worse. But he could worry about that later. Shouto was still sleeping and maybe Hat was better. He probably wouldn't like how Dabi and Aizawa talked to each other, or worse, he would encourage them. Good. Does anyone actually has a though-out plan, or do we need to brainstorm? Hawks asked. I don't. The hero probably doesn't either, Dabi replied. Not a fully planned out one. I didn't even know what was going on. Until a few hours ago. Though you murdered one of my students, Eraserhead added. All of this was correct. But he wished they would be a little bit more civil. It surely couldn't be that difficult for either of them. He and Dabi got along rather well after all. Maybe that wasn't the best example. They weren't the best example for anyone or anything if he was honest. Hawks tipped his fingers against the top of the couch. They needed to make this work. There was no other possibility. Endeavor was a villain and a villain needed to be stopped. That was the first thing he had ever learned. Hawks would do what he could to aid that, but he wasn't sure if he would be able to actually fight Endeavor. He didn't want to make the situation even worse than it already was. Didn't want to endanger Shouto and everyone else even more. You guys are being way too loud, the teenager muttered. Someone wasn't sleeping anymore. Shouto rubbed a hand over his eyes as he slowly sat up. Dabi moved his hand away from the teen's head and placed it on his lap instead. The kid looked at all of them for a moment and didn't hand the jacket back this time. Hawks kind of understood what this was about, but he did own blankets. They would probably do a better job at keeping someone warm than a random jacket that probably still had some dried blood on it. But he wouldn't be the one to point that out. How do you feel, brat? The villain asked. I'm fine. Is anyone going to make some food? The teenager asked back. Dabi shook his head. Shouto was way too calm about all of this. He should be panicking or screaming or anything like that. But the kid hadn't had a normal childhood. We can get food later or whatever. Could you please unlock your phone? We need to make copies of the pictures before we send them to the press. I'm Yori, Aizawa replied. Hawks took the plastic back out of his jacket and Hawks snatched it from his hands. He wanted to hand it to Shouto, but the teenager just shook his head. Okay, what's the passcodes? Mom's birthday? Dabi asked. No, Dad figured that out a long time ago. It's your death day. The teen looked like he didn't really want to tell anyone. Where did you say the pictures were again, brat? Dabi asked. In the gallery with all the others. It should be easy to find them, Shouto replied. The villain looked at the screen again and then handed it over to the teenager without saying a word. Something wasn't right. Hawks tried to take a look at that, but Dabi kept him from doing so. Todoroki, is everything fine? Aizawa asked. The teenager looked like he was about to cry any minute and he lowered his hand. The phone just fell to the ground. They're gone, Dad found out, he said. Hawks wanted to hit his head against something and his grip around Dabi's arm got tighter. The villain didn't look good either. Does anyone else have the pictures, Todoroki? This is really important. If there is a backup or anyone else who has a copy of them, we could still send the pictures to the press, the teacher said. I am going to kill the bastard, Dabi hissed. Could you please not do that? It wouldn't be good for the moral of anyone else. It's much easier to tear him down than to kill him. I also don't really want him to be dead, the teenager replied. Okay, you still care about the old man for no reason whatsoever. We can talk about what exactly we do later. You are not going to ask him any questions, hero. Shouto, does anyone else have the pictures you took? Dabi asked. Eraserhead just sighed and rolled his eyes. The teacher really didn't look like he cared. Hawk was pretty sure that the man did though, that he cared about his students a lot. The man had adopted a kid, maybe even the kid of a villain, but Hawks wasn't sure if he hadn't just mixed two people up. Shinso having a brainwash quirk didn't mean that he was related to one of the most dangerous villains out there. There probably was no connection. But he could deal with this later, it wasn't really important to the current problem. I wanted to send them to Midoriya, but someone attacked before I could do so. But I also printed out a few copies, the teenager explained. Where are the copies? Hawks asked. I had one folder in my room at home, but Endeavor probably found that already. The other one is in Bakugo's dorm room, but I am pretty sure he doesn't even know what is in it, Shouto replied. Bakugo, if Hawks remembered it correctly, then this was the UA student that the League of Villains had kidnapped at the summer camp. This was kind of not a good thing. Hawks could maybe ask the teen about it, but there was no making sure that he got an honest answer. Dabi was out of question for more than one obvious reason, and Aizawa was a teacher, but going through the stuff in a student's dorm room probably wouldn't be someone the man would do. Shouto was still officially dead, and it should stay that way. I am not going to help you break into the dorms, the teacher stated. You don't need to do that, Eraser, but maybe you could hold them back some more time after class ended, maybe even Bakugo. I could maybe fly in and tell them something about hero work. After that I would just need to know where exactly the kids' dorm room is, Hawks said. The teacher still looked a bit uncomfortable, but he nodded quite quickly. He knew that this was risky, but Endeavor was dangerous too, and the League of Villains was locked up right now. They would be put on trial soon, and Hawks was also going to make sure that they got a fair one. Which meant he needed to work towards that too. Endeavor being a fake hero and abusing his children and his wife was a priority. The number one hero being a fake one just wasn't heroic. It could very well destroy people's belief in the whole system. Which would be a great thing to watch, just flying over the city while everything corrupt burned down. It would be such a great view from the heavens. Hawks sighed. Maybe he should go see a therapist at some time. Hawks was still attached to Dabi's arm and placed his head on the villain's shoulder for the second time. Okay, I am not happy about this either, but if it helps stopping Endeavor then we do that. I can arrange that for next Wednesday, Aizawa said. Just a quick warning, if Bakugo finds out what you did he won't be happy about it, Shouto added. Yeah, I saw how much of a hothead the brat is. I am not stupid enough to risk him blowing me up before I finish the old man, Dabi added. Can you not talk about killing our father for a second? We have other important things to deal with, and no, I am not going to listen to you get angry about him doing something for 5 hours again. I know that I is wrong and I need that he hurt you worse than he hurt me, but maybe just maybe he will become a bit better after he lost another child. And the teenager began. No, don't complete that sentence, don't. He won't get better, he promised you that way too many times. Don't come at me with but after that it always was better for some time, or I'm going to ask your teacher what that sounds like. Maybe he could have gotten better in some universe, though I highly doubt that, but not in this one. He had the one chance you were willing to give him and he messed up. There is no redemption for Endeavor, Dabi interrupted him. Shouto stared at his hands. Aizawa looked around like he didn't know what he should do, and Hawks himself was still pretty much cuddled against a villain for no other reason than comfort. Which maybe said a few not so good things about his mental health. But Dabi was warm and this wasn't uncomfortable, so he wouldn't let anyone judge him for this. I know, but he's still our dad, Shouto mumbled. If I am allowed to say something right now. In this instance it really doesn't matter. Your father hurt you, you have no obligations to him. You are your own person, Todoroki, and I am pretty sure that if push comes to shove UA would stand on your side. What Aizawa said was comforting but not something the teacher could be so sure of. So, let me sum this up. Hawks is supposed to give a presentation or talk to your class about something, and after that he will break into the dorms and get the folder, without knowing exactly where it is, Dabi said. Yes, that was the plan, Hawks replied. It's a stupid one. What happens if he gets caught? How is he supposed to explain that? The villain asked. No one will find out about it. I am fast and there aren't many places where he could have hidden it. As far as I know, the rooms aren't that big. You don't need to worry about me, hot stuff, Hawks spoke. I am more worried about my brother than you, and I am pretty sure that his classmates wouldn't be able to keep their mouth shut if they see anything suspicious, the villain explained. I am going to call Nedzu as soon as I am home and tell him that Hawks wants to visit UA to speak to my students. That's all I can do for now, Eraserhead stated. Hawks knew that it was true. The man wouldn't risk his job and hero license for something that might not even help the cause. He had a live that he wanted to protect. But Aizawa had already been a great help, otherwise he might have never got the phone in the first place or would manage to get into UA that soon. He was grateful, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to keep a bit of an eye on the teacher. Eraserhead knew that they hadn't been lying about anything, but Hawks wasn't 100% sure if the man wouldn't tell anyone where Dabi was as soon as the villain would leave Hawks' apartment. Shouto curled up a bit tighter while he was still wrapped up in Dabi's jacket, and Tokoyami would probably start to worry why his part-time mentor wasn't annoying him with more than just texts. He didn't want to lie to the kid, but protecting Shouto from Endeavor was more important than that. After he had dealt with the Endeavor situation, he could go back to training the kid, maybe show him how to use Dark Shadow for more things that had to do with flying. Aizawa had made his way to the door already. Oh, and Todoroki, I am going to send Hawks the things your classmates do in you. Pretending to be dead is no excuse for not learning and doing your homework, the man said before he left. Teenagers could be annoying. He didn't hate them or anything, but Nedzu forced him to also talk to Class 1B for some reason, and one of the students there didn't seem to like the other hero course that much. Hawks suspected that Nedzu had figured out what was going on. The principal very likely knew that Shouto was not dead. Hawks knew a bit about his quirk, but it didn't seem like Nedzu was trying to stop them or call anyone on them, so for now it should be fine. It had been surprisingly easy to get into one, as dorms. They needed to upgrade the security system in case villains attacked again. He hadn't even needed the passcode that Aizawa had given him. One of the kids had left their window open and it was easy for him to just fly in. The room was plastered in All Might merch and there were a few notebooks laying on the desk, but Hawks didn't pay any mind to them. This wasn't the room he was searching for. Aizawa had told them that he could hold his students back for 15 minutes at most, so it should be easy enough to find the room he searched for. The winged hero opened the door and snuck into the hallway. It didn't take him more than 2 minutes to find what he had been looking for. He went into the room. Bakuga's room was something to say at least, but he too seemed to have a lot of All Might merch, though it was hidden a bit better. He highly suspected that he was no one's favorite hero in this school. Not that it was a problem, and All Might was kind of great. He surely wasn't a big fan of Endeavor anymore. Not after what the man had done to his own children, not after what he had done to Shouto, and not after what he had done to Tuya. The number one hero had turned his own son into a monster. Hawks knew that he probably shouldn't think like that, but there was no other explanation. If Endeavor had been a normal loving father, Dabi wouldn't exist, or would be the name of a hero and not a villain. Hawks closed his eyes for a moment. He needed to stay calm and not think about this so much. He had a mission and he was going to complete it. Hawks could avenge his childhood friend later on if he would really wish to do so. Number one hero, how could he have been so blind? He had worked with Endeavor, he had admired the hero for so long. He had been Tuya's best friend for FS sake, and he hadn't noticed a thing. Yes, Tuya had been hurt pretty often, but his own quirk did that to him too, so no one had ever paid much attention towards it. Keigo had tried to talk about it with him. Once, Tuya had said that it had been his fault for not being able to control his quirk. It had taken him over 10 years to understand what he had meant with that. Endeavor was a monster, in more ways than one, and so many people were worshipping him. Hawks should have done something, anything. But he hadn't, and there was nothing that could change that. The commission hadn't allowed him to go to his friend's funeral. He had placed flour on the grave years later. Someone should have noticed, and more importantly, someone should have done something. All Might had been the number one back then, if someone would have just told him about it. Hawks had lost his trust into all of hero society, but All Might. The man had seemed to be an actual hero, and he surely wouldn't have done something had he known what Endeavor was doing to his family. Or maybe this was just wishful thinking, maybe All Might wasn't that much better. But for now, Hawks hold on to that little bit of hope. It wasn't going to be a game changer, but maybe it would help him fly a bit higher. Endeavor was going to be taken down one way or another, and it was Hawks' job to make sure of that. He began to open the drawers. There were only school supplies in them and a few burned papers. He also found a few cards that looked like they could be worth something, even if they only seemed to be quite old. He needed to think, where would someone hide something that was seemingly important? Or at least that was what Shouto had told his classmate. It's important that you hide it for now, and I will tell you what is in it later. Hawks didn't feel like he needed to say it out loud, but Endeavor's son was smart. Not emotionally, but definitely book-wise. The kid also seemed to be able to think quickly. There was something sticking out from under the bed. It was a bigger metal box, and it had a lock on it. Hawks was able to open that in a few seconds with one of his feathers. There were a few old pictures in there and an All Might figurine, but also a gray slim folder. Hawks took it out and opened it. Yes, this was what they had been searching for. The hero closed the box, locked it, and hid it under the bed again. They had the pictures. They didn't show much, only a few bruises and burns there and there, but it would be enough to get the press onto their side. For the most part. He was about to leave as the door opened. "What the F are you doing in my room?" the teen yelled. Hawks jumped out of the closed window, shattering it into a million pieces. He was being followed by an angry blonde teenager. Hawks was aware that he had been in worse situations throughout his whole life, but he felt scared. This kid could be pretty dangerous if he wanted to. Most of the hero course actually could. But most of the hero course didn't have any anger management issues. Hawks had flown over the walls that surrounded UA, but the kid was still following him. Bakugo was yelling too, but Keigo wasn't able to understand what the words were that the teen was throwing at him. He shouldn't be scared of a teenager. He was a pro hero for FS sake. At least the kid wasn't throwing explosions at him. Hawks flew a bit faster, still clutching the folder in his hands, and tried to shake the kid off his trail. It wasn't like he could tell the teenager the truth. It wasn't very likely the kid would actually believe him. His story was kind of too weird to be true, even if it was. He took a turn to the left and looked behind him. He couldn't see the teenager anymore. But Hawks had the folder, and this was most important thing at the moment. Hawks didn't slow down. The kid could just be hiding. He was doing this for the greater good. He just hoped that Aizawa would be able to calm the situation down. The teacher was kind of a saint, and Hawks really didn't want to anger Eraserheads so much that he would sell them out to the Commission or Endeavor. Though he felt like the teacher would only do that if the lives of his students were in danger. He wasn't going to go home just yet, in case the kid was still following him. He stuffed the folder into a pocket on the inside of his jacket, which was the place he actually stored a lot of different things in from time to time, and continued to fly for a few more minutes. The air hit him rather softly in the face. He took a deep breath. It wasn't really that clean in the city, but it had gotten a bit better in the last few years. He was able to breathe a bit more freely. Dabi and Shouto were probably watching a movie right now, or maybe the kid was creating some conspiracy theories again. The most of them were actually quite funny and entertaining. He hoped that the kid would never stop doing it. Shouto didn't seem to take them that serious himself, and everyone had their weird hobbies. It wasn't like the kid was hurting anyone like some other people did. He wasn't saying that the earth was flat or that there was a secret organization controlling the world, and he couldn't really say anything about the second one because the Hero Commission was kind of controlling Japan partly in a way. The first was utterly insane. Dabi was acting more like Tuya than before. Keigo still wasn't sure what exactly the difference was. Maybe he was just being nicer. Which was correct. The guy actually did something, and it was extremely funny seeing a dangerous villain trying to clean a window and accidentally setting the cleaning supply he was using on fire. Shouto hadn't stopped laughing for over an hour, and it was definitely a story that Maruko would love to hear about. He waved at same children that were looking at him from the window of a building, and he caught them smiling out of the corner of his eye. Kids were the next generation. The commission had told him that they needed to keep children on their side and train those with favorable quirks. It had taken him years to notice how fed up that actually was. Kids should have a goddamn childhood and a loving and caring home. Neither Shouto nor any of his siblings, Nor Keigo had been blessed with this. The number one hero was an abuser and the hero commission was brainwashing children, and the way that society looked at people with villainous quirks was just disgusting. The way they treated the children of villains was even worse. He had talked with Eraserhead 2 days ago about this. The man's adopted son had actually been the kid of the villain Hawks had read about. Luckily for Shinso, most people weren't aware of that. Though Aizawa was still concerned because even though the dad in question had been sentenced to a live-in prison, he still had people that were loyal to him. Shinso had then interrupted them and said that in case everything went to hell and back he could call these people for help because they knew how much his SPRM donors supposedly cared about him, and then the teen had looked away and shut his mouth. Hawks found that reassuring in a weird way, and it was good to have an ace up his sleeve. But all of this also meant that there was another villain organization no one had bothered to investigate. Hawks had checked. He was fairly sure that Shinsu's biological parental unit wasn't as dangerous as All for One, but Keigo had looked the man's crimes up and he was everything but a good person. He had killed a lot of people, brainwashed even more, and the list went on and on. The literal only crimes he hadn't seemingly committed were any SXL or any kind of abuse, which made an actual villain a more decent person than the number one hero in Hawk's eyes. Endeavor was a murder in his own right. Most of the time there was no need to kill a villain, but the flame hero barely brought any in alive, even those who had extremely weak quirks or were quirkless and didn't have a gun or anything that could hurt the man. It didn't make sense, and Hawks had checked the numbers. Endeavor had ended more lives than the leader of a villain organization in less time. It made Keigo's brain hurt. None of this meant that Shinsu's biological father was a good person. The man was far from that. But Endeavor was worse and no one was locking him up for it. He could probably go and eat something, maybe call Maruko and ask if she had time to spare. He craved some fried chicken right now. A teenager had nearly blown him up and hunted him down a few blocks before he seemingly gave up, though Hawks wasn't so sure about that. Maybe Bakugo hadn't gave up and was still following him, but in secret. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and called a number. He seriously needed some food. "Hey Rumi, wanna go and catch some food? I have been deprived of chicken completely for the last 2 days. I need some actual food," he said. "You know, you should probably be eating something that isn't unhealthy," Rumi said. She was eating some rice with vegetables and chicken in it. There were also definitely some carrots in there. Rumi pointed her chopsticks at him. "I am eating like a normal person. An UA teacher wanted to teach me how to cook because my boyfriend is staying with me right now. I can prepare food myself like any other person," he replied. "I think the teacher has some good points. You only eat fried chicken whenever we go out to eat. A kid literally asked me if that isn't some kind of cannibalism," Maruko told him. "I am not an actual bird and no one ever claimed that I was a chicken. It also tastes good. I can eat whatever I want. My boyfriend can also make himself food if he wants to." "But who doesn't like pizza?" Keigo asked. It was incredible to see how Rumi was acting around him in public because she too knew that Dabi and a supposedly dead teenager live with him and all of that. He had also told her about Aizawa and most of the other things had happened. She was calm and understood what he said even if he was hinting at it. They were talking about these things in public and no one was catching up on what this actually was about, but why would they? No one would be suspicious of the number 2 hero. Hawks knew that this also wasn't a good thing. They should still treat him like any other person. But no one would question him if he would do anything suspicious, and he had. He had been tasked with spying on the League of Villains and no one had batted an eye when he had done something that wasn't normal. Like hanging out in dark alleyways in the middle of the night to meet with Dabi, or left while the other heroes were still fighting to report back to the commission. Seriously, he had no idea how no one had noticed anything. "My girlfriend doesn't like pizza," Rumi answered. "No, that can't be. How could you date someone that doesn't like pizza? That's just inhumane." Hawks threw his head back and placed the back of his hand on his forehead dramatically. It really wasn't that bad, but he kind of needed to keep his hero persona up. A few people looked at them but turned their heads away rather quickly. There were 2 pro heroes eating lunch. They probably just wanted to be left alone. The whole UA thing had actually been kind of fun, except for this one kind of annoying kid in Class 1B. Why would anyone hate Aizawa's class that much? They were kids, yes, but they were still mostly responsible for their actions. If they really did something bad though, it would depend on the actual situation and the judge. If they were caught and everything they had planned and put together just collapsed and they would be busted, the first priority would be getting Shouto out of that situation and make him seem like a victim of kidnapping, brainwashing, and maybe even abuse. Which wouldn't be wrong, but they weren't the perpetrators, Endeavor was. Hawks would also try his best to keep Dabi from being put onto death row. He would do whatever it took. Keigo knew that those were things that the Hero Commission liked to hear. Whatever would happen really depended on them, not on a judge or proof. The word of the commission was law. Really, Hawks, it's just food. You should really try this, it is good, Rumi said as she pointed at her food. No thank you, I rather enjoy my fried chicken, Hawks replied. He was completely okay, and for now he was going to stop worrying about things that he shouldn't worry about. It was unlikely that they got caught. Which didn't mean that they should stop being careful, but everyone still thought that Shouto was dead, and that kind of was a big advantage for them. Because it was a piece of knowledge that only they possessed. Not that they were ever going to sell Shouto out to his father or anyone else. Dabi would die before he even suggested doing something like that. Tuya was an overprotective brother at best, and a kind of psychopathic possessive arsonist and murderer at worst. There didn't seem to be much of an in-between. He saw someone approach them from the side. It was a young girl, around Shouto's age if he was guessing right. She was unnaturally pale, had short black hair, green eyes, freckles, and wore glasses. She was wearing a school uniform, but he didn't know which school it belonged to. "Do you want something, kid?" he asked. She didn't say anything and just held something out to him. It was a trading card of him and one of Miruko and a black pen. He signed his and then handed the other to Rumi, who did the same. "Here you go, kid," Hawks said as he handed the things back. The girl turned around to leave and go back to whoever she was here with, but Miruko stopped her. Which just made the girl look like the most confused person on the planet. "You got a quirk?" she asked. The teenager bit her lip, seemed like she wanted to shake her head but then didn't do so. She stepped from one foot to the other before she finally broke the pen she was holding in two and answered the question. "My quirk is necromancy." Hawks had talked a teenager into believing that a quirk that controls dead people isn't the worst thing in the world, stopped a robbery, said goodbye to Rumi, paid for his food, and had gotten himself a smoothie all in the last 30 minutes. In hindsight, he was probably not that bad as a mentor, not like he hadn't known that before, but it was good to have something reassuring him that even more. It was actually quite unusual that only one person had asked him for an autograph, but there hadn't been that many people in the restaurant in the first place, and there were always rather quiet days, even if they were rare in hero business. He had gotten a free smoothie because apparently he had kind of helped the owner's daughter, which at least explained where the girl had vanished to after getting the autographs. It was good to see that there was still so many good parents out there who cared about their children, and the smoothie was really good. He would probably go there again if he had time and actually pay for his drink. Why did it even matter to so many people what kind of quirk others had? It was none of their business. Hawks was walking through the city and had already taken a few pictures with people. It was kind of nice to get some positive feedback for his work, even though he knew how rotten this society was. But he had a mission, and this time he wasn't going to F it up. He had lost Tuya once, he wouldn't lose him again. Keigo looked around and stopped in his tracks as he spotted someone standing in front of a clothes shop and arguing with the owner about something. "Hey Endeavor, how you are doing, man?" Hawks wanted to choke on his own way too cheerful voice. He knew what the man had done, but he needed to keep his cover where it was. Maybe he should think more about the smoothie. Yes, that sounded like a good thing. "I am fine, Hawks. I still need to do my job and I really can't have you annoying me right now," the pro hero replied. "I just wanted to know how you are doing. I mean, you lost a son," Keigo said, and he tried to sound as sympathetic as possible. "A bit better actually. I have just received a phone call from the Hero Commission. I am on my way to their headquarters. They caught the murderer," Endeavor explained coldly. No. That just couldn't be true. It wasn't possible. They couldn't have caught Dabi. He wouldn't have been stupid enough to leave the apartment, and they couldn't have found him there because if they had, Hawks would sit in a prison cell himself. Or maybe the commission wanted to use it to blackmail him. He didn't know. But he needed to keep his composure. They didn't know that he had been working together with Dabi, and he was pretty sure that the villain wouldn't snitch on him. It was still a bad situation though. There was nothing he could do right now to help. It would just put him in danger too. Being marked as a traitor by the commission wasn't something he wanted to happen to his worst enemy. This was bad, really bad, and no one was going to do anything about it. Hawks was fairly speaking one of the few people that could step in, but he needed to plan this carefully and not miss up on the way. He couldn't just punch Endeavor in the face or beat him up, no matter how much he wanted to do so. "Care to update me on what exactly happened?" Keigo asked. He was trying to look as cheerful as ever, as happy as ever. He couldn't stay positive all this time, no one could. The things that were going on, that had been going on since years and decades, and not one person had done anything. They caught him lurking around in some backstreet. He had my son's school jackets with him, my dead son's school jacket, and he told them that he didn't regret anything. "I am just mad that they caught him before me," Endeavor replied. This man had no right to be mad at anyone. Yes, maybe he thought that a villain had killed his son, but Endeavor had never cared about his own child either. Keigo also knew that Shouto wasn't actually dead. But if Dabi was caught, then there was the teenager? People didn't just disappear, except if the commission wanted them to, but he was pretty sure that the kid was okay. Shouto was clever and wouldn't let himself be caught easily. No one was actively searching for him, they thought that he was dead. "Any idea on why he didn't just leave the city?" Hawks asked. Endeavor didn't answer him. It mattered, but he wouldn't push too much. He couldn't risk the man getting suspicious. The Hero Commission didn't know anything about his deeds, yet. "Endeavor, how are your other kids, by the way? I mean, it must have been hard for them to lose a brother," Hawks added. "My children are none of your business, Hawks. You should get back to work," Endeavor said. He wanted to kick the man in the face so badly, Keigo balled his hands to fists. But on the other hand, doing something like that right now would be stupid. He couldn't endanger Shouto more just because he wanted revenge. Revenge that Hawks himself didn't even have a right to. That was foremost Dabi's job. Hawks was just angry. But Dabi had been caught and Keigo really didn't know what to do now. "My patrol is already over. I just wanted to have a quick chat with a colleague," Hawks said. He was not going to get out of this situation quickly. Hawks forced the smile on his face to stay there and showed a peace sign as one of the bystanders took a picture. He was a hero, and punching Endeavor into the face wouldn't help anyone, though it would surely make him feel a lot better. "Then go home. I don't really have time to talk to you right now. I need to talk to the Hero Commission and interrogate the villain. I have no time to chat with you about unimportant matters," Endeavor said. If the man wouldn't have been who he was, then Hawks might have had some sympathy left for him. But Enji Todoroki was himself after all, and that meant that Hawks would have happily done something he would definitely regret later on. "I mean, I understand that it is difficult, but maybe it's better to find some sort of closure. Your son is going to stay dead no matter what," Hawks told him. "Even if it is that way, I am going to make sure that this villain will pay with his own life for what he did to my son," Endeavor replied. Except that really wasn't the case, and Hawks had suspected that the number one hero had actually gotten the message, or at least suspected that there was more to Dabi. He didn't, or maybe Endeavor just didn't tell him anything. Hawks didn't know. But I might be helpful to acquire more information. He wouldn't break into the headquarters of the Hero Commission, he wasn't suicidal. But if Dabi wasn't there yet, maybe he could still do something. Keigo Takami was the number 2 hero, he had power. Might be the time to actually use it for something big. Discounts were great and all that, but they weren't going to save anyone. Tuya depended on him, and he still didn't know what had happened to Shouto. Dabi wouldn't? No, he wouldn't actually kill the kid. Hawks shouldn't always just imagine the worst in these kinds of situations. Shouto was hiding somewhere, that was what made the most sense. Tuya wouldn't hurt his brother, not intentionally. He pushed the thought into the back of his brain and locked it away. No, he wasn't going to entertain such a thing. Dabi was a lot of things, but definitely not a brother murderer. He had seen how the brother behaved around each other. They were family, actual family, not like someone else. Hawks would die if anything had actually happened to the kid. No, he was not making this out to be worse than it actually was, not at all. "Have you still not found anything, anything you could bury?" Hawks asked. He was treading on thin ice here, very thin ice. He was known to be kind of straightforward, and there were things that weren't any of his business, but he needed to know a bit more about this. Blue fire doesn't usually leave anything behind. I think we both are aware of that, Endeavor answered. Hawks tried to reach out for the feather, the one that hopefully still hung on the string that was wrapped around Dabi's neck. The police finding the necklace really wouldn't be that much of an issue. The commission knew that he had worked with Dabi and they might know about one or two other tiny things. They wouldn't be surprised by finding out that he had one of Hawk's feathers with him. He could barely even feel it. Controlling it from this distance would be impossible. It seemed like Endeavor was blissfully unaware of the whole "Dabi was actually kind of related to you, man" thing. I know, just thinking that it might be better for your other kids if Hawks stopped. It doesn't matter. Just leave me alone, Hawks. I have somewhere to go and you shouldn't stick your nose into my business, Endeavor spoke. Keigo rolled his eyes and chucked the empty cup into a trash can. This day had been going great until a few minutes ago. Hawk still didn't know how any of this had happened. Dabi was usually quite careful. He would have died long ago if that wouldn't have been a fact. How could he have gotten caught? Calm your horses, Endeavor. I am going to fly back. Rumi asked for something. Keigo lied. She hadn't, and he wouldn't go home at all. He needed to speak to Dabi. He needed to figure out where the teenager was and foremost what had happened. He turned around on his heel and walked away. Endeavor wasn't suspicious. The man didn't know that Hawks knew. Maybe didn't even remember the young boy named Keigo Takami, but Hawks knew exactly what kind of person Endeavor was. He was going to get up into the air soon, but there were a lot of people on the town square and it was kind of nice to have some fans. Too many of them could get annoying though, at least in Hawks' opinion. His phone started to ring and he picked up the call. Maybe Rumi had forgotten something, or Shouto was completely fine and had somehow acquired a phone. Hey, Hawks here, he said. Hawks, someone had been able to do what you have failed at. I have heard of that. Really would like to shake the hand of the person that actually caught the guy. That is not the point. We want you there when we interrogate him. The villain hasn't uttered a word since we took him in. Who would have guessed that? I am on my way, just send me the coordinates. Okay, but don't waste any time. There was another ping and he hung up. It was an address that he didn't know, which made a lot of sense given the actual situation. Flying would only take around 10 minutes. He could do this. It was going to be okay. He was going to be okay. He had no problems getting into the building, though getting out of it again might turn into a problem. The building didn't have many windows. The only light came from white neon lamps that were screwed to the ceiling. It hurt his eyes, it was just too bright. Someone was leading him through the hallways, further into the square block of cement and metal. He didn't like it. There wasn't enough space for him to stretch out his wings. The only sound was the clicking of heels hitting the floor as the woman walked in front of him. Hawks nearly ran into one person on the way and the looks people gave him weren't good ones. He had failed a mission. That was the only thing they knew, nothing else. You'll still need to wait for someone. Here is the file, but we hope that you know all of this already, she said and pressed a folder into his hands. He pushed the door open. Fuyumi was sitting in one of the chairs and she was holding a handkerchief in her hands, nearly ripping it apart. Endeavor wasn't there yet. He would have to take a car or walk. A young man, maybe around 18, Hawks didn't know him, was leaning against the desk and grabbing the sleeves of his jacket aggressively. He had white hair and Shouto and Tuya had both spoken about another brother. It was very likely Natsuo. Who else would be here right now? On the desk itself were a few glasses, 2 water bottles and a bowl full of snacks and sweets. It didn't seem like anyone was in the mood to eat something right now. Todoroki Natsuo, right? Hawks asked. Yes, what is the number 2 hero doing here? Tuya's brother asked back. The commission called me in. How are you two holding up? Keigo replied. Fuyumi bit her lip and looked away from him. She seemed to not be well and Natsuo also didn't act like he was doing much better. They had lost a brother, for a second time. He couldn't imagine how much it must hurt them. Hawks wanted to tell them what had actually happened, but it would just make the situation worse. I mean, at least they caught him. I don't even fang know what the villain looks like. I want to snap his neck. Natsuo pressed out between his teeth. You don't know what Dabi looks like? Hawks asked. That didn't make any sense. His lover, he wasn't going to lie about this, had been on TV for a lot of reasons. The scars were also pretty obvious. Maybe Natsuo was talking about something else. Not like that. I know that he is a villain, has a fire quirk and some weird scars. But the images they showed on TV were blurry and I didn't care that much. I just have a sudden urge to murder someone, Natsuo explained. Maybe that was the reason why no one had figured out the tiny Dabi was actually Tuya thing. At least that meant that most of the Todorokis weren't completely blind. Shouto didn't count, he didn't really remember Tuya. It was kind of sad. Endeavor was still not here. Hawks, could I ask you something? Fuyumi looked at him. She had obviously been crying and he now noticed that the handkerchief was partly covered in eyes. You don't need to ask if you can ask a question. You can just ask the question, Fuyumi, he said and smiled at her. Don't question it, might have something to do with our shitty father, Natsuo interrupted him. Natsuo, not everything is our father's fault, Fuyumi said. Most of our problems are and he thinks he can just better himself and we all play happy little family. He can't expect us to forget what he did to us. 2 of us are dead, Fuyumi. He hurt Shouto for years and he killed Tuya. You can't just forgive that he killed your twin brother. Natsuo was talking loudly. It's my choice, not yours. I am not forgetting or ignoring it. But it's not Dad's fault that Shouto is dead. A villain is to blame for that. He is the #1 hero now, he is trying to be better. I talked to our brother, not like you, and he was doing okay. Shouto wasn't getting hurt anyone and I am not stupid just because I want a normal family, she yelled at him. Fuyumi caught her composure again and stared at the desk. This was bad, and Hawks really felt like he shouldn't be here. The door opened and a man stepped into the room. Hawks knew the guy, which wasn't good. Would you please follow me, your father has already arrived, he said. They went into an even worse lit part of the building, and maybe it was a strategy to drive people insane but Hawks hated it. The hallways seemed to get even smaller and he needed to completely fold his wings together and press them against his back the whole time. It was uncomfortable. Endeavor was waiting in the hallway, he wasn't happy to see Hawks again this soon. But the man didn't ask any questions. Hawks was pretty sure that he knew what was going to happen, it probably wasn't that legal. Not that the commission ever cared about such things. Another door opened and 2 guards pushed a figure into the hallway. Dabi's hands were chained together with quirk-suppressing cuffs, his jacket was torn to shreds and he was bleeding from a head wound. The villain was staring at the floor. Hello, Endeavor, Dabi spat out. There was also a thin line of blood running down his chin and Hawks looked away. Fuyumi looked incredibly confused all of a sudden and hastily took 2 steps backwards. Natsuo did the exact opposite, he sprinted forwards, punched Dabi in the face, possible knocked the guards out and pressed the villain against the wall. How could you hurt him, Tuya? He yelled. Oh shit, they had just opened the gates to Hifunji Hell. Endeavor didn't look shocked. It was very likely that he had already known, and the man had never said anything. It was disgusting. 2 guards were holding back Natsuo who was still trying to beat Dabi up. The college student was yelling and crying. Fuyumi only looked away. Hawks was still fairly certain Shouto was okay but he couldn't be that sure. There was no telling what had happened, but Dabi wouldn't kill his own brother, right? What if the answer to that was yes? What if there was more off in the villain's brain than he had thought? What if the last thing Shouto had ever seen was his oldest brother killing him? But if the kid was dead and Dabi wasn't talking, they would never know what exactly had happened. Please calm down, we will figure out what exactly happened and do whatever we can but you need to stay calm, one of the guards told Natsuo. Shouto is FENG dead and that bastard killed him, killed his own brother. Natsuo elbowed one of the guards in the face, probably breaking the guy's nose in the process. Endeavor grabbed him by the arm and pulled his son back roughly. Now is not the time to act like a spoiled brat, Natuso, Enji said. Natsuo growled and snatched his arm back. He was glaring and even Hawk felt a bit threatened by that, so it wasn't just Dabi who had that. Must be some family thing, looking extremely threatening when you wanted to. A man in a business suit, Hawks had never seen him before, joined them in the hallway. He was holding a few files and Hawks was pretty sure that he had a gun with him, the outline was quite visible under his shirt. Maybe a new agent or something. The man also didn't look Japanese at all. Was the Hero Commission working with another organization? Maybe Hawks shouldn't think about it too much but these hardly ever happened. There was also no reason, the League was already arrested. Something bad had happened and no one had informed him. Takami Keigo, your handlers called in for a quite special quirk request. If you question why I am here, I would prefer if you referred to me by my alias. Normally the Japanese Hero Public Safety Commission would use their own agent for this, but followers of All for One have also staged a few attacks in the rest of the world, their agent in Nevada, USA at the moment. So, they called for global help in this situation. There are only around 10 people in the world with the kind of quirk they wanted for this interrogation, he said. Okay, so what are we supposed to call you? Hawks asked. Please call me Choicemaker, the Norwegian Hero Commission sent me, he answered. Well, that explained that. These kinds of people, it didn't matter where they were from, because they all did the same, and he was really worried about the rest of the world if what the man had said was true. The all-for-one situation had spiraled out of control, and there were a lot more people following him than before. Choicemaker didn't sound like a name someone with a lie detector quirk would choose. What's your quirk? Hawks asked. I can cause people pain if they don't answer my questing. My colleague would have been better suited for this job, but he isn't available right now, the agent replied. That sounded a whole lot like torture. Which was kind of illegal on paper, not that the Hero Commission followed any laws. He didn't actually know if Dabi had actually hurt Shouto, but no one should be tortured. That was just logical thinking. The Hero Commission was sadly not much better than the very villains it was fighting. But Hawks wouldn't be able to stop this. He looked at Dabi for a second. You knew that too. Keigo would only get into trouble if he spoke up against the situation. He was sorry. Should we stay here or? Hawks asked. You are allowed to, but it would be appreciated if you left and let us do our jobs. There's a quite good restaurant nearby if you want to eat something. Hawks still wanted to punch the man straight into the face. Fuyumi seemed uncomfortable. She was stepping from one foot to the other and stole a glare at Dabi from time to time. Hawks couldn't help him right now. That sounds like a good idea, right, Endeavor? The number 2 hero questioned. I would prefer to stay here and make sure that the villain doesn't make any trouble, Endeavor answered. And Hawks had thought this couldn't possibly get any worse. Stupid. Fuyumi simply took a step towards the winged hero, and Natsuo followed her after he tried to punch Dabi again. These two could need some food and a better atmosphere. This small hallway was just making people lose their cool a lot easier. I killed him to free him from you, Dabi hissed as he was pulled away by 2 guards again. Hawks just wanted to get out of here. He knew that they wouldn't just glance over the fact that he had messed up his mission. He felt like he was waiting for his execution. Not that they would actually kill him, he wasn't a useless asset. They wouldn't get rid of him as long as he was useful. If he would irreversibly lose his wings, Hawks didn't want to think about what would happen then. They left after that, at the same time as Endeavor and the agent followed the guards down the hallway. Fuyumi had told them that Endeavor had driven her, so she needed to wait for him to get back. Natsuo told her that he could drive her home, but his sister just told them that it was fine. Hawks didn't say anything until they had been out of the building. There were things only family could deal with on their own. He wasn't a part of their family, never would be if he thought about that. There were a few people in the parking lot, and a young woman, probably not even 20 yet, was leaning against the side of a car and played with the keys. She was most likely waiting for someone. Hawks wouldn't have paid any mind to it if Natsuo hadn't just walked straight up to her. Maybe the girlfriend that Shouto had told him about. It would explain why they kissed. I think I remember telling you that you don't need to pick me up, Natsuo said. I was close by, someone stole my credit card, I needed to get it frozen. This is also your car, she replied and handed him the keys. Thanks, Haruka, Natsuo smiled. Is everything okay, hun? You look like you cried, Haruko asked. Family issues, they caught the murder of my brother. I am still a little bit shaken up. Do you want to come with us? We wanted to go eat something, Shouto's brother asked. Hawks took a few steps towards the two. She looked kind of familiar. Had he met her before? Not like it mattered, there were a lot of people who looked the same. He shouldn't think about it that much. If everyone is okay with that, I would like to. I work at night, so I am free, she answered. Haruka had black hair, a pixie cut, brown eyes, and was wearing an oversized white t-shirt, black shorts, and gray boots. There was some sort of tattoo on her upper arm, maybe a snake or a dragon, but a part of it was hidden beneath fabric. Where had he seen her before? Maybe at her workplace. No, that didn't make sense because of what Shouto had told him. No, it's not a problem. It would be great. Natsuo never bothered to introduce you to us. It's so nice to meet you, Fuyumi said. Haruki smiled at her. These two would probably get along rather well. At least not all of the Todorokis were dating a hero. Heroes were more likely to die than most other people. Fuyumi Todoroki, the woman introduced herself. I know that Natsuo talks a lot about his siblings when we are at home. Maybe a bit too much sometimes. Did you really freeze a freezer once? Haruka asked. Natsuo, I thought we talked about this. It's embarrassing, Fuyumi said. It's actually kind of cool, Natsuo's girlfriend interrupted her. Fuyumi just glared. This was kind of entertaining, but food would be better. He didn't know why he was hungry again. Maybe some bird thingy. Wait, you said at home, don't you still live in the college dorms, Natsuo? Did you accept Dad's offer to buy you an apartment? Fuyumi asked. I wouldn't accept anything from the old man. I move in with her, Yumi, Natsuo explained. Uchino Haruka, she finally introduced herself. Hawk stopped. He knew where he had seen her before. It had been so obvious. But what Shouto had told him didn't make any sense then, it was just wrong. Hawks swiftly walked towards them. Meta Knight, he declared. Natsuo just sighed loudly. Fuyumi looked incredibly confused once again, and Haruko pressed her lips together into a tight line. Hawks just hoped that no one would get angry, but it wasn't like anything bad had happened. Hawks, she waved at him weirdly. That debut was quite something, I need to say. It looked really cool, Keigo said. It could have gone better. People were injured. That shouldn't have happened, she answered. No one got killed and all of the subjects were caught. I would say that was some good work for the time. Hawks was allowed to talk like that. That was the number 2 hero he needed to make sure that newer heroes got a chance to shine too. Keigo himself was young, but a lot of other heroes weren't, and they would retire soon. There were also a lot of younger heroes with incredible quirks, ones that people hadn't even thought about using for heroics before. A few mental quirks had appeared in the lower hero ranks in the last few years, and he wasn't talking about telepathy. Shinso would very likely be able to be a great hero in the future. There was also a hero that controlled shadows, and that was so cool. The hero's name was Phantom, if he remembered right. Very nice person actually. He had chatted with her once. Natsuo, Fuyumi began, didn't you tell us that your girlfriend was quirkless and worked an office job? Sheet, Endeavor's son said. Your girlfriend is a pro hero, she hissed at him. I am actually more of an underground hero, Haruka said. That doesn't FNG matter, Fuyumi shot at her. Toshinori was buying food. The X-1 hero, All Might, was buying groceries in a rundown shop downtown. It was less expensive here, not that that was important, but the family who owned it was nice and barely treated him any different after they had found out that he was All Might. They also made food and sold it sometimes they also just gave it to homeless people. The whole family was quirkless, while the parents and their son were, and there also had been less robberies after he had lost his muscle form on national television. They had a cat too. He put some sweets into his shopping basket. They weren't for him. But the other teachers at UA would not be mad at him for bringing them some food. Aizawa would growl at him but probably steal most of it for himself and Yamada in the end. Toshinori didn't mind it that much. Eraserhead was a trusted hero and a good teacher even if their methods differed a lot. Young Midoriya wasn't feeling that well since Dabi had murdered one of his students and the kid's friend. Bakugo was hurt too, and Aizawa blamed himself. Maybe he should just bring sweets for the whole class. They would appreciate it and he would maybe feel a bit better. There was a dead child, and they should have been able to stop that from happening. Todoroki Shouto hadn't deserved this, and there hadn't even been anything left for his family to bury. He didn't want to imagine what it would be like to lose a child. Have you found everything you were looking for, Mr. Yagi? Amiya asked. The woman in her late 40s was standing behind the counter and nipping at a cup of still steaming tea. Her husband had left a few minutes ago to pick their son up from school. There was someone else in the shop, most likely a teenager in a hoodie that was looking at hair dye. Teenage rebellion wasn't his problem. He wouldn't stop a kid from dyeing their hair. Yes, I am just looking around a bit, Toshinori answered. Maybe he should get some more sweets or visit Midoriya after he was done shopping. The kid might still need some help right now. What had happened was horrible. Just attacking a teenager and killing him like that could only be the work of a monster. At least the villain had been caught. This could have ended with even more dead kids. But even one was already too many. He still had a weird feeling whenever he talked to Endeavor. Some things the man had said just didn't sit right with him. But he wouldn't just make any assumptions without reason. His colleague had already gone through so much. Toshinori had spoken to Todoroki Shouto just minutes before the kid had died. If he had just talked with him a bit longer, maybe the teenager would still be alive. The door to the shop swung open and slammed close again after someone had entered. There were cracks in the glass now. "Ikoi, what did we say about slamming doors with your telekinesis?" Amiya said. "And why are you bleeding?" "I'm okay, Mom. Someone at school said that you, Dad and Taiko were useless, so I beat them up. Without my quirk," her daughter answered. Ikoi ran a hand through her shoulder-long hair and pushed her glasses back as she disappeared behind the door with the private sign on it. Toshinori saw how the teenager put one of the boxes or hair dye into a pocket of his hoodie and just walked out of the shop. A thief, he had hoped that he wouldn't have to deal with something like this again. The X-2 hero placed the basket onto the floor and began to walk after the teenager. At least the kid wasn't running. That would make it a lot harder. As soon as the teen saw him out of the corner of his eye, the kid flinched and Toshinori placed a hand on the thief's shoulder to turn him around. He didn't expect to look into two frightened heterochromatic eyes. Young Todoroki? Toshinori could just stare. This was impossible. His student had been killed by Dabi. It had been all over the news. But he was also fairly certain that this was not a shapeshifter. The kid was breathing way too quickly and was looking at him, but nothing with fear in his eyes. "What happened?" he asked. Because what else was there to do? Maybe young Todoroki had been kidnapped and the villains had faked his dead. What if they had experimented on him, or worse? But except for what could very well be a growing panic attack, the teenager seemed to be okay. His clothes weren't ripped or burned or anything. Shouto Todoroki was wearing sneakers, a pair of jeans and a hoodie that had Bakugo Katsuki's hero color scheme, or rather design on it. Where had he gotten that from? None of the teenager had any merch that was being sold. Maybe he had just borrowed it, but this wasn't any real issue. The only reason All Might had yet to let go of the teenager was because he feared that young Todoroki might disappear the second he let him go. "What are you doing here?" Toshinori asked. The teen was trying to evade his eyes and looked around. They were still in some back alley and the boy of hair dye was laying on the ground. The teenager must have dropped it. But what would Shouto need white hair dye for? Was he hiding from someone? "Young Todoroki, look at me, okay? I'm not going to hurt you. I have no idea what you have gone through the last few weeks. But I am sure there are people that are willing to help you. You have no need to steal," Toshinori said. The teenager's struggles ceased a bit. Todoroki bit his lip and picked the box up again. He handed it to the man. "I'm sorry, All Might," the teenager said. "Can you stay here for a second? I am going to bring this back and I also need to pay for my groceries. I would like to speak with you about something, young Todoroki. I am not going to call the police or your father, for now," the X-1 hero told him. Shouto nodded and Toshinori let go of the teenager's arm. Todoroki didn't run. He just walked over to the side of a building and leant his back against the brick wall. Something wasn't right here and Toshinori was going to find out what was going on here. He went back into the store. "I wasn't able to catch the thief, but I got your stuff back. I hope that's enough," he said to Amiya. Toshinori wasn't normally a liar, but right now he didn't really have a choice. He couldn't tell anyone who the thief had been. Amiya probably wouldn't tell anyone, but he didn't know her that well. He couldn't risk it. "It's not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. I picked your groceries up for you if you still want them, of course," she replied. "Yes, I would like to pay," he answered. He did so with a credit card. Normally he paid with cash, but this was a bit quicker and he worried that the teen might have not kept his promise and already had vanished into the dark again. He needed to find out what was going on here. He carried the full plastic bag out of the store and returned to the alleyway. Todoroki was still there. The hood was pulled further into his face, but he hadn't run away. "If you want me to go back to the old man, you need to drag me there," the teenager hissed. Maybe his suspicion had been right from the beginning and he hadn't done anything because he had just thought that it was a bad feeling and nothing too serious. Some of Endeavor's words had itched him the wrong way, but he had thought that it had nothing to do with young Todoroki's behavior. He had just assumed that the teenager's was acting like, well, a teenager. In hindsight, he had probably been very wrong. I am not going to bring you back to your father. I just want to talk to you, Toshinori said. Shouto scowled but pushed himself away from the wall and tried to pull the hood even further into his face to cover the scar completely. It didn't work. Toshinori continued to walk down the sideway and the teenager caught up to him a few seconds later. I am obviously not dead, Shouto said. That much is clear, but everyone still thinks that you are. Could you tell me what actually happened that day? Toshinori asked. I was going home after classes when a villain attacked me, the teen began. Dabi, the man interfered. No, Shouto answered, not the arsonist, not Dabi. There was ice and it wasn't mine, and when I tried to fight, he turned my right side basically against me. I was able to keep him away from me with my flames, but I thought I heard someone else approach, and I turned around. I got stabbed. The last thing I felt before passing out was incredible heat, hotter than my flames, even hotter than my father's prominence burn. I am also pretty sure that someone called out my name. That meant that there was an ice villain out there, or maybe had been once from what it sounded like. But this didn't make much sense. Why would Dabi attack another villain? Maybe it was someone the League hadn't liked. Or maybe he had aimed at Shouto and missed. No, he would have just killed the teen after it if that had been the case. Toshinori should just continue to listen for now. He reached into his grocery bag and handed the kid a pack of sweets. Pocky? Really? The teen asked. Toshinori just shrugged. The kid opened the box and bit into one of the sticks. Young Todoroki did seem mostly fine though. He most likely was still in pain but wasn't showing it. Being stabbed wasn't something you just walked off. But the teen wasn't limping and it didn't look like he was going to collapse either. But he was still looking around frantically, like he expected someone to jump out of the shadows and attack him. Toshinori wanted to place a hand on the teenager's shoulder to comfort him, but Shouto jerked away and nearly fell into the way of a car that was driving down the road way too fast. But the teenager had no reason to be scared of him. Toshinori wasn't frightening, only a bit tall, but Shouto already knew him. Why would be scared of tall people? Oh, if dash. Shouto was gasping for air and digging his fingers' nails into his upper arms. Toshinori bent down a bit to be on the teen's height. It's just me, young Todoroki. That's me, All Might. Not your father, Toshinori said. He was definitely going to have a talk with Endeavor. It wasn't going to be a happy one. The teenager looked away from him and took a few long strides back. I'm sorry, Shouto said as he wiped the sleeve of his hoodie over his eyes. You have nothing to be sorry for, young Todoroki. What if you finish telling me what happened? It might help, Toshinori replied. The teenager nodded and took another Pocky out of the box. He looked like he was thinking about something. Endeavor had done something. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but Endeavor had messed up badly, if not something worse. Shouto seemed to be mostly healthy now, but it had been a few weeks since the teen had been home. If Endeavor had really been hurting his son, then there wouldn't be any wounds left by now. It wasn't anything he was mad about, but not even All Might could walk into the room and accuse the current #1 hero of child abuse and probably more, right? No one would just let him do that. Dabi didn't kill me, he killed the villain that had been trying to murder me. I don't remember how exactly that happened, but I surely didn't defeat him. The first time I woke up I didn't even know who had saved me. I felt like I was going to lose consciousness again. All Might, I know that Dabi is a villain and a murderer and crazy and obsessed with killing my father, but I spent weeks with him and he never hurt me once. He patched my wounds up, the teenager explained. Dabi had saved Endeavor's son. That took more than a minute to take in. It was weird but not a lie. It didn't make the villain less of a horrible person, but All Might himself was suspicious of what a lot of the heroes and the Hero Commission were doing behind his back. He feared that they might be worse than some of the villains. It took him a moment to notice that there was ice forming beneath his feet. I'm sorry, All Might, Shouto said. The teenager placed his left foot on the ice and thawed it, creating mist in the process, and as the mist had disappeared, so had his student. The only proof that someone had even been there was the missing box of sweets. He needed to find the kid again, and he needed to figure out why Dabi would save a child of his sworn nemesis. How did you two meet? Fuyumi asked. They were sitting in a restaurant, an expensive one, and Natsuo had offered to pay for everyone, with Endeavor's credit card. Fuyumi and Natsuo were eating cold soba. Hawks had ordered something that at least had chicken in it. The restaurant was on the roof of a skyscraper and a large part of the city could be seen from here. Natsuo had been chatting with his girlfriend and Haruko was eating sakura mochi. She had muttered something about her needing more sugar than a normal person would. Was it love at first sight? Hawks chirped in. He tried to lift the spirit a bit, it didn't seem like it was working though. Haruka snorted and Natsuo pressed his lips together to keep himself from laughing. More like at fifth time, he said. Care to explain that? Fuyumi pressed. It's a really long story, Haruka answered. But let's talk about something else. Haruko, I can call you Haruka, right? We know that you are a pro-hero, but what exactly is your quirk? Endeavor's daughter asked. Fuyumi was set at her brother her mostly, but maybe she was taking it a bit too far. Hawks didn't have siblings, so he didn't know if it was a normal thing. But they would probably get along soon again either way. He was pretty sure that the Todoroki siblings didn't hate each other. Haruko looked away. Psychosis, she answered. But the commission told me that you could make people have hallucinations? Wouldn't that be a more correct name? Hawks asked. Well, yes, but also no. The primary thing my quirk can do is give people different types of hallucinations and sometimes also delusions at different or the same times. But I am also able to literally give people psychosis if I need to, Haruko explained. Wait a second. You can give people a real mental disorder with your quirk. How is that even possible? It's a real sickness, Fuyumi spoke. She looked confused and Hawks could understand it, but he knew that Haruko was telling the truth. He had been at a villain attack once, or rather what had been left of it. Meta Knight had been one of the underground heroes there and most of the villains had recovered really quickly, except one. As far as Hawks knew, the criminal was still in treatment, that had also spiked a bit of an argument about villainous quirks. But nothing had happened in the end. The villain had also been about to kill a child and it wasn't like she had done anything wrong. Chemicals in the brain, I can change them, mess them up in a certain way, make people's brains process reality the wrong way. I don't know exactly how it works. The doctor explained it once when I was 5 and had just gotten my quirk. But I don't remember all of the science behind it. I am going to look into it more when I have the time to do so. But sometimes the changes my quirk makes don't vanish as soon as I deactivate it. I don't know why it is a thing. It had nothing to do with pre-existing illnesses or something. It doesn't happen every time but often enough for my quirk to be called that, Haruka tried to explain. A quirk that can give people mental disorders. I actually fear that. Father might like this, Fuyumi said. Oh yes, Endeavor and his quirks need to get stronger or his family needs to get stronger mentality. Haruka's quirk was strong but not physically, so maybe Enji wouldn't care that much. It was still a possibility. Natsuo placed his hand on hers. It's going to be fine, okay? You did what you had to do, he said. I'm not so sure about that. Some of the things I have been called in for didn't seem right. I think I should look into that, she murmured. Yes, the completely rotten system. Seemed like more people were noticing it. That was kind of great, no really. Maybe he should tell Natsuo and Fuyumi what he knew. But he didn't want to give them any false hope in case that Shouto was dead by now. There was an alarm coming from the other side of the table and Haruko jumped up as she pulled something out of a pocket. I'm sorry Tsuo, I need to go. There is an emergency, she said. Natsuo just smiled softly. Yeah, they were kind of cute. No problem, still movie night today? He asked. You can bet on that. With that she grabbed her leftover food and bag and was out the door. Natsuo then just glared at his sister. What? Fuyumi asked. Did you need to be so mean? He replied. I wasn't mean, I just wanted to know who you are dating, she answered. I didn't give you that much shit when you told me you were dating Miruko, he said. Hawks tried to ignore their arguing. It wasn't really his problem and he didn't want to listen in on things that really weren't any of his business. Dabi was still in custody, he didn't want to think about what they were doing to him. His instincts weren't helping with that. Hawks was just really worried. He was kind of sure that Shouto was still alive, but he couldn't be sure about it. But Tuya would never hurt his baby brother, right? He was zoning out a bit until someone slammed their hand onto the table. Effing finally, you FNG bird. I want effing explanation. Oh shit. What's up? Hawks asked. He leant back a bit and bit into another piece of chicken. He wasn't going to play completely dumb, but Fuyumi and Natsuo were still here and they didn't know what all of this was about. You broke into a teenager's room? She asked. It's not what it sounds like. His teacher asked me to get something. But what if we two have a quick chat after I pay for the food? Hawks replied. Don't worry, I am going to pay. We already talked about this, Natsuo said. The college student pulled a card out of his brief's pocket and slammed it onto the table. He was grinning and it took him just one look to figure out exactly why. You never take anything from father, but you are still stealing one of his credit cards? That is so mature of you, Fuyumi sighed. The old man has enough money and he won't even notice that this one is missing. It's going to be fine, he told her. I want a FNG explanation, the teenager growled at him. Hawks could understand that, he really could. But there were too many people here and he didn't want other people to think of him as a bad person just because of this. He wasn't the perfect hero, but this whole society was messed up, so it probably wasn't that bad, right? Hawks hadn't had a choice ever, and maybe he wanted to make the people hurt him get what they deserve, but that wasn't a bad thing, right? Maybe it was, a hero wouldn't think like this. But he wouldn't hurt children or someone simply because of blood relations or things alike. Okay, you'll get them, calm down. Want some chicken? He asked. No, you FING cannibal. I want to know why you were dash. The teenager was cut off. Hawks lifted himself up with his wings and began to push the kid out of the restaurant. Thanks for the food, Keigo yelled at them. Bakugo looked like he was going to kill someone, that someone might have turned out to be Hawks, and was gritting his teeth together. Hawks pushed the teenager into the elevator and closed the doors behind them. What the F was that about? Bakugo asked. You were the one who stormed into a restaurant and yelled at me, the hero replied. Well, you broke into my dorm room and searched through my stuff? You know how effing weird that is, right? The teenager screamed. I can explain that, just not right here, Hawks said. Bakugo rolled his eyes and huffed. At least the kid was smart, so he wouldn't need to worry about him running to the Hero Commission or the police. Or maybe Hawks was about to be threatened or blackmailed. It really depended. The music playing was annoying and bad. But he couldn't fly out right now and he didn't want someone to accidentally blow up the elevator, which would make Hawks need to use his quirk to save them. Which would make the whole situation 10 times worse to explain, so he just hoped that nothing would happen. Hawks sighed and tapped his foot against the floor. So, now you ain't gonna say a FENG word? Bakugo yelled at him. I am not going to ask how you found me. Hawks needed to admit that it was ridiculously easy, but we can talk about the other things later. There were definitely cameras here. Even if not, the elevator could stop every second and someone else could enter. It just wouldn't be smart to talk about it now. The commission would call him in later, he was sure of that. Keigo had still messed up a mission, it had been supposed to go different and now a teenager was dead. The League had been caught but it hadn't been thanks to him. Hawks hadn't done anything, he had sat at home and played family with a well-known arsonist and murderer and a supposedly dead teenager. The last few weeks surely hadn't been normal, but they had been fun and relaxing. Which was probably kind of weird in hindsight, but it had been better than playing puppet agent for the Hero Commission 24. It had been nice to not always be alone and needing to do everything himself, not that Dabi had helped much around the apartment. Shouto had though, after he had calmed down from the whole bullshit that had been going on. The elevator doors opened as they reached the first floor. The teenager was still gritting his teeth as he followed him outside. Mind telling me why you broke into my dorm room? Bakugo asked. It's a long story and most of it is really complicated and I am not supposed to tell you anything, Hawks replied. Which didn't mean he wasn't going to explain it, he just couldn't risk anyone else knowing that Shouto might still be alive. That Dabi hadn't killed him a few weeks ago, he was probably going to have a longer talk with Rumi later on and Aizawa too. If Dabi had actually killed his youngest brother this time around, Hawks was never going to hear the end of it. He desperately hoped that Dabi was just lying. Tuya had been a good liar. Everyone lied, he was just trying to protect the kid. Shouto was fine, the kid was okay. But Hawks couldn't know for sure and he wasn't going to tell Bakugo anything about the legally dead teenager that he had been hiding in his apartment for quite some time out. Then why did you push me out of the FNG building if you aren't going to tell me shit? Was shot at him. Hawks lifted his arms up to calm the kid down. Yelling wasn't going to help anyone and it would just give people headaches. None of this was Hawks' fault. He had just been protecting what he thought of as some kind of family. He never had anything like that before. He had no idea what the F he was supposed to actually do. He could be making everything 10,000 times worse without even knowing it. And what if Dabi had killed Shouto? What if the person he had known was completely lost and Hawks was just imagining things and it was all his fault and the commission was going to punish him for this? And oh God, what if someone else had killed the teenager while he had eaten something with his family? What if Hawks was responsible for a child's death? He wouldn't be able to live with that. Hey Birdbrain. I am still standing here? Are you spacing out or something? I demand FING answer, Bakugo yelled. The teenager had slapped him and was now tapping his foot against the pavement. At least it had helped snapping him out of whatever that had been. None of this was Keigo's fault. He had just been doing his job. No one was hurt and he had issues to deal with right now. Shouto was able to look out for himself and he could try to find the kid later. No one was going to die, absolutely no one. Todoroki asked you to hide something in your dorm room for him, Hawk stated. He was a spy, he was trained in things like this. He knew how to lie and he knew how to manipulate people to get exactly what he wanted. Hawks was sure of what he needed to do in this exact situation. Who the F told you that? Bakugo asked. That's classified information. But I can tell you that the Hero Commission is investigating something and that we needed to look into the things inside of the folder for that reason, the hero replied. Am I getting my stuff back? Bakugo questioned. The kid was still angry and still looked like he wanted to blow things up, maybe a building or two. Hawks didn't know what exactly the look meant that was shot at him, but it certainly wasn't anything good. It's not your stuff. No, we still need it, Hawks answered. I can't FNG believe this. Firstly, Icy Hot gets killed by a FING villain and now no one is actually doing anything about that. We still don't know where the Dabi is. No one told us what exactly happened. This doesn't make any FNG sense, and I tell you if this is just a cover-up for some sheet endeavor pulled, then I am going to hunt every single person responsible down and kill them. ING Deku turned into even more of a crybaby. That shouldn't be FANG possible and now he is my only real competition. I don't FNG like that. He was still yelling. What sheet could the number one hero have pulled? Hawks asked. He had heard what Bakugo had said and he knew from what Shouto had told him that the brat was at least partly aware of what had been going on. He wouldn't straight up tell him that Shouto might still be alive, there could be cameras and it wouldn't help anyone. But if Bakugo knew certain things then these could maybe be used to take Endeavor down faster and most importantly legally. No one would want a child abuser as the number one hero. The proof was still in Hawk's jacket's pocket, but Endeavor could just claim that the pictures were fake. Having an actual witness would be great. Bakugo also seemed like he wouldn't mind personally beating up someone like that, not that Hawks would let anything in that direction happen. He wasn't going to let a blonde chihuahua with anger management issues fight a seasoned pro hero. Aizawa would also kill him and an angry Eraserhead wasn't something he needed. Half and Half told Deku something at the sport festival. I eavesdropped on that conversation. There is a FING reason for why that BSTRD didn't use his left side. He fought against Deku with it and then refused to use it against me. I'm not going to accept a stupid win like that. You don't hold back if you fight against me, that's the end of it. Should have probably beat Endeavor up back then, because that BSTRD ruined my win, Bakugo said. The teenager was actually speaking a bit quieter. That was certainly a way to look at it. Not one that Hawks could 100% agree with because he had watched the sport festival of UA, he had done some paperwork and needed the distraction, but Bakugo had looked like he wanted to rip Todoroki's head off. A few months ago, on top of a building, it had been one of his meetings with Dabi. The villain had said that they should have just kidnapped someone that actually had a reason to want to be a villain, like Todoroki for example. Now he understood what that had meant, but back then Dabi had left a pretty confused hero behind. Choosing Bakugo had been a dumb decision from Shigaraki. The kid was fanboying over All Might, he would have never turned into a villain. Someone should have seen that something was off with the way Endeavor treated his family, but no one had. Not even Hawks, he hadn't seen it until Dabi had told him. He hadn't even questioned it as one of his handlers had just come up to him one day and Tuya had been dead. Hawks had never questioned many things, but now he was questioning his loyalty. It didn't feel like it belonged to the Hero Commission anymore. Because they must have known and had decided to cover everything up. If Dabi ever got out of there, Hawks would just watch the building burn down from afar, all of it being swallowed by blue flames. It would be a sight to behold. He was fantasizing about Dabi burning down things again, wasn't he? Hawks had fallen hard, way too hard. How could he have fallen for a villain in the first place? He was the number 2 hero for FS sake. Interesting. But you and Todoroki were the ones that got their provisional license later than everyone else in your class. Did you two not talk to each other? You must have worked together, Hawks asked. Well, yes and no. There was that one time we needed to get little brats back in line or something like that, and because of Icy Hot's shitty childhood I decided to try to do it in a calmer way than I normally would. It was okay, and there was this weird guy that seemed to hate Icy Hot at first and then tried to be friends with him and this girl from this other hero school. They were annoying, half and half was nice to them, which made it worse, Bakugo answered. So, you think that Endeavor might have done something to his son and the Hero Commission is just trying to cover everything up, the hero stated. Yeah, that's what I am effing saying, the kid yelled back. Bakugo was wrong, like really wrong, but the train of thought at least made a lot of sense. Too much for Hawks to feel comfortable with it. That's why I made copies of the pictures. Because no FNG person is allowed to hurt Icy Hot. I want to beat him in a FANG fair fight and I never got to do so. It's bullshit, Bakugo growled. You see him as your rival? Hawks asked. Yes, him and Dad. Everyone else is just a stupid extra, and fighting someone that doesn't cry every 5 seconds is way more fun. Icy Hot tries to pretend we are friends, but we definitely aren't, the teenager said. So, he gave someone that was not his friend a hoodie with his hero costume design as a color scheme on it? That didn't add up. But Hawks wasn't going to question it because Bakugo had no idea that he knew about the hoodie. It had taken Keigo way too long to realize why the colors seemed to be so familiar. His bird instincts had been focused on other things, like searching for bigger apartments, maybe even a penthouse, that sort of thing. Not a piece of clothing. But you are still sad that he died, Hawks pressed. Why the F would I not be? No one has a right to kill one of the least stupid people in my class. I even apologized for all the stupid shit I pulled, and what happens 2 days after that? Someone kills the FNG candy cane? We had planned to do something the day after that. Now UA is going to send all of us home for 2 weeks, simply because they think we want to spend time with our families. Joke's on them, my parents are in Paris, he hissed. Hawks nodded, he wasn't going to comment on any of that. Thanks for the info. With that he leapt off the ground. Hey, don't effing leave like that, we aren't done yet, Bakugo yelled after him. That FNG hole had just left him standing there. No one had a FING right to do that. Katsuki still had way too many unanswered questions. He had school tomorrow, he should be focusing on that, but someone was still FNG dead, and why hadn't he stayed with the idiot just a bit longer? How was Dabi even able to take Shouto down in the first place? The villain had needed to have help from someone. Everyone was way too aware that there might be a traitor in you. If Katsuki caught him, then no pleas for mercy would be met with anything but icy hate. He hadn't even gotten to, it didn't matter anymore. Katsuki had apologized, even to stupid Deku later, and everything had just ended in the sheet. A friend of his was dead. He hadn't even gotten his hoodie back. Not that was important in any way. Bakugo was just about to yell at the person that was stupid enough to run into him now as someone pulled at the hem of his shirt. It was a kid, a FING brat that couldn't be older than 5, and that was staring at him. Like one of these possessed or evil kids in movies. Katsuki wasn't going to be scared of a 5-year-old. The guy there wants to speak with you, she said. The girl pointed into a dark side street that basically screamed danger. He couldn't even see anyone. Who wants to talk to me, brat? Katsuki asked. Someone there, he has really cool hair. That didn't help much. What did she even mean with that? Had cool hair. Most people he knew had hair that could be interpreted that way. But why was he even trying to trust the judgment of a little child? I see no one there, he said. He told me he was hiding from someone, that he needed to speak with you. The girl shrugged. Why did he even expect a child to know more than that? Why was he even still talking to the brat? He didn't care if some a-hole wanted to talk to him. Probably just some extra from another hero school or a wannabe villain. He should just leave the kid here and continue on his way. But the brat wasn't letting go of his shirt, and where the F was the kid's parent, who let a 5-year-old run around alone. But he really said he needed to talk to you. He is your friend, she said. Yeah, what about no? Katsuki still had no idea who she was talking about, and he wasn't going to follow a little kid into a dark alleyway. That just screamed it's a trap. What exactly did he look like? He sighed. His hair looks like a candy cane, and he said that it was something very important, she added. She then grinned at him, and Katsuki felt like he was going to throw up and the whole world was turning around. It felt like he was on a roller coaster in an amusement park. The kid was gone less than the blink of an eye later. FING teleporters. Now where exactly was he? It really looked like the alleyway, which meant that the brat at least hadn't lied to him about that. Someone was leaning against the wall of a building, that someone had a hood pulled far into their face, and he knew that hoodie. He had only given that to one person. That wasn't possible. He was hallucinating. Yes, that made perfect sense. But Kogu? Asked the hallucination. The blonde took a few steps towards the person. He was still the shorter one. That hadn't changed. Todoroki, he said. Shouto pulled the hood back, and he didn't really look comfortable. Maybe Katsuki should try to be nice to a ghost, or his hallucination, or whatever was going on here. I am not dead, the ghost said. Yeah, I kind of was at your funeral. That would be really weird. Not that I cried or anything. Stupid Deku did, Katsuki said. Of course he did, Shouto sighed. This definitely wasn't a ghost. Was a real crybaby, always has been. He told me I shouldn't try to keep it all down or some shit like that. I don't cry, okay, not after you got murdered. Or at least that was what we thought happened, he said. Katsuki, I need to tell you something, and you must promise me that you won't freak out, Shouto started. Did your father do some shit again? Because if, then I am going beat the shit out of him. No, my father doesn't even know that I am alive. It has something to do with my brother, he continued. Your brother that wants to be a doctor? Bakuga looked at him. Had the idiot hit his head? Hopefully not. He couldn't just drag him to a doctor and expect that to go well. Katsuki was pretty sure Natsuo Todoroki was not in any trouble. If he was, the news would have eaten it up like warm chocolate cake. Shouto pressed his lips together and seemingly tried to smile at him. Something was bothering him. Well, Natsuo has a girlfriend, but you already know that. It's about my eldest brother. Katsuki cut him off again. You mean your tragically died as a young teenager eldest brother? Well, yes, but the dead part isn't quite true, Shouto said. What does any of that have to do with the current situation? Because honestly, you aren't making any sense right now, Icy Hot. Are you sure you don't have a concussion or anything? The blonde asked. No, I am fine. If I had one, someone would have noticed. It's just Dabi is my brother. Todoroki smiled. It showed too many teeth this time. He was grabbing the fabric of the hoodie a bit tighter. Katsuki lifted his finger like he was going to point at something, then he just stopped. Your brother FING kidnapped me. Why didn't you mention that once? He yelled. I didn't know he was my brother. My back. He was just a villain that hated my father with a burning passion. We both know that a lot of people do. It's nothing special. He said something weird too, but one of my classmates had just been kidnapped. I had more important issues to think about, Shouto answered. That a-hole saved you, didn't he? Katsuki buried his face in his hand. You could say it like that, Todoroki replied. Great, that means I can't be mad at that moron anymore, he huffed. Well, you can still be. He literally kidnapped you. I don't think Tuya would blame you for that. He stopped for a second. Do you want your hoodie back? No, you can keep it. It was a present. I wanted you to finally have some good and normal clothes. Not the sheet you normally wear. I don't care if it is expensive. It looks stupid, Katsuki answered. The blonde took a few steps forward before he did something he was definitely going to regret later on. He pulled the taller one in a hug. Shouto froze for a moment, figuratively. No one was using their quirk at the moment. After what felt like 5 hours, the other returned the hug. You know, you actually look kind of cute like this, Shouto pointed out. If you don't shut up, and I'm going to blow your face off, the blonde hissed. No, you won't. Suddenly someone yelled something, and there was the sound of shoes hitting asphalt. He did know that voice. Oh, if dash. This was going to take way longer than he thought. Kaken. Oh, God, not much more, and this day couldn't possibly get any worse. What the F was stupid Deku doing here? He didn't want to explain this to anyone, not Deku. Don't even get him started on the whole issue that had just appeared out of nowhere. Icy Hot wasn't dead, but Dabi was the Idot's brother. Oldest brother. Which made that family one of the most effed up ones he had ever seen, even more than it had been before. Because what the F was going on there? The father was an abusive a-hole that played hero, the mother was in a mental hospital, the daughter tried to play happy family, one brother completely separated himself from his family, the other definitely has some mental issues he should get help for, and the last one was a FING villain. Todoroki? Now Deku was looking at him like he had lost his mind. His eyes seemed to be unable to decide what exactly to focus on. Deku seemed shocked. Well, every one of the extras would be shocked to see someone walking around, especially if that person was supposed to be dead. Okay, I am going to explain this once to you, Deku. He ain't dead, Dabi is his brother. Got that? The moron looked even more like someone had hit him in the head with a wooden board. Hawks had just gotten a call and he couldn't believe that this day had gotten any worse. To put it simply, the League of Villains had been in possession of the last functional, completely quirk-destroying bullets. The Commission hadn't gotten their hands on them because someone had stolen them from Shigaraki before they had arrested all of them. Which meant that these bullets were somewhere and could potentially be used on anyone at any time. So, Hawks had to dig up his old contacts and make a few phone calls, and weirdly enough it hadn't been hard to figure out who the most likely subject was. Another villain organization, one that had wanted to work with the League but for various reasons it hadn't come to that in the end. They were not as big as the Yakuza, but they were nearly as dangerous. He had no idea what kind of quirk the leader possessed, but time was flowing away too quickly to do a thorough research. He had arranged a meeting, which probably had been too easy, and was hiding a few of his feather nearby. In case shit went down. He couldn't get shot with one of those bullets, the Commission would put him down. The visor was covering his eyes and he felt like he already regret his decision. What are you doing here, Hawks? This seems more like an area for underground work. What was Natsuo's girlfriend doing here would be the better question. He didn't have time for this. Haruka was in full hero uniform and tipping something into a communicator that she was holding. I need to tie some loose ends up, he answered. I ate at my parents' house and I am late to patrol because of this. Don't let anything bite, Hawks. This part of the city is quite dangerous for people that weren't raised here. A second later she was gone and Hawks was still standing there. A drop of water hit his nose, it was starting to rain. Not important. He needed to find his informant and get these bullets back, if there were any left. He hoped that they hadn't been used on civilians. Taking people's quirks away was a horrible thing, and the way Overhaul had managed to create these bullets in the first place was even worse. Hawks had only met Eri once. He had taken her on a flight over the city and Eraser had been a little bit mad. She had never been in any real danger. Hawks held his hand out. He still needed to rescue Dabi or at least keep them from executing him. The trial was going to be in a few days and it was going to be public. Which could be a good thing for him. He had a bit of proof, but with Shouto missing, Endeavor might still be able to cover it all up. If striking a deal was the only way, then he would do so without hesitation. Something else landed on his hand, a black rose petal, another one landed in front of his feet. Another one a bit further away. Was this a trail? Or a quirk? Someone definitely wanted him to follow these things. Hawks took one step after the other. It led him to what looked like an old abandoned warehouse. Why could villains never live in comfortable places? He pushed the door open. Why would the number 2 hero want to speak to us after he betrayed the League of Villains? He was ifid. Hawks called his feather towards him but stopped them just outside of the building. The first attack wouldn't be his own this time. You have the bullets, he said. Yes, but we wouldn't even give the last one to our own child without a good reason, someone answered. There were at least 2 people here. A man and woman, if he guess was right. It could be wrong though. You took people's quirks away from them. I won't let you do that again, he said. What are you trying to do, little hero? We are longer in this business than you are on this planet. It would be best if you just left. Someone stepped into his field of vision. The man's suit jacket was open and he wasn't wearing a tie. His hair was just cut beneath the chin and he was staring right at Hawks. He wasn't talking to the boss, right? No one would be that stupid. He still shot one of his feathers at him. It wouldn't be a deadly hit, it would just knock him out. The feather went right through him, as if he was a ghost, and nearly hit Hawks in the shoulder. So it was that kind of quirk. He called all of his feathers towards him. There was a scream, so he had hit someone. There was a scream, an incredibly loud scream, and it was echoing in his head. His brain felt like it was going to burst. He needed to get out of here. Hawks darted towards the door, but the floor was breaking beneath his feet, revealing nothing but black nothingness underneath. Hawks crashed through one of the windows, pieces of glass biting into the uncovered skin on his face. The sky was pink and the clouds were attacking him. He was affed. He could die here. He didn't even know what was going on. He fell to his knees and covered himself as much with his wings as possible. He was pretty sure that someone was calling out to him, but he couldn't look. Someone was pulling his arms and wings away from his face, and then there were cold fingers pressed against the side of his forehead. The screams disappeared and he slowly opened his eyes. Haruka was sitting on the ground in front of him. She pulled her hand back inside. "But this could work. I need you to help me with something," he said. "Why would I do that? You nearly just got yourself killed?" she asked. "Or I could just tell Natsuo what your parents are up to." Blackmail wasn't one of his preferred methods, but he was running out of time and this was the most likely thing to work. Haruka just laughed at him. "It was one of the first things I told him. You aren't going to be able to blackmail me with that, Hawks." "I still don't understand why you want my help," she said. "It's more about need than want. If I could, I wouldn't drag anyone else into it. But I am running out of time and allies." "I can't let them kill him," Hawks answered. She nodded, a look on her face that he couldn't place in a category, and took a step backwards. Maybe she wasn't going to help him. Maybe she noticed that all of those had been empty threats. That he wouldn't rat someone out like that, not to the Hero Commission, not to any authorities. Natsuo already knew there wasn't anything to blackmail her with. At least not as far as he was willing to go. Because telling the Commission that Haruka's parents were villains, then these people would know exactly what they could use against them. Some villains cared about their families. It was always worth testing out, wasn't it? He didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him, not again. "I can get it for you. My parents want me to spend more time with them, and getting the last bullet would be fairly easy, given that I am correct on who you want to use it on." In that moment her voice seemed different, colder, more calculated. More like the voice you would exact from the child of a villain. "You are going to help me?" he pressed. "If I can, but you need a better plan. Shooting Endeavor in the open isn't going to do anyone any good." "I'll call you later," she answered. "Wait, what if something goes wrong?" "I don't want you to go to prison because I messed something up," Hawks said. Haruka laughed. "I don't think I need to worry about anything. You shouldn't underestimate my parents. I made that mistake once. Even if something goes wrong, I am not going to stay in prison. I honestly feel like I should be worried about this." "It isn't fair," he told her. "The whole system is corrupt, Mr. Number 2 Hero. I would prefer if it wasn't like this, but then the whole situation wouldn't have come to be in the first place," she said. "My parents just profit as long as they can. They are villains, that is what they do, what they always do," was left unsaid. At least she wasn't a villain, most likely hadn't done anything bad ever, and now he was dragging her back into a life she must have fought to escape from. But maybe he was wrong. Keigo honestly didn't know what to think. "Natsuo will try to murder me if anything happens to you, won't he?" the hero asked. "I don't know, maybe not. But I hope it doesn't come to that. I think I know the gist of what happened, but tell me one thing." The sky seemed to darken and it was getting colder, so cold. He flapped his wings a few times. "You aren't really protecting the guy that killed my boyfriend's brother, are you? I can explain it to. Just stop it," he yelled at her. The changes disappeared as quickly as they had started. A quirk that messes with someone's mind. He was worried what she could do if she really wanted to threaten someone. Her parents had gotten a quirk that a lot of other organizations would die for, and they had lost it again to the public. Because heroes were supposed to work for them, weren't they? As far as he knew, they hadn't done anything about it. hadn't tried to get their kid back with force and weren't doing the things everyone would expect from them. A couple of villains were better parents than the number one hero. He had a plan and it was going to work. He wouldn't let Tuya die for a second time. They wouldn't forgive him again. Toshinori wasn't sure what to think about any of this. This was the trial of a murderer, Dabi, member of the League of Villains. Someone who had tried to kill his students. But Todoroki Shouto wasn't dead. He had seen him with his own eyes and the kids had seemed scared. The kid had run away from him. The teen had apologized to him and had said that the villain had saved him from Giton. From what the kid had said, it seemed to have been Giton. No one had seen the ice villain since the day Todoroki had died. It added up perfectly in that, and it was scary. Why would Dabi save him? There was no reason, no blackmail, no hostage situation. He wasn't the number one hero anymore, but he still needed to know what was going on. To make justice win and not a fit of wrath. Did Dabi deserve the death sentence? Probably. But it felt like there was more behind it than that, something that he wasn't seeing. Something that the Hero Commission knew and wasn't telling anyone, not even him. Not that they had a reason to, he was officially retired after all. Todoroki's sister and brother were here, sitting in the back of the room. She wasn't moving at all, just gripping a handkerchief as if her life depended on it. Her brother wasn't much better. He seemed to be relaxed, leaning back in the chair and drumming his fingers against the wood. But he knew better than to assume that. Both of them were mourning. Endeavor, on the other hand, not so much. He was speaking to an attorney, so loudly and aggressively that the poor guy looked like he was going to fall over and pass out any moment. He wanted to walk over and pay his condolences again, ask Endeavor what was actually going on if he was honest, as someone else entered the courtroom. He had no idea who that guy was. He walked to Endeavor in a straight line and started talking to him. Toshinori wasn't able to make out what the conversation was about. Maybe the trial. It seemed likely. But before anything could be started, Endeavor and his family just left the room with the other man. Something was amiss. He could sense that. You scared us quite a lot, Shouto. I can call you that, right? This had been a horrible, bad, stupid idea, and Katsuki had been right. Everyone else had been so right. He was going to get himself back in the situation he had started in. They were going to send him back to his father, but he didn't want his brother to die. No matter what Tuya had done. Maybe that was selfish, but he couldn't change that. If he had the choice to change his brother's fate, then he was going to do so. He didn't really think that the woman actually cared. Her voice was too sweet for that, too fake. But he didn't have any new bruises, and the people here were this weird kind of nice. The kind of nice you instantly knew to be fake. Katsuki had tried to stop him from leaving. He had snuck out last night. He wandered through the city for a few hours and then straight into the next hero he knew to be working closely with the commission. He had looked at him like he was seeing a ghost before making a very disturbed phone call. No one had suspected that he was an imposter or a shapeshifter. Or maybe it was just because of one of the agent's quirks. Or they knew. They probably did. Their father must have told them something, because no matter how hard his father tried to hide it. Shouto was pretty sure that his father knew who Dabi used to be, who he still was, for God's sake. Chocolate? She asked. He shook his head. He couldn't eat anything. He would just throw it back up. Everything made him feel sick. This whole situation. Shouto knew what he had done. He knew that he had walked straight into the clutches of the Hero Commission. Shouto was smarter than to think he would ever get out of that again. Your family is going to be here soon. I am sure they are very happy to know that you are still alive, the woman said. His father would be happy, but not for the reason everyone thought. The man hadn't lost his masterpiece. He knew his father hadn't changed. Natsuo and Fuyumi didn't. He wasn't going to burst that bubble for them. They deserved to be happy and to stop worrying about him. His sister would move out soon, and then he wouldn't need to worry about her anymore too. Not that his father had any interest in her whatsoever. She didn't have the quirk he had wanted. Good for her. Maybe Tuya didn't want Shouto to risk his freedom for him, but the teen was going to do it anyways. They were walking into the direction of a building. The headquarters of the Hero Commission, again. Natsuo really didn't know what they wanted from them this time. Tuya had killed Shouto. It still didn't make sense. Why would he of all people try to harm the kid? Natsuo tried to shake the thoughts off, overthinking it wouldn't help. The agent was talking to that BSTRD of a father, but he didn't listen. Nothing that man could say would change anything about it. His little brother was dead and his older brother had caused that death. Something about this didn't seem to make sense. They knew wouldn't hurt their brother. But maybe his brother wasn't the same anymore. Maybe Dabi wasn't actually Tuya. Maybe there was a difference between the two. A clean-cut one. But he feared that there might not be, and the DNA test that had been done was positive too. "Are you fine?" his sister asked. "Oh Fuyumi, oh gullible sweet Fuyumi. His poor sister. Of course I am not. Shouto is dead. Tuya killed him. What the F would be fine about this?" He yelled back, and maybe he was too loud because she flinched away from him. "I'm sorry Yumi," he tried. "Don't worry, I am fine. Just a bit you now stressed," she answered. Natsuo turned away from her. He couldn't look her in the eye. He had always been the one closest to their oldest brother. Endeavor's flames were burning, bright as always until they weren't. "Everyone down there's a sniper." "Hawks, it is a surprise, but a welcome one I might say," the man said. "I am sorry, but I actually hoped that I would be able to speak to the president," the hero answered. "I'll see what I can do," the agent replied. His hands crossed behind his back and head held high. He was going to play his part now. And hadn't he always been a good actor? If anyone would be able to strike any sort of deal, then that would be him. There were things the commission wanted that they didn't have yet. Hawks could offer his help. In exchange for one thing, and they would need it, when Endeavor was put out of commission. Who would have guessed that being raised by villains included basically having a pretty good shot? Bullseye if you asked him. He still had 5 minutes. He was going to use them wisely. "I am sorry, Hawks, but she is quite busy right now. You need to wait a few minutes," the agent said as he placed his phone down. "No problem, man. I can wait a bit, it's just quite important," Hawks answered. He could wait. The hero let himself fall back into a plastic chair, watching his wings to make sure he didn't accidentally injure himself. The agent nodded at him, then went back to work. The guy wasn't really a secretary, he was way more important than that. A highly efficient spy. Hawks was aware of that, but most people who came in weren't. He just seemed so nice, didn't he? Hawks looked out of the window. Endeavor, Fuyumi and Natsuo were being led towards the building by an agent. He himself could only spot the figure perched on one of the roofs because of his enhanced vision. Only 60 seconds left, there was only one bullet, only one shot. Only one chance to kind of fix this. Maybe he would get into trouble, but they wouldn't be able to prove that he was connected to anything. Even if saving Tuya was worth all of that. He didn't hear it, but seconds later an alarm was going off and people were yelling. Hawks got back to his feet. He crashed through the window and rose up higher into the sky. They expected this of him. Wanted him to be their perfect little hero. He looked around, there was no one on the roof, or he just couldn't see them anymore. Mental quirks were useful, weren't they? He spotted Eraserhead hanging from one of the fire ladders of a building. He was staring right at him. Maybe the underground hero suspected something, but he didn't act on it. Keigo flew over the buildings. No one was there anymore and Endeavor was still standing. But the flames were gone, forever. He was going to speak to the #1 hero, was going to ask him if everything was okay. Even if he already knew that it wasn't. Something was wrong. The agent was talking on the phone with someone and he could hear people running around on the other side of the door. Villain attacks happened quite often, maybe he shouldn't worry about it. But he did. One of his classmates might be injured. Or his siblings or his mother. Or worse, what if someone he knew was dead? What if someone was just dead in general? It wasn't suddenly 10 times worse just because he knew the person. Did something happen? He asked. Shouto was rubbing his hands against each other. He wasn't nervous, not at all. The agent looked at him and sighed loudly. "Someone shot your father, he doesn't seem to be badly injured," she answered. Nothing more than that, but he knew one kind of bullet that wasn't technically made to physically injure the target. In one way at least. Because what if his suspicion was right? Though he was pretty sure that Tuya had nothing to do with that. But it seemed too perfect to just be a coincidence. This was planned. If it was really that kind of bullet. Or maybe someone was just angry at his father. More people were mad at the old man than his family. He continued to look at her. The woman started back before she pulled another chair away from the desk, turned it around and sat down. He was shot with a quirk-erasing bullet. We don't know if it was a permanent one yet. He felt like it was. I can't believe that you would do something like that to us. Fuyumi yelled at him. Calm down. Our brother isn't dead and I am going to have a talk with someone later on. Tuya needs to explain a few things, Natsuo said from where he was sitting. Hawks had been there for a few minutes before he had left again. Something had happened. Something horrible. His father would surely call it that, but he himself wasn't so sure that horrible was the right word to describe it. They didn't know if the bullet had been a permanent one yet. He hoped so though. It would serve the old man right after all he had done. Fuyumi might have forgiven him, but he surely hadn't. But his sister was most likely talking about a very alive Shouto sitting in front of them. Tuya was going to explain every single thing. Hawks was talking to his boss or something. He hadn't listened and he also had no idea where his girlfriend was. This day was either going great or awful, he hadn't decided yet. Shouto was just sitting there, he wasn't moving. The only thing he was doing was breathing, and even that only barely. Natsuo checked his phone. She hadn't called him back. Maybe an emergency or something, he shouldn't worry about it. I am very happy that you are okay, but how could you let us think that you are dead? That Tuya killed you, I was so scared, Fuyumi said. She hugged the teenager, crying into his shirt, and it seemed like she didn't want to let him go again. Should've let her do it. Natsuo joined the hug. The agent had left them alone for a few seconds. His father had been driven off to the hospital to run some tests and they were on their own. Not that he minded it. But you know that his flames can't hurt me, right? Shouto asked. He looked at them like they were stupid or had lost their minds, and Fuyumi stared right back at him. What was he talking about? Of course, they didn't know that. Why did he even know that? In what situation would you acquire that kind of knowledge? Natsuo slowly checked for injuries, well, as much as he could right now. He wanted to make sure that everything was okay. He didn't tell you? But I thought you were there? Shouto sounded even more confused than before. He gripped the fabric of his breathes and looked away from them. If he was blaming himself for any of this, Natsuo was going to lose his cool because none of this was his little brother's fault in any way. Fuyumi hit the palm of her fist against her forehead and groaned. We are idiots, she muttered. Natsuo looked at her with a raised eyebrow. His sister sighed and pointed to one of the chairs, like she wanted him to sit down. Which he didn't do, he wanted the answer now. When Shouto was still a toddler, there was an incident. I pushed it into the back of my head, but Tuya nearly burned him. I thought he had just missed or that it had been luck, but in hindsight that is pretty stupid. I think I yelled at him too or something. It was pretty long ago. You were the one freaking out about it. Why don't you remember it? She explained. I am younger than you, okay? I don't remember any of that. He paused. Wait, does that mean that Tuya thinks that we know that he can't hurt Shouto even if he tries to? I am not sure, maybe he just thinks we forgot. What is kind of what happened? She turned towards her other brother. Could you explain what happened after the incident? Her hair was pulled into a ponytail. It didn't look bad when she wore it like that. Tuya hadn't killed his brother. He had killed people, but not his brother. Natsuo knew that he should be wearier about it. Just because Dabi was brother, it didn't make him any less of a villain. Any less of a murderer. He didn't know what to think. Natsuo pulled at his hair. It was going to be okay, somehow. They were going to make sure of that. I am sorry, but you can't just walk in here, the secretary said. Katsuki just pushed past them and walked straight to the stairs. Waiting for an elevator would take too long. Kaken, Izuku yelled, I am really sorry for my friend, please excuse us. We are searching for Todoroki Shouto, would you mind telling us where he is please? We are friends. Are you coming or not, Deku? I am not going to wait here for the rest of my life. I am coming. 25th floor, room 346, Deku said as he caught up to him. At least you figured that out, now let's get going before effing stupid happens, he replied. It hadn't taken a genius to figure out what that icy hot idiot would go. He normally didn't call him that anymore, but now he just deserved it. What was even the plan? But now they needed to stop him from doing something stupid. Hopefully they weren't too late already. He had no FING idea how to fix that, and what was even going on here? No one had actively tried to stop them, which meant that these extras were occupied with something else. Katsuki wished he knew what that was. He climbed the first flight of stairs. Why was the idiot always getting himself into trouble? He didn't want Deku to be his only actual rival left. That would be horribly for a lot of reasons. Shouto would probably tell him that he shouldn't talk about his friend like that, and maybe he was right, but Katsuki surely wouldn't tell him that face to face. Do you need an extra invitation? He yelled. Deku didn't say anything, he just pointed at the entrance to the staircase. Katsuki turned around. What the F was All Might doing here? Shouto stared at the clock. His siblings had been here for 23 minutes. 2 of them at least. He didn't know when the agent would come back, he didn't know what would happen now. Who had shot his father? Who would do something like that? Didn't they know how dangerous it was to do something like that? Maybe Endeavor had just messed with another villain organization? Maybe killed someone that was important to them? Maybe it was some kind of revenge? Shouto didn't mind it, he knew how it felt to be powerless, and it was time that his father learned that lesson too. Even if it was a permanent one. His sister was saying something to him and he just nodded along. What did his sister want from him? There wasn't anything he could tell her. Dabi was Tuya and that answered all the questions. His brother had killed Giton, maybe he should tell someone that. Not that he thought the villain had any family, but it would be good to set it right. His friends would be angry at him, very angry. They had a right to be, but he was doing this for a good reason, or maybe he should have just waited a bit longer. He had no idea that someone would shoot his father with one of Overhaul's bullets. Maybe it would have changed something, he didn't know what was going on anymore. Shouto, do you want me to get you something to drink? Fuyumi asked. He nodded absently, his throat was dry like sand. How could he have not felt that before? She smiled at him, ran a hand through his hair and left the room. Natsuo stayed, his brother didn't do anything. He just looked out the window and buried his hands in the pockets of his suit jacket. They wanted to hold the trial today, that wasn't going to happen now. At least he managed to do something. Who was he lying to? That had been whoever had shot his father, right? He didn't know anything anymore. So many more things could have happened. In the end his sacrifice would have probably been for naught. But he had did it either way, just to maybe save his brother. Tuya had saved him, it was only fair that he did the same in return. How's school going? His brother asked after what felt like an eternity. Natsuo tried to make it sound like a normal conversation, like they were a normal family. It was like lying straight to someone's face. But he kept his mouth shut and just answered. It's okay. There wasn't more to say about it. School was better than home, a lot of places were better than home and his classmates were alright. There wasn't anything to complain about and he finally had friends, or maybe not. It was hard to guess with some people. Bakugo in particular, he didn't even know how he had somewhat managed to befriend him. It was an enigma and it didn't make much sense to him. He was probably just overlooking something, not paying enough attention to things that didn't have to do with training. Shouto was fairly certain that Natsuo didn't know what to talk about. The teen didn't know either. He had been pretty close with Tuya, as his eldest brother had still been at home, and Fuyumi later on. There had never been any kind of relationship with Natsuo. Yes, he called sometimes to make sure he was okay, but they never spoke more than a bit of small talk. His brother cared about him, yes, but they weren't that close. Fuyumi came back a minute later and handed up a cup of water. He couldn't stomach more than a small sip. It felt like something was wrong, very wrong, but he didn't know what. Probably just a stupid feeling. Then there was a knock on the door. Young Todoroki? All Might, he wasn't ready for this conversation. This wasn't going to end well. What was he even doing here? I felt the need to ask you a few questions. He was cut off. Dabi is my brother, okay? He is Tuya Todoroki, and now that everybody in this room knows that, can we please not talk about it anymore? Shouto said. Your brother? Why didn't you tell me or Aizawa? We could have helped you, All Might answered. The teenager shook his head. I only know it since a few weeks. I didn't recognize him at the camp. Probably wouldn't ever have if he hadn't talked about it with someone in the middle of the hallway. He didn't blackmail me or anything. There is no reason to worry. The X-1 hero nodded. It wasn't too bad. No one was yelling at him or anything. His teacher didn't seem to be mad, he wasn't like his father. All Might was nice, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't the #1 hero anymore, he didn't have any power and his hands full with other stuff. Shouto wouldn't mind it if the man focused on more important issues. Can I get an autograph? Natsuo asked. Fuyumi threw a glare at him that would be able to freeze even Tuya's flames. Keigo was currently dragging a villain through a hallway in the headquarters of the Hero Commission. He was going to make Tuya talk to his siblings now. It had taken a bit of blackmail to convince them to let him take the arsonist into his custody. But the commission had a lot of dirt of them, and Hawks had proof and knowledge of every single thing they had done. They didn't want the public to know. Maybe it wasn't heroic to use that, but what choice had he had left? I don't think this is a good idea, Birdie. Natsuo is going to kill me, Dabi said. You are worried about your younger brother killing you. He won't do that. Pinky promise. They know that Shouto isn't dead, he answered. What? We have no idea where he even is? If you told them anything, I am going to set you on fire, the villain hissed. I didn't tell them anything. Your brother showed up here out of the blue and told them nearly everything. You also can't do that right now. The hero pointed at the HNDCFFS. Then just pushed him straight into the room. Natsuo punched his older brother once again. Please tell me if anyone else is going to burst into this room because it is getting a tiny bit restricted in here. Natsuo rubbed his hand. He had hit a bit too hard. Hey, icy hot. Katsuki kicked the door in. He kicked an unlocked door in. But Fuyumi shook her head and looked away. Izuku was behind him and waved at Shouto. What did you think you were doing? You really want to get back to that guy? After what he did to your brother? After what he did to you? Have you completely lost your mind half and half? Bakugo yelled at him. He shook the teen's shoulders once and then hugged him. Well, our dad got shot. I just hope that the bullet is permanent. You can just move in with Fuyumi and her girlfriend. I am sure they wouldn't mind, Natsuo said. You can't just say that. But I can ask her if you want to, Shouto, Fuyumi added. He didn't know what to feel like, but it seemed like it was going to better, maybe even okay. Maybe he was free from his father. The Hero Commission wouldn't have any need to cover up for him if he wasn't a hero anymore. People without quirks were useless for them. We were worried about you. You were just gone, Izuku said. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I felt like I needed to deal with this on my own. Did you tell anyone where you were going? He asked. I only told Kirishima. Oh shit. Please don't tell me that this means your whole class is going to be here, Dabi muttered. He was fairly correct. I don't think we should go in there, Shouto, Hisashi said. He adjusted his grip on a sleeping Eri and looked at the hallway in front of them. The students were there and everything they had to tell the kid could wait till later. You're right. Let's go home. I am pretty sure that Hitoshi is already waiting for us. I want to get some sleep before my patrol, Shouto answered. He pressed a button inside the elevator again. The doors closed. Shouto had seen something. He had had a fantastical view for that. But he wasn't going to say anything. Underground heroes were known to be good at keeping secrets. When are you going to tell them? Hisashi asked. Tomorrow. They deserve to know that the bullet was permanent.